That's meant going steady.
Oh, that's true.
Someone put that pin on your sweater.
Are you on your phone right now?
No,
Not yet.
I actually shut this before I should have.
That's okay.
But
now
you're in, right?
I'm in. It's me with the giant white circle on the other half of the screen right now.
Okay, sorry about that. Can you hit remove on the giant white circle?
Yes, I can. Hold on. Let me get back in. I'm just still in Facebook, so remove. Okay, now it's just me. And
okay, I just gotta put in my credential real quick because I am official eye candy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you are. And I'm the assistant to the official eye candy. Actually, I'm the resident peacemaker right now.
Oh, and so you're just on twice.
Oh, hi.
Because I got to switch my camera.
Which is my best side?
Every side, all the sides.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna.
Can you remove me because then I'll plug it inside the computer? Yeah, give me a minute. Okay, so I'm going to remove you from the stage. Great. All right, everybody. I hope that some of you got. I feel bad people that come at 5 the group's interview, but there was some confusion between. I'm going to go look at the email and see if the mistake was mine or his. I think it was his, but I think that's the one that I was using in the car from you. So for what a nightmare that whole situation could have been, how well things worked out that Eloise just was rolling in right then and was like, yeah, come to my house. We'll go. So yeah, we didn't miss much at all. Oh, wonderful. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Oh, that's what that was. I saw.
So this is the stand for the amp.
Okay.
And this is the microphone stand.
Okay.
My brother is going to bring Molly the rest of the equipment to the tattoo parlor.
Okay, cool. What's your brother's name?
Jerem.
What is it?
Jerem.
Thanks, Jerem. Jerem's a good guy.
He can donate his equipment.
Check this size. Is that still
Maybe a little bit.
a town touch? Just a touch.
Yeah, just a touch. Keith, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we're almost ready. We'll be ready at 2:30.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
So you got 8 minutes, and I'm going to stay on.
Yeah.
But when you're ready, I'll drop out, or I may stay with you and make fun of you.
Yeah, no, stay with me just in case, I need the moral support or just in case
decide on?
I need to grimace and you need to fill in for a minute.
Oh, good. Okay.
Brandon has a very soft touch and my last tattoo did not hurt one little bit, so I'm not anticipating that, but I like the moral support.
Okay. And what did they decide on? What are you being tattooed with?
I am getting I got this tattoo right here. Let's see. Can you see? Right here. Nope.
Calvin?
Calvin.
Yeah.
I don't know how to get in the frame. So I got a Calvin when I was 18 years old. He's 35 years old and he's very sad looking. So one of these times Brandon's gonna fix him up for me. But in the meantime, you go ahead and do that. In the meantime, he's adding a Hobbs holding a red tulip to match what used to be Calvin's red shirt.
Nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
And
so
whose choice was that?
It was my best friend of 28 years, Jaya Zimmerman Kaufman, who made the $1,000 matching donation that won the right to choose. And I gave her free reign to be as weird as possible, but she's the nicest, kindest human being alive, and she just couldn't be responsible for putting something terrible on my body. So she went with the Hobbs to match my clothing. Huh?
You don't think I could convince her to change her mind and have Keith as a babe tattooed next to Cal?
You know what?
There-
Keith, maybe I'll get that voluntarily because it's true. You are a babe.
Thank you. You know, the hog tattoo sounds pretty complicated for a 20-minute tattoo.
Yeah, well, Brandon is fast and he's super good. So I don't know exactly how long it's going to take, but we're going to find out.
And how much?
We've got black, green, red, orange. Is that white?
That's it. Typically
Oh, just
hops. We
A
leave
placement where we'll be able to see the tattoo while he does it.
white.
yeah. So we're using those 4 colors, and right now he's getting it properly scaled to match my Calvin, and then we'll get started. We'll be ready to go in 5 minutes.
And you'll be able to have the camera set so that we'll be able to see the actual tattooing.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I already set it up to where I'm gonna be sitting, so I'm just gonna roll back over there, and then we'll come back on in 5 minutes.
I can't wait. We'll see you then. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye.
How fun is that?
Yeah, hopefully we'll be home by then. We are driving, service driving, and not crashing into people.
Correct.
I like the part where you don't crash into people.
Me too. It's really great.
That's my favorite part. By the way, it's good that I'm distracting myself with this because I am the worst passenger.
Oh, really?
I almost always drive.
Oh.
And so if I start going, you're coming in hot, just don't feel bad. I
you
do it to
gonna,
my wife and I drive her crazy.
Yeah. Are you gonna like grab the steering wheel or anything like
I
that?
haven't done that before, but maybe.
Okay. Good to know.
It depends how bad of a driver are you.
I'm a pretty good driver.
Oh, well then I probably won't.
Okay.
No promises,
Right.
no guarantees.
Understood. Understood.
I might put you on with her during the tattoo and I might try to nap again.
Yeah, that would be great. And then I need to leave at about 3:10.
Okay.
So that'll give you time for
My
40
22
minutes.
minute.
Oh, yeah, your
Disco
22
nap.
minute. Yeah.
It's the perfect nap length.
Right.
I
Okay.
did a lot of trial and error.
Nice.
All right, so guests. So I've got Molly, but I think she's capable of letting herself in.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I think
Yeah.
she took herself out on purpose.
Okay. Yeah, probably. Probably.
And she can always text us if for some reason that is
Yeah.
the case.
Yeah.
Okay, some of our destinations have errors.
Some of our destinations have errors, like so does it still say Facebook is an error?
It says that it's an error, but it shows it with a green check mark instead of the exclamation point.
Okay.
So I think we're okay.
Yeah, and when I checked it before we left, I was definitely able to see our feed. I still appreciate the subtitles.
Yeah, man, I don't know how those got turned on or how.
Yeah, they
But
want
I think I'd like to take credit for them. That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I did that.
No,
That's good.
good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. We were talking about how there's so many times when we might be in a place where we don't have the audio up on our phone, and there's something that we're watching, like a reel or a video, and if it's subtitled, you can really still follow along and enjoy it. And so things that are not subtitled, you just scroll right past them.
Right.
So I think that what we're talking about today, which is how good of a driver I am, is extremely important, and I'm glad it's subtitled.
So that everybody knows. So far, she has not crashed once.
Yeah.
And has hardly run over any people.
It's so great. Yeah. Thanks for that acknowledgement.
Yeah. Yeah, and I hope you know I really did mean it when I said I'm a bad passenger. That
Oh.
was not
Okay.
any comment on anyone's driving.
Well, you know, I always tell
I'm
my
the
kiddo
worst.
that if somebody says that they are something, that it's a good idea to believe them. And
Yeah.
so I'm just going to believe you that you are a terrible passenger, although I haven't seen evidence of it quite yet.
I think it's because I drive so much that I'm just not used to being in a vehicle and not being in control.
Yeah.
And it freaks my brain out.
Right?
So
Yeah.
whenever the brakes need to be applied, I want to apply them.
Well, you can always apply the passenger side brake if you
Yeah.
need to. It's really effective.
I've noticed that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a really good one in this car. So yeah, feel free. Feel free.
Oh, my goodness, what a funny day.
Yes. I was saying earlier that I think that some of my favorite memories of places that I've traveled is when we've taken a wrong turn and kind of gotten lost. One time I was traveling to Copenhagen, Denmark, and I wasn't supposed to meet my friend for a couple of days. And I really wanted to go and see my friend Gustav Klimt at the Neue Museum in Berlin. And I just really wanted to see the Kiss, which is a famous painting.
I had no idea you and Gustav Klimt were friends.
Well, I like to call the people I've visited. Well, he's really more of an acquaintance, but yeah. Like I talked about Hadrian. I definitely visited Hadrian.
What's going on?
Oh, okay. Let's hand it over to Molly.
Hi guys. So it is 2:30 and it's time for the mystery tattoo to happen. And I want to introduce Brandon Klingen here. He is a fine artist. He's a graphic artist and he's a tattoo artist. And I met him when I went to work for his stepdad, Scott Williams. He was a super real estate agent here in Roseville. And Brandon and I were on his team, his fleet of employees. And I just kept in touch with Brandon after he left because he's super talented and I really admire all of his work. So he gave my daughter her first tattoo last month, and he gave me my most recent tattoo at the same time. So he graciously donated his time and talents to contribute to the cause by giving us this tattoo.
Awesome, Brandon. Thank you. That's amazing. I might have to come see you too, by the way. But
You should.
No problem.
Yeah.
He has a soft touch and a really chill personality, and he's a pleasure to get a tattoo from and to know.
Awesome.
I'm also tattoo-less.
Yes.
Well, nice to meet you guys.
Good to meet you.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask Brandon a few questions while he's tattooing me. And if you guys have any questions, just jump in. Let me make sure the volume is all the way up. Okay, there we go. So he's going to get started, and I'm just going to start asking some questions, and feel free to jump in. So the first thing he did was put a little lotiony stuff on my arm, and then applied the stencil and let it dry, and now he's going to start tattooing. So Brandon,
can I ask non-tattoo related questions?
Of course.
So one thing that we've talked about here in Sacramento,
A little bit that way.
okay.
really how many people have actually been affected by homelessness in their life. And what I have found is that just about everybody I talk to has been affected.
Oh, you're cutting out a bit, Sarah.
Oh, okay.
Just about everyone you know is what we heard.
Yeah, so really almost everybody that I've spoken to, asked them if they've ever been affected by homelessness in their life, has said they were. They really think about it. Oh my gosh, yes, there was a time when my was too much, something like that. So I'm curious.
I think what she's trying to ask you is, have you ever had any lived-in experience with homelessness, or know anyone who has, and if it's affected the way you view and interact in the world?
I've had some very close relationships with people that are homeless. I mean, several, but two of them, one of them I'm related to, or it was my uncle. He's passed away now, but he was homeless for over 50 years.
Wow.
Yeah. He would come by our house every once in a while, and, my dad would give him some food and money and shower him and give him some clothes and stuff. But that was my dad's brother, and he was homeless a very long time. So
Yeah, that's an unusual amount of time to live
it was
outside.
all the way from high school until he passed away.
Wow. And how did that color the way you look at the world? Or homelessness? I mean, a lot of people consider homelessness to be sort of, all the same. Everybody's the same.
No, everybody that I've been experienced with has a different story or background or situation. I don't know that there's a copy or a blueprint for that, but
Yeah.
I also had a very good friend in high school. I graduated in '95, and he did as well. And he was, got into drugs quite a bit, and then eventually became homeless after, I don't know, he went through a lot of in and out of jail and trouble and different drugs too. And then he ended up eventually passing away, but he was homeless for probably 15 or 17 years. Right here in Roseville, I would see him regularly down by the freeway on Riverside and 80.
Yeah, well, I think you said the key words that we really recognize at SKC, which is a lot of the time why solutions don't work, even though you're throwing lots of money at it, is that they're trying a blanket approach, and it is not a one-size-fits-all solution that's needed because every situation is individual and different. And so that's our model at SKC.
Well, that makes sense. I just, being a human, know that your situation for everything is different, or everybody's situation is different, and wherever people come from.
Yeah. That's a fact. So I am curious to know, how did you get into tattooing?
Well, I've been painting and drawing my whole life, so I love art. Then went to school college for graphic design after that. And then didn't want to do that. Then was starting in real estate when I met you.
That was a minute ago.
Yeah. That was 18 years ago.
Wow.
I believe, when I met you.
Yeah, I think so.
Right around there.
Yeah.
But my friend Melissa, who owns this shop, she's not here right now, but she opened this shop 17 years ago. And 15 years ago, I asked her if I could learn how to tattoo. And she said yes.
Oh. And you've been here ever since.
And I've been here ever since. This summer will be 15 years in July.
Okay. So can you give me your top 3 best tips for getting a tattoo?
For getting one?
Yeah.
Always eat a good hearty meal before you get tattooed.
Oh.
That keeps your blood sugar up.
Okay.
Well and rested, hydrated, because you get tattooed easier, and it takes less out of you.
Okay. Well, I'm 1 for 3.
Yeah.
So we started this at midnight last night. So I'm not that well rested. I ate some teriyaki beef sticks and a lot of bugs and some hot sauce. So I'm maybe not that well. Well, that's a lot of protein though, so maybe it's okay. And then I am well hydrated, so there's that.
Okay.
So is there a particularly less choice moment to get a tattoo?
Certainly. Before you're going swimming,
Okay.
or specifically vacation, and you're going to be out in the sun a lot, swimming a lot, outdoor, like summer is bad, especially on an open wound. It's just penetrating and it'll kick color out. You can get infected, or just going anywhere weird, you want to be able to be somewhere indoors for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Let it heal. That's probably number one.
And it takes a couple weeks to heal?
Yeah, it takes about a couple weeks to fully go through the healing process and be all right. And then even after that, you want to wear sunblock and protect it.
Yeah. Okay, so you heard it here. You should be hydrated. You should be well fed and well rested. You don't want to do it within a couple of weeks of going on vacation, when you're going to be out in the sun a lot, or when you're going to be submerged in water or swimming.
So the winter time is the best time to get a tattoo.
Okay.
You
Winter
know
time
you're
is the
not
best
going to
time.
probably be in the sun. You're not going to be swimming. So there you go.
Keith or Sarah, do you guys have any questions?
Nope, I don't think we have an on again, off again signal because we're driving. So, but you guys are doing great.
Okay, we'll just carry on. Can you hear us well enough? Are you guys able to hear us well enough?
Yes,
that is-
we can hear you,
Okay.
but I took you off the screen.
Oh, do we need to add ourselves back in?
No,
Okay,
you're good.
we're good. Okay.
Trying to work all this on my phone screen. It's so tiny. It makes my thumb seem so big and clumsy. It's very easy to hit the wrong little tiny button.
Yes, for sure. So Brandon, is there anything that you don't love tattooing?
Oh. I mean, I love tattooing, first of all. And I love the challenge of tattooing anything new.
Okay.
But there are, harder tattoos to do, that just take more time, or you got to go slower with it or have more prep to it, Littler tattoos are sometimes harder because there's such little detail into it.
Minute. So you're up for any challenge?
I'm up for it.
Okay. And do you
Do you
often
participate?
What's that?
I was going to ask, do you participate in the Friday the 13th tattooing tradition?
Oh, we did that once, and it was quite bananas. We haven't done it since. That was about 12, 13 years ago.
Oh, that was
okay.
Yeah, they just kept lining up, and you're doing a lot of work and stress, and people are falling out the doors and sitting on everywhere on the floors, on the sidewalk, and we didn't get out of there that night until like 1 or 2.
Oh, wow.
And do a lot of work, and you don't get a lot of payoff.
Yeah, I think that sort of thing is to be avoided. The lots of work and little payoff. I'm trying to avoid
And you're
that.
just all day doing hockey masks and number 13s and
One after the other.
So do you get a lot of opportunities to do your just own designs out of your imagination? Someone just says,
Yeah,
okay.
I do now. It's taken several years to get there.
Sorry.
I do to finally now get to do that a lot.
That's awesome. Yeah, so one of the tattoos, I have a list of tattoos that are my future goals with Brandon. One of them is a sound wave that when you scan your camera over it, it plays like a little music. I don't know how it works exactly. I have to look into it more. But the other one is a tattoo that looks like it's embroidered on you. And so...
that I have never done.
Yeah.
And would love to try it.
Yeah, so Brandon's going to do, and on that one, I'm just going to let him do whatever he wants to do. I'm going to have zero input onto that. Because I trust him implicitly. And then...
and I'll learn big words while you're here.
I do like my good words.
Yeah.
When I can remember them. Keith and I have been laughing because we're both 52.
Slightly turn a little bit right there. Yep.
We're both 52, or I'm turning 52 this year. And so, whereas I used to use dictionary words, now I use descriptionary words, which means I just describe the word that I'm trying to say because I've forgotten it. So I still love the good words. I just can't remember all of them anymore. Yeah, so the other tattoo I want to get, I'm leaving it for last because I don't know how to do it without it looking ugly, but I like the idea. It's the word entropy, and about midway through the word, it starts dissembling and flecks of the word start like flying off and disappearing. It's a visual graphic of entropy itself. So I'm going to give it to Brandon
I
and see if
learned
he
that
can.
word from a George Carlin stand-up a long time ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I love George Carlin.
He was describing how he loves entropy, loves things falling apart and chaos, and
I don't mind that myself on occasion. As a matter of Keith over there is he's a local comedian here in Sacramento.
Perfect.
And Keith, what are your thoughts on George Carlin? Oh, Keith's not with us. We'll ask him when he comes back.
Okay.
Hey, so yeah, Keith is unavailable just for a moment, but you can call me Keith if you want to. I'll answer to it.
Yeah, well, you are his assistant, so
I am, yes.
you might as well be his full stand-in. Yeah, so
I wish
we'll
we
come
could
back.
see. I wish we could see
Hey,
closer
like
what was going on there.
Can we pull the computer a little bit closer, Brandon, or is that going to be too much?
It's okay. It's okay. I don't want to get in Brandon's way. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I was
Yeah,
driving before.
6 inches behind me, the camera.
Okay, yeah, you can't go any closer.
No, we don't want to get. Yeah.
You get what
You
you
need
get.
a hand. You need a hand-mounted camera.
What's that?
It said Brandon needs a hand-mounted camera so that, he can have the action up close and personal.
Yeah, he needs to hold the camera up with one arm and tattoo with the other arm. I bet that tattoo would come out really well. Okay, so how do you feel about George Carlin, Sarah?
So George Carlin he's got super dry humor, and I alternately chuckle and cringe with George Carlin. How about that?
I think that's fair. Yeah. I really relate to that dry humor, and he's super smart, and yeah, there's some cringiness happening now and again, but he certainly gets to the heart of the matter.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of fluff with George Carlin.
You know what I found so interesting about him was that he would script out every single word like he was in a play and work with the director. And he sounded and felt so natural on stage, but he was performing like an actor. And most comedians don't. Most comedians, if you see them from one performance to the next, a lot of things will be a little different. They're much looser. But no, he memorized lines that he wrote and rewrote and perfected.
I do find that shocking because it didn't come across that way at all. You're right. He was like supernatural.
Yeah, he's I would say one of the greatest of all time, and I don't think too many people would argue with me on that.
I certainly wouldn't.
But later in life, he was so cynical. So it's sometimes it's a bit much. It can be very negative.
I do love a cynic though. Who was the guy who did like the real? There was Richard Lewis, but then there was also the other guy who was sort of the Eeyore comic, the real tall one. I think his name was like Steven something.
Stephen Wright?
Yeah, he's the one. He was
Stephen
real
Wright was
droll.
very good and did all one-liners.
Yeah,
They say it's a small world, but I wouldn't want to have to paint it.
Yeah, he cracked me up. So why did we start talking about George Carlin? You saw him?
That's where I learned the word entropy.
Oh, entropy. That's right. We're taking it back to entropy.
Okay.
So if Brandon can figure out how to make entropy into a tattoo that doesn't look like you've got 50 moles instead of the word coming apart.
We can have George Carlin's portrait with a thought bubble that says entropy.
Oh.
I love it.
You know what? You just sold. I'm sold. So you guys heard it. I'm getting a George Carlin entropy tattoo sometime in the next year.
Nice.
Yeah.
So my friend who is in, I believe, in his 70s, just got his first tattoo, and it's a
Wow.
big one. It covers up most of one arm. He lost his son. His son was born with a disability, and so he went and he had this beautiful picture of his son like floating up out of his wheelchair, and did it in memoriam to his son.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Everyone assumes that with me getting into my 50s without any tattoos, I have 4 brothers covered in tattoos, all 4 of them. And I don't have a one. And everybody assumes I never will because of my age. But you never know. You just never know.
Keith, we're the same age. I'm 52 in September. And I got my last tattoo in my 30s. And I came out of retirement to give moral support to my kid, but also because I have a list of tattoos I want. So it is definitely never too late.
The oldest person I've tattooed their first tattoo, I think, was 83.
Wow.
That was a couple years ago.
So a first tattoo, what makes you decide to get a first tattoo at 83? Do you know?
Well, I know that she had been done with her career. She had recently become single, and it's something she always wanted to do, but never pulled the trigger because everything she felt was up against her.
Okay.
Now she had a list of things she was going to do before she is no longer here.
So she had it on her bucket list.
Oh, yeah. And got it.
That is super cool.
And they say a tattoo is forever, but when you're 83, forever is not that long.
That's a fact. So did you guys hear Brandon say she got 5 more after her first one at 83? How old was she when you
5 more?
When you did the last one for her?
Oh, they were all within maybe a year and a half to 2 years.
Okay. That's impressive. But how old was the youngest person you've ever tattooed?
18.
You should do it now.
Well, I know, but I mean,
We'll finish something. Yes, I can be a little
The law. Yeah.
of course.
Let me see your ID.
find out the latest I can leave it. I'll do that.
Yeah, so the Calvin that goes with this Hobbs, I got literally days after my 18th birthday. And I wasn't really rebelling against anything real because my parents were fine with me getting a tattoo. But I really felt like I had control to do something just for myself that I couldn't do before. So I felt like it was rebellion. Do you have a lot of people who are coming in to get a tattoo because their mom and dad don't want them to?
No, I think that's a little different these days.
Yeah.
That was
It's not the big rebel move.
Yeah, so many people are tattooed that's not.
It's more rebellious to not get a tattoo.
Yeah, I think less young people have no tattoos.
Interesting. So it's a little shift in the
Somewhere
culture.
between 18 and 25. It's probably, yeah,
Oh.
it is a shift.
Do you have a favorite tattoo that you've ever given?
No. And I've been asked that before, and it's too hard because I've done so many.
It's like being asked your favorite movie. I hate it when people ask me to give one thing. I'm like, I'll give you my top 10 and then a couple of honorable mentions, and then I'll probably give you a secondary 10. I really,
And I saw a rainbow dog, and I'm like,
Have a
we need
top
to
10
do that.
oh, I
collection.
do.
For
That
free.
does. But my favorite book, pretty much my top 2 books are
That's a pretty-
Peace of Eden by John Steinbeck, which was the tattoo you gave me last time, and Stephen King's The Stand. So those 2 don't change. They always stay in my top 5, even if other things rotate in and out.
I did a whole arm sleeve of Stephen King themed tattoos.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That would be super cool.
Yes. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna tell you.
Books,
You might- Yeah, but
What's that?
let me.
Have done a whole bunch of books.
No, I learned about a whole bunch of Stephen King books
Oh, gotcha.
that I never, only the ones I really knew were once they made movies.
Yeah, the popular ones. Yeah, he's got a huge catalog under his own name, other people, his pen names. And yeah, he's got collections, he's got novels, he's got novellas. He even did a couple of detective pulp novels. And one I really liked and one I did not like.
Oh, they were short?
Yeah, the kind that you pick up off the round spinning rack at the old-timey drugstore. And they're intentionally designed that way to have that old-timey drugstore look.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of was like 25 cents.
Like Reader's Digest.
Yeah. Keith, have you ever read Stephen King? Up, you're muted. You look a little bit frozen. There we go. Well, we'll check in with Keith. Oh, there we go. All right, so we're getting there.
We're getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we got a little bit on the flower, the head, and then we'll color the orange.
All right. So how many hours did the longest tattoo or the biggest tattoo, what was the most involved and the most amount of hours?
Oh, tattoos are done.
Uh-huh.
You know, when you work on someone's full back or full leg or full arm, it's an ongoing series of appointments, so I've never really calculated, all right, you have an appointment every other week or you have an appointment once a month, and they have gone for a year or year and a half projects. So, a long time.
A long time. Okay. And have you done any of your own tattoos?
Oh yeah, I've done some on my legs here that I can reach. Done a handful of them, probably 5 or so.
Okay.
Nothing crazy or too involved. It's kind of weird when you're hurting yourself and your brain is telling you to stop. And you keep going. Everything's awkward between you and your hand.
And so when somebody else does your tattoos, do you design them or is that their design or a collaboration?
That's a good one. Yeah, we've done it both. I've drawn mine and have, requested them to design or draw something, from their style and their element. So both.
Do you know how many individual tattoos you have?
No. One.
It's a full body tattoo.
It's big.
Sarah, if you were going to get a tattoo, do you know what you'd get?
Well, I just love crows so much. I definitely think about maybe a crow with something shiny or something like that. Yeah.
Crows are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I have, I think, 5 raven tattoos.
Wow.
There's
You
one.
do? Wow.
And many more. My daughter's middle name is Raven.
Really, corvids are so smart and really, really fun.
Yes.
Jenny is asking, what is the tattoo of? Molly, do you want to tell Jenny what's going on there?
Yeah, so when I was 18, I got a Calvin tattoo. And I always intended to get Hobbs to go along with it, but I don't know, I just never did it. And so one of my best friends of 28 years made a $1,000 donation, so she got to pick what tattoo I was getting, and I did give her free rein to be weird and awkward, but she's just too like kind and gentle and sweet, and she couldn't do it. So she gave me the Hobbs I always wanted, holding a flower.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love
So
it.
I feel like I got a little bit off the hook with the tattoo challenge because it ended up being something I wanted anyway.
Well, but you were willing. You
But I was
were
willing.
willing. Uh-huh.
By the way, my very own flesh and blood, my sister Kelly, her suggestion that she was lobbying for was no regrets.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
Yeah, so if Kelly had made the bigger donation, I would be getting no regrets right now.
Well, I think that you'd wear that thing with pride. I'm
I would have. I totally
positive
would
that
have.
you would. Yeah.
I would have equally gone with an awkward, weird tattoo with no problem.
Uh-huh. Yep. So anyways, kudos to you for sure, and for getting a tattoo, and also for leading us on the bug and hot sauce eating brigade, which was actually really fun and gross at the same time.
It was fun and gross.
Yes.
You ever want
Yes.
to know what a bug tasted like? A lightly salted, dehydrated bug? It
Yeah.
mostly tastes like dirt and grit and must. We decided if must was like a flavor, that it would
Yeah.
be one of those bugs. All of them.
Yeah. And I think
I
it's
wouldn't
for
buy a bag of chips that said must on them.
No must.
Uh-huh. And I think that for me, like the texture and the crunch and
Yeah.
just looking into their eyes before I put them in my mouth. But the hot sauce was like balm to my, yucky bug experience, because it was actually pretty delicious, a few of them, and really distracting from the musty flavor, like you said.
Yeah, I would agree. The hot sauce saved the day with the bugs.
It really did, yeah. And now we've decided that we want to do sort of an encore event, Molly and Keith and I, where we actually have a lot more hot sauce on wings. Brandon, you're more than welcome to join us for the Hot Wings Challenge, where we are going to have cold, wet towels nearby to wipe our brow when we begin sweating profusely, milk and bread, all at the ready. So it should be fun, a lot of fun.
I'm in.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm excited.
Maybe.
You like hot sauce?
I do, to an extent. Yes, I do.
Well,
I need it for everything.
yeah, it's funny because Keith kept
Don't worry
saying,
about
okay, this is going to be a lot hotter. And then we would taste it, and it was sort of meh.
Yeah, the hottest ones were the last one, but aside from that one, the other hottest one for me was number 4.
Was that the one with mango?
Yeah.
Yeah, the mango and the peach were definitely, the last one left my mouth with a little bit of heat for a while.
Yeah.
And the mango one was like, okay, that's hot, but it sure didn't get me going at all.
I threw away my first hot sauce last week.
Really?
Yeah. It was so hot.
Wow.
Me or my wife couldn't take it.
What brand was it?
Uh-huh.
I don't remember the brand. It was a ghost pepper relish.
A ghost pepper relish. We'll have to look for that,
It
Sarah,
was
for our
at-
challenge.
It was
Hey, I love it.
Ooh.
It's still there. I saw it.
Grocery outlet brand ghost pepper relish.
Okay, nice. Good
Yeah, if it's got that,
suggestion.
we've got to try it.
Uh-huh.
It's not fun if it's not dramatic, right? If
Well,
you're just like, this is meh, then that's not very fun to watch. If you're sweating and crying and your nose is running, then
yeah.
it's fun to watch.
Well, fortunately, though, we had the super disgusting bugs that gave at least enough of a reaction, so that even though the hot sauce didn't have us, really sweating or anything like that, the bugs were really gross. So that worked out.
It did.
Yeah.
And the hot sauce, there were 2 of them that were solidly hot. And I will have to tell you what I did on the way here that I'm
Yeah.
really glad was not on film.
Oh,
So, do you even want to take a wild guess at what I did?
did you have to pull over to use a bathroom?
No,
Did you burp?
no. I did
Okay,
have to pull over
uh-huh. Did you throw up?
because, no, but do you remember the very good advice that Keith gave?
Oh, not to get the hiccups?
No, to wash our hands when we were finished.
Oh, yeah. So you
So
touched
I
your
forgot
eyes.
to wash my hands, and I had a bit of eyeliner in the corner of my eye.
Oh, no.
And so I reached up and just swiped that eyeliner out of the corner of my eye with my hot sauce inundated finger, and
Mm-hmm.
immediately that same burn of number 10 jumped into my eyeball. And
Oh, no.
I had to pull over and keep my eye closed for I wound up driving here all the way, the rest of the way here with one eye. And every time I started to feel like, oh, I think it's okay because my eye was closed, I would open it and the oxygen hit it, and just like a fire, it would go again.
Wow.
So
Wow.
that was really good advice that Keith gave, and I wish I had listened to it.
Uh-huh. Yes. Yes.
Perfect.
And I'm going to listen to it next time.
That's good. Yeah, I've definitely had that experience when I was cutting jalapenos, and I even did wash my hands, but there was still just enough oil on my finger to give me the same need to close my one eye for a good half an hour.
Yep. Let's not do that again, shall we?
Okay.
Maybe like tomato sauce gets the stink out of, allegedly gets the stink out of skunk spray. Maybe it takes the sting out of hot sauce.
Well, I keep hearing milk, so I was just thinking, what? Could you pour milk in your eye? We'll have to Google it.
I'll try that next time because boy, did that hurt.
Yeah.
Speaking of hurting, the Brandon's tattoos, I don't know if it's just that he's that good or just tattoos don't hurt as much as I remember or anticipation tells you they're going to. But they hurt, but they don't kill. It's just sore, just lightly sore, completely manageable. So I don't even, after the last tattoo, I didn't have any anxiety at all about this one. And
Well, that's good.
That's good.
And it's a little bit, tiny bit sore because it is a needle jabbing in and out of your arm at high speed. But it's really minimal.
That's good.
And it's it's a super good exchange for what you come out with.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love that.
All right. So what haven't we talked about? Talked about books. We talked about we talked about comedy. We haven't talked about movies. Do you get a lot of quotes from books and movies?
Oh, lots of books and movies.
Yeah.
Stuff. Oh yeah, definitely.
Do you have a favorite font you like to use quotes? Do you care?
No, I like the variety of fonts because there are so many these days. So it's always fun to do a different one. So it's always changing.
How small can you get the lettering?
I can get it very small, but the life of the tattoo will be smaller the smaller the tattoo is because it starts to grow when your skin grows, your skin ages, you get in the sun, the whole thing.
And then you have Calvin here.
Yeah, you see his eyes, they blur together, his face, you can't really see.
So
the bigger they are, the longer they'll last. Yeah.
Yeah, the bigger they are, the longer they last. And that's why Calvin has had crossed eyes for 20 years.
Mom's next to Calvin.
Yeah. Look at that.
We will be fixing Calvin up.
Yes. One of my next projects is
Tie that into another tattoo at
the
the same
repair
time.
of Calvin. Yeah. So the next tattoo I get, I'm also going to have the repair of Calvin done at the same time. So Because now Hobbs looks so beautiful. I can't bear to see poor
Well, there you go.
sad Calvin. Okay, so
I
let
love
me
it.
scooch in a little bit closer.
Yeah, let's see
And
it.
how long did that take? We started at 2, so that just barely took over an hour. And I'm sure it would have been a lot faster if I wasn't asking him a million questions and distracting him. And
It looks fabulous.
I
Nice
love
work,
it.
Brandon.
I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the reason
nice
why I
to
got
meet
Calvin,
you.
what's that?
I just said that it was nice to meet him.
Yeah.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet you guys.
Yeah.
And the reason I got Calvin in the first place is because when I was a kid, my childhood nickname was Little Miss Belligerent and Contrary. And
What?
can you believe it? And who is more belligerent and contrary than Calvin?
I think you're the perfect mix of Pollyanna and like, saucy. I wouldn't call you belligerent, but I
well,
like the
I'm a
mix.
lot less belligerent as an adult as I was as a child.
Yeah.
I used to run away from my mama when she was trying to discipline me and make her chase me all over the house and just be the naughty la la poo poo kid. So
I love that, Molly.
yeah, but I grew out of it.
Okay,
so
mostly, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Brandon, is there anything you want to tell us about your work or your shop or your life or anything?
Oh, well, if anyone wants to get tattooed, I'm at the studio in Roseville.
All right.
It's called The Studio.
And I highly recommend him. He's a good dude and he's a great artist and his tattoos barely hurt.
Nice.
But don't come in thinking it's not gonna hurt because then you'll hate me. It does hurt a little bit. I mean, like I said, it's needles poking in and out of your skin. However, okay,
Yeah.
I think we're over our allotment, so we are going to jump off. And thank you so much to Brandon, and I appreciate you for always saying yes. Like every time I ask Brandon to jump in to support some really good cause, he always says yes. So
thank you for supporting our work.
And if you ever need
No
to
problem.
say no, you can do that too.
Of course.
Consent is important.
I'll try.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll see you guys on the other side.
Okay. See you on the other side.
Bye.
Bye. Well, it's just me right now. So Molly is done with her tattoo. I think that Molly's challenges were super fun today. I was not planning on eating bugs with her, but it ended up, I guess I was like, okay, yeah, I can help. And then it ended up being this really fun thing. So I think that she's going to be doing an encore of the Brussels Sprouts Fest, like she had last year. That one of the very last challenges of the year last year. I think she ate like 14 Brussels sprouts, and my daughter ate 1. So a total of 15 were consumed, I believe. And I think that she's going to be going and getting the Brussels sprouts to do the same exercise tonight because it was the most watched event of the entire year last year. We did some silly stuff. I don't think we've done any Getty's challenges today, which we were planning on doing. Maybe we'll do some later. The Getty challenge is when somebody, probably a donor, would pick a piece of art and have, and I think most of them are supposed to actually be from the Getty Museum, but and then you send it to one of us and say, okay, recreate this with all things in your house. And so I dressed up as Rosie the Riveter last year, and Molly was Frida Kahlo. And it was so fun because I don't have a parrot, but she was able to get my dog to sit on her shoulder. So Willow Dog posed as the parrot from Frida Kahlo's self-portrait. And Molly had some artful things that she used to mimic the clothing. And it was just perfect. So I believe, let's see, I also dumped a very cold thing of water over my head first thing in the morning, which, I mean, that doesn't really shock anybody. All of the ice ice bucket challenges that everybody did. Like, okay, you did that. Well, I did that. And what else did we do? Molly, Molly's my favorite to do Big Day of Giving with, because she's just so wild and crazy and so fun. She wanted to try to make her hair look like a mohawk, and she had this really long hair, at least twice as long as it is now. And she decided that she was going to try to make it look like a mohawk with coconut oil. And she did not actually consult me, the former punk rock girl. And I always say that once a punk rock girl, you're sort of always a little bit of a punk rock girl. But if she really wanted to get her mohawk to stand up, all of the punk rockers in the house, we all know it's egg whites, right? So, so if she decided to make another mohawk, then she could use egg whites. But it was so funny because she had her hair absolutely saturated with coconut oil, and the only way to make her hair look like a mohawk was to lay her head on the side and arrange her hair in a mohawk. So she had this very coconut oily hair, mohawk shaped, with, she still had the Frida Kahlo eyebrows and a giant smile. So we did that. And yeah, it's kind of a blur. I imagine that this Big Day of Giving will be a bit of a blur next year too. Some of our things that we won't forget are that we, of course, lost power right before we were supposed to go on Big Day of Giving, because 24 houses had a planned power outage. And I don't think we got notification of that. So Murphy's Law is that our power went out, and we went to our board president's house, Eloise, to continue doing our stream. And all of the power was supposed to be back on by 2 o'clock. And when we checked, there were only 8 houses that still had their power out. And we got here, and the power is still out. So yeah. Anyways, but we've just had a really good time pivoting with the little speed bumps, and continuing to enjoy ourselves and be silly. I really enjoyed Keith's conversation with Greg Proops. What a cool guy. And I definitely watched a lot of Whose Line Is It Anyway when I was younger. And I didn't know that he was in The Nightmare Before Christmas. I did not know that he was Bob the Builder. So that was really, really fun. Yeah, but let's see here. What else? It's hard to talk all by yourself when there's people out there watching. So Keith went through music, and he went through movies and video games. Yeah, when I was younger, I definitely enjoyed going to the arcade. Of course, Pac-Man and, Frogger and all of these other ones. But when I was older, I remember I bought the DVD of Lara Croft Tomb Raider, and it came with a video game disc that I could put into my computer, and I did. And I never would have bought that thing, but I ended up playing that video game nonstop until I finished it. And I loved playing it. My mom would watch me. We worked at home at that time. It was like, it was probably 2001, maybe a long time ago, before people worked from home. And so during my lunch and breaks, I would play this video game, and it stopped at a very important part, and they forced me to buy the video game, those rascals. But I did. I bought the video game and finished it, and I just remember having a great time. So now my own kiddo loves playing video games. She's playing a few of them. Her number one favorite, of course, is Undertale. But she also enjoys Zelda Breath of the Wild. And one of the things that she asks me to do is to watch her play. And I've had moments where I'm like, gosh, I don't want to watch her play. I want to do something else. But when I remember back how much fun it was for me to have my mom watch me and, kind of cheer me on in my video game. So I try. I set a half an hour timer, and I just sit with her and watch. But yeah, other than that, I'm trying to think if I had any other video games. Our board treasurer, he's also a video game blogger, and not blogger, but he has a stream and he plays video games, and that's a thing that he does on the side. And he's so fun. He always puts on costumes and gets really into the part. He also had a small fangirl who asked him to play Undertale on his channel, and he did. And so that was really, really fun. So I guess we're watching video games occasionally again when we watch Jeremy do his thing. So that's really fun. I am actually going to have to jump in the car here in a second to go over to one of the San Juan San Juan Unified School District middle schools, where they are having a small event for partner organizations who have done meaningful work with the kids and families of the district, and they honor them as most valued partners. And we've been honored with that 2000 every year since 2000, and they asked us to come again this year so that they could do the same. And so I will be logging off here in just a minute as soon as Keith rejoins the conversation, and I'll check in with you for a few minutes there. And then we're going to a Sacramento City Unified event right after that, and I'll check in with you there. We're going to be working with families at that event, so for privacy, I'm not going to stay on it for very long. I'll just give a quick shout out, hello, and then we're going to go and help give some vouchers to families who have just recently moved in to their homes and they don't have furniture or clothing. And we have a small grant from Deseret Industries that we get to allocate with these wonderful families. And then after that, we are heading to the old spaghetti factory on Watt and Arden, where we can all hang out in person. Keith is going to continue to entertain us. We're going to have Jenny and Colby and doing trivia, and Priya is going to do some cosplay makeup. And we'll have some cake if you want cake. Otherwise, you can order full dinner if you want, but we have cake. And we'll be there until about 9 o'clock. So I hope that you come. I hope that people come and join us for that. It's okay. And yeah, it's been really nice spending some time with you. So I hope that I can't actually tell if there's people online on this particular feed. I'm not sure how I signed into it. So I don't know if there's anyone there right now with me or not, but I suspect that there most likely is a few people and listening to us just chat all day about our work and having this really cool fundraising opportunity that we've been doing. So yeah, that was, the other thing I really enjoyed today too was potting succulents with Eloise. That was really, really cool. So she's got them all packaged up now so that she can go ahead and deliver them to the folks that donated through her personal fundraiser on the page. So I don't think we have Wi-Fi still. I'm so sorry. I need to probably get in the car as soon as I can. Yeah. Let me leave you with that charger and that cord. Here we go. So that it's so funny. I plugged a device in there and I was watching it. I'm like, why isn't it charging? And it's not charging because we still don't have power. So that would be why. Oh, okay. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Some water. Is this the water you gave me?
And this was mine. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and leave here and head out to. Will you message me the link that we're supposed to go into on my phone? And then when I get to the event, I'm going to check in for like 5 minutes and kind of go from there. Do you want to talk a little more about video games and stuff?
Sure.
Okay.
Um, okay, so I'll text you.
Okay.
Do I have your phone number?
You can put it in the Facebook Messenger if you want, or I can text you
Oh, I'll just Facebook it.
my phone. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, hello. It's just again. I'm gonna be frozen from like the link. All right, I'm back. So, we ended up back at the house with no power. Hopefully it comes on any minute. But I have there we go. I got a battery backup to keep my phone going. And whatever happens, we will just roll with it. So, all right. Anyone got any questions? So we, in our comedy of errors today, in our list of things that went silly, there was confusion with Greg Proops. And so he came on, he thought he was on a 2 when Aaron Carnes was supposed to be on, so we had to swap them. But Aaron was willing to roll with it, as long as we asked Greg if he liked ska. Aaron is a good sport. And so I will still chat with Aaron, I guess closer to 5. So in the meanwhile, I will keep an eye on the power and hope that we get electricity back again soon. Of all the days to have the power go out, as we've said many times, the timing of that was somewhat hilarious. So, but we are 15 hours in, 15 and a half. We've only got, what, 8.5 hours to go. We have one regular work day to go, and then we are done. So, just trying to decide what to talk about too. They have guinea pigs, and so I'm sitting there listening to the hilarious noises that they make. Their little whoop, 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 whoop. So, please don't mind me eating while I talk. So I have been going since midnight with 2 naps now. I got nap number 2. And I did conk out pretty quickly. The dogs wanted my attention, but then they settled down and took a nap with me. So let's see what we've done today. Chatting with Greg Proops was definitely a highlight. That was fun. And he is a very nice guy. I've gotten to work with him, as I said, a couple of times over the years. And he has always been really great to work with. Generous and friendly. And then, I was sure that hot sauce kit was gonna be much more intense than it was, but it really wasn't too bad. But I just had little dabs of hot sauce on popsicle sticks. I did not have bugs. We think we'll do it again sometime with I'll get some vegan buffalo wings, breaded cauliflower or something. So I wonder how much we have raised so far. I imagine Molly is probably on her way back here, and then I can ask her when she gets here. So the hard part now for me, I think that last nap didn't so much rest me as remind me, my body. And now I just want more. But pushing on through it. So, and this is our first time doing this. I think that we'll do a lot more streaming, not 24-hour streaming, but live streaming stuff in the future. Like we're talking about doing the cooking with the kindness campaign. But I think that in the future, we will, if we do this particular project again, we will have it more scheduled, more stuff, more guests, more breaks for me. I'll divide the time with other people more. And then publish a schedule ahead of time to let people kind of choose what they want to participate in, what they want to see, what they don't want to miss. But for how quickly we had to put this together, I'm all right. I think we've done well. So, and I definitely saw some good donations come in. So, all right, Jenny always says Molly's perfect about Molly's tattoo of Hobbes to go with her Calvin. I can't wait to see it. I was napping as they finished it, so I have not yet gotten to peep the tattoo. So I will look forward to seeing that. As we wait for Molly and or Sarah to make their way here. So, all right. So I'm going to freeze, but you'll hear me as I real quick go. Okay, sorry, blinked out there for a minute. So, all right. Dog's barking at something. I don't think it's Molly arriving back yet. That was very cool that the tattoo was donated. People are so generous when they're, even the Lyft ride that I got over here, he said that he would donate the let's see. All right. So I'm watching for Molly to jump in with me here. I think that's what she was doing. All right. Okay, so I'm just waiting on Molly. I think she's gonna be joining me in a minute here, if I understand correctly. And I am at Sarah's house that, amazingly enough, is still without power. It was a planned outage, and there are still, I think, 8 houses out, and wouldn't you know it, of course, hers is one of them. So it feels like winning the lottery, but a bad luck lottery. So, but at least we've got cell phone signal, so we can keep something going and fill this. Dead air. I am so tired. I went and took a nap, and I don't think it helped. I think I'm having trouble coming back out of it. So, yeah, I think Molly is supposed to be joining me soon. Let me see. Oh, there she is. Okay. So I'm going to add her to the stage. Hello.
Hello there.
All right. And then
I hear you're getting a little punch drunk over there.
I went and I took a nap while you were getting tattooed, and I don't think I'm doing very good at waking up from it.
Oh, yeah. Waking up from naps is not easy when you've been up like how many hours now?
Well, since midnight. So, although more than that, because at midnight I had already been up since 6 previous evening or morning. So, yeah. Let me find layout and make it so that we're side by side.
Okay, I am going to real quickly turn on my navigation because I don't actually know how to get home from here. And then all my attention will be on the stream. Where's my navigation? I don't even know. Hey Siri. No. All right.
You know what I should do is I'll probably do much better at this if I go get my glasses so that I can actually see.
Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, it's my turn to go. Let me just get. Whoops. There we go.
Okay.
All right, I'm about 27 minutes away. I'll be there at 4:09. And if you hear in the background, that's my navigation.
Okay. And then I am going to go to layout, put us on. There we go.
All right. So,
how's your arm feel?
It's mildly sore. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to convey to anyone that tattoos like don't hurt and then have them go and it really hurts, because it does hurt. But you know, almost like childbirth, it is the pain that you.
Up. She blinked out. And that's the hazard when you're driving. Sad the signal can go in and out. But,
Say that
hey,
one
there
more
you
time.
are.
Somebody was trying to ring in and it blocked you.
Oh, that's what did that. Okay.
Yes.
I just saw you just blinked out. So you were comparing it to childbirth.
Okay, but not really. Like to a much lesser degree. It's only like childbirth in the fact that it's a pain that you forget, and then within 20 minutes you're thinking of your next tattoo.
Yeah. Is that what happened? You had a baby and then 20 minutes later you were thinking of your next baby?
I had a baby 23 years ago, and that was the last baby. I have a much better track record with tattoos than with babies.
So that was, please tell me the name of the artist and their shop again.
His name is Brandon Klingen. He's also on Facebook as Brandon Anthony. I always call him Brandy, and he lets me because he's sweet and he's just chill like that. But yeah, he's Brandon Klingen, and he is at the Studio Tattoos and Art Gallery in Roseville on Vernon Street.
Hmm.
And their gallery is just, I mean, their entire location is just really beautiful. It's got cool artwork in there and really comfy plush purple chairs, and it's super clean, and the people are really nice and very easy and super supportive and not pushy about like, just relax. You know, if
Right.
someone's feeling hesitant, they just like give you the time and space to like warm up to the idea. They're awesome.
So Vernon is, that's Roseville, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's my old stomping grounds. I used to be a cable access television producer on Main Street.
Oh, wow.
Main Street dead ends in Old Sacramento into the old firehouse. And the old firehouse was our, that was our building where we did cable access, where I learned video production. And I was talking earlier about editing on tape to tape.
Editing tape to tape.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You'd
I've
enter
never
in your
edited
start
tape to
point and
tape.
your out point and hit the button, and then it would do it for you. We thought that was such advanced, amazing technology, you know, at that time.
Yeah. Yeah, in iMovie, it's so easy. Like, if someone gives me a video with audio and they don't want to have the video shown, you can just like push a button and it separates the audio from the video. I mean, it's not that simple. There is a little bit of, you know, a skill to it, but not a skill that you can easily learn it on Google. I Googled everything. I Googled and YouTubed how to do everything, and it's super easy when you do it that way. So yeah, it's push of a button and it does it all.
And now with the AI, you won't even have to push the button. You'll just tell it what you want.
Just tell it what to do.
And it'll do it
I
for
did
you.
try to make an AI video just because I was making a video and I couldn't find a video clip that I wanted. And so I was like, let me try this AI. And so I asked for what I wanted. I was very descriptive. And what came out of it was not what I asked for. And nobody had like the proper number of fingers. And it was actually a little bit distressing. I was like, I do not want to go.
Well, I would,
this way.
as long as we're on the subject of AI, I would very highly recommend the art show that is at the Crocker right now.
Yeah.
By an AI artist who does this wonderfully collaborative, strange stuff using AI.
Yeah, Leslie posted a couple of our joint friend Leslie, the lovely Leslie Stair. She joined, she posted some pictures from the Crocker of participating in that exhibit a couple of occasions. So she liked to go back.
I really did. Yeah, we get a membership there, so we may go back again also. It's nice to be able to just go anytime and to be able to take the girls.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's nice. I went to the last exhibit I went to at the Crocker was by a sort of like subversive magazine. It was one of their art mix nights, and I can't remember the name of the magazine, but it was all very modern and avant-garde and funky, and super cool. And I moved to Chico, so I don't get back for as many of them as I would like.
It wasn't Juxtaposed, was it?
What's that?
It wasn't Juxtaposed magazine, was it?
You know, that sounds right. That may have been it. I can't remember
So
exactly.
I went to there's a psychedelic art gallery in Grass Valley. And I went and saw Shane Moss at the Crest do his psychedelic comedy show. And just by coincidence, it was sponsored by this gallery in Grass Valley, and we were going to be in Grass Valley the next night seeing Rufus Wainwright. So we went ahead and they opened the gallery just for us, which made us feel very special. And we got a little tour, and it was super cool.
That's so cool. Yeah, I'm being an art major is probably not surprising that I love galleries. And
Yeah.
I love the big museums like the Crocker, but I love just like funky little galleries that have like, 20 paintings in there. And
Yeah.
they're really fun. And a lot of the times you can actually chat with the artist and talk to them about their process and their inspirations, and they're happy to talk to you. And yes, of course, they want you to buy something, but once they recognize that you probably aren't, you're more of an observer than a purchaser, then they just kind of relax into it and have a perfectly lovely conversation with you until someone walks through the door that looks like they might buy something.
Right. Then they got to tell you, pardon me, got to go make that money.
Yep. And that's totally fair. If they didn't even say goodbye and just left like a cloud of dust in front of me, I would be fine with it, because
Right.
poor starving artists need to make their money.
And you've got art to look at, so you're good.
What's that?
And there's art to look at, so you're good.
Yes. Yep. We went to a little gallery in, I think it was it St. Helena? I can't remember those teeny tiny little towns right around Napa. And the gallery was super interesting. The owner and the artist, it was all of his work inside of there, and it was, 3-dimensional. It was painting, sculptures, everything. He did a little bit of everything. But there was one particular feature that was heavily represented in a number of his pieces that wasn't the average thing that you might find hanging in a person's house. And I'm just enough of a 12-year-old boy to still giggle at those sorts of things and take pictures
Right.
of it and send them to my friends and be like, look what I saw, look what I found. But they were actually quite lovely pieces, just not for everybody to have in their house.
Yeah. Have you heard of Meow Wolf in
I have.
Las Vegas?
The donor, my friend Jaya, who donated the $1,000, she just was on a vacation in, I think it's Santa Fe, and went to it with her son, and she said it was amazing.
So I didn't realize there was one in San Jose. I know the Vegas.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Santa Fe. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd love to go check that out.
Yeah. Yeah, she said it was like just a really cool sensory, like super alive, vibrant, amazing experience.
Yeah.
And those are the kinds of things I love.
What do you think of like immersive Van Gogh show doing? Were there?
You're glitching. You're like Max Headroom right now.
Okay.
Say that for me one more time.
What do you think of the like immersive Van Gogh exhibits?
I went to it and I really enjoyed it. It's just, it's, I think a lot of people were complaining about it because they wanted it to be more than what it was. I mean, it's Van Gogh paintings projected on the walls and ceilings and with lovely music. And if you want it to be like the most profound thing that's ever happened to you, you're going to be disappointed. But if you want to enjoy some like just really lovely imagery surrounding you with a super peaceful, beautiful music, and the paintings do just tell a little bit of a story if you know Van Gogh's story. So personally, I really enjoyed it. It was too short. It only took about 20 minutes to cycle through the whole thing. So I wanted to stay for a second and probably even a third time. But the group I was with were like, that's good. Let's go to lunch.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hey, look, it's Sarah.
Hi. Yeah. So right now, I don't know. Can you see that? right now,
Yep.
there we go. Right now we're at the Most Valued Partner event with San Juan Unified School District. And it's really amazing, you guys. Every single parking spot in all of the school parking lots is full. So I had to park a little bit away and walk. And do you know why that's amazing? That's amazing because there are so many community partners that really show up for these kids. So many that they filled the entire parking lot. And
That's great.
yeah, and so we're numbered among the community organizations that show up in a meaningful way for San Juan Unified kids and families and even the staff. So I'm going to be heading in a minute, and I don't want to be disruptive at the meeting, but I just wanted to really express gratitude at being honored in this way. This is the 4th year in a row that we've been given this distinction, and there's actually a red carpet over here, you guys.
Oh my
I'm going
God.
to see if I can show you really quick. They've got their San Juan Unified mobile. I wish I could pivot. I guess they've got their mobile truck, their family and community engagement truck, all set up here, and I'll show you. So there's the truck, and
Okay.
there's the red carpet. So I am going to log off so that I can head inside, but I just wanted to give a quick hello, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Sarah,
Yeah.
Sarah, can you tell us just really quickly, what does most valued partner mean? What does that mean to Sacramento Kindness Campaign? How do we get that designation?
Well, so we worked really hard with the district to find a way that that their staff could let families with children who have been identified as unhoused on campus know that we have these services available to them. You know, we have had in past years, and we're really hoping to get more funding for this district too. But yeah, and you know, to do it in a way that their legal department felt really comfortable with, and we've been able to help, I think, like 30 families in the district here, and it's just been a real blessing. So yeah, that's what it means. So I'm gonna log off and head inside.
Okay.
And I hope how does your tattoo feel?
It feels fine. I was telling Keith, I pregnancy and then fuzzed out, and so that just was left hanging there. And of course, it doesn't compare in terms of levels of pain. However, it is the pain that you forget 20 minutes after it's done when you're planning for the next
I love
one.
that.
So yeah, so it feels fine. It's great.
Good. Awesome. Okay, well, I'll check in with you guys again in a bit.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay. I think Keith probably either got glitched out or fell asleep and is drooling all over the buttons on his keyboard, and it shorted out his laptop, and you're left with me. And I have no idea if anyone is on with us or not, but if so, welcome to our live stream. I am an employee of Sacramento Kindness Campaign, and today is the big day of giving. We are raising money to support our work with unhoused children and their families in Sacramento County. And our goal for today is a big one. It's $10,000. We raised nearly $7,000 last year, and it doesn't feel like that big of a stretch, especially since we have got several smaller matching pledges, and also we have 2 $1,000 matching pledges. So what that means is if you donate the minimum of $10, it gets doubled to $20. And if you donate $50, it turns it into $100. And the first match, the first $1,000 has already been matched out and is exhausted, but we are now into the second $1,000. And we do not want to leave any of that money on the table. it goes to provide emergency shelter, food assistance, transportation assistance, basic needs support, to remove barriers, barriers being things like a car repair, car registration, outstanding tickets, things that keep your car off the road, that can keep you from being able to get to a job, that can keep you from being able to get into a house. So it's a vicious cycle. So yeah, that is what your money can provide for a family. It costs approximately $3,000 to take a family from unhoused to permanently and sustainably housed. That's an approximation. Some families it costs more, some less, but it averages out to about $3,000. And that's because every single family is unique and has different needs. And our approach to that is to create an individualized family roadmap for every single person, every single client that we work with. So we do not apply a one-size-fits-all blanket approach to homelessness. It is just serving the one in front of us. And that's how the homelessness problem is going to be solved, is one family at a time, based on their individual needs and individual circumstances. And so yeah, we'd love your assistance. We do have grants. We write a lot of grants. Some of them we get, some of them we don't. Some of them we have for a couple of years, and then they themselves run out of funding to fund us further. And sometimes it takes a little while for a grant that we've been approved for to get funded. So in between those times, we rely on our recurring donors and fundraisers and things like Big Day of Giving to sustain us during those moments. So we don't have to stop helping families between grants funding. So if you'd like to support our work, we would be delighted to have you in any amount. Like I said, $10 is the minimum. We're thrilled with $10 donations. It adds up. And so I think that's all there is to say about that for now. We have been live for 16 hours. The wonderful Keith Lowell Jensen, who is a local comedian, has borne the bulk of the entertainment on here. He was live by himself from midnight to I think 6 a.m. and then we've been jumping in and out with some different activities. He had a conversation with the comedian Greg Proops, who is one of my favorites from a show, Whose Line Is It Anyway? You probably have heard of. And I just learned myself that he is was the voice of Bob the Builder. So, that's superstar territory for like the, 5 and under set. And he was a voice. He did voices for Phantom Menace and for The Nightmare Before Christmas. So he's a super interesting dude. And at 5 o'clock, so in about an hour, we have the author of In Defense of Ska. And I don't have my paperwork in front of me right now, but I do believe, with my 52-year-old memory, I do believe his name is Aaron Carnes. And he was gracious enough to allow us to bump him from his 1 o'clock slot to 5 when there was some confusion over time zones and someone appearing from Nebraska. So thank you, Aaron, for allowing us to do that. We're looking forward to hearing you and Keith chat at 5 o'clock. Okay, so it's still just me, and I guess I'll just talk about books, because Keith spent a bit of time talking about books last night, and I was listening, but I was busy, so I didn't get to jump in. So now I'll just respond to what he was saying. So he mentioned he was reading the Parable of the Sower, and I think he said he read the book after that too, by Octavia Butler. And I read Kindred not long ago, which is also by Octavia Butler. I have not gotten to the Parable of the Sower yet, but Kindred was fantastic. And I discovered her back in February of last year because it was Black History Month, and I saw a challenge to choose books by people of color, and I thought that was a fantastic idea, and that's really something that I need to do, not just in February but all year round, and I have taken pains to do that, to broaden and enrich my reading repertoire, and just have a sampling of women and men and people of all ages and races and cultures, and yeah, it's really enriched my reading experience. So I highly recommend Kindred by Octavia Butler, and Keith highly recommends Parable of the Sower by the same. So put that on your TBR. And what else? Another one of my favorites was Deacon King Kong. Yeah, that's it. Deacon King Kong by James McBride. There's one caveat when I talk about books is I love reading, and I read across genres, and I read a lot, and I really enjoy them. I'm super in the moment, and then after I read the following book, I forget everything that happened. So I'm not great at details after the fact, but I can tell you how the book made me feel, and I probably won't remember the name of the main character, but I can tell you if I loved it or hated it or felt meh about it, and if I recommend it. So let's see, what else did he talk about? He talked about The Stand and when he got sick. And I also have a Stand story, which is when I was about 12, and my mom and dad had a grown-up bookshelf, and I had exhausted everything I had checked out from the library and my own stash of books, so I went trolling on their bookshelf and pulled off The Stand and read the back, and of course it sounded terrifying and amazing, and it just was too much allure, even though I knew I was probably not the target age for this book. And I read it cover to cover as fast as I could while keeping it hidden so nobody would know I was reading it. And it was not aimed for 12-year-olds, but it just blew my mind. It was, nobody really writes a character like Stephen King. And, he has his passionate defenders, his dear readers, and he's got his super harsh critics. And I think he probably deserves both. I have not been a fan of many of the endings of books that I absolutely loved. And there have been some books that one of my first DNFs was a Stephen King. DNF is did not finish, by the way. And I only started DNFing once I was past 50 because, I'm on the dark side of the hill now, and I have less time rather than more, and my TBR is way too big to waste time on books that I'm not enjoying. So I can't remember off the top of my head what the name of the book was, but it was hello.
Hello, my phone overheated.
Oh no! Well, don't worry. I have been literally talking nonstop without taking a breath. I have no idea if I was talking to anybody or just to myself. But it was
Yeah,
fun.
that was me between midnight and 6, so I feel you.
Yeah. I was just talking about Stephen King and how he has his, well, what I was doing was giving you the answers that I wanted to say last night when I was listening to you talk about books, but too busy to respond. So,
Okay.
so I talked about Octavia Butler again, and then I was talking about how my introduction to Stephen King was when I was 12 years old. I snuck it off of my parents' bookshelf, and I was not the target age group for that book, and it opened my eyes to a lot of things.
And which book was it?
The Stand.
The Stand. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are particular things, you know, I read it again as an adult, and I was like, wow, a lot of this really didn't connect when I was 12. But I remember one really super visceral scene, which I think is one of the reasons I love Stephen King so much, is he can like create almost a movie image in your brain that's just burned in there as if you saw it in a movie. And it was a scene where there was like a motorcycle riding guy and a woman he picked up along the way, and they were sleeping in a tent, and he got sick and vomited and choked on his vomit in his sleep and died. And it was like super descriptive of her finding him with the vomit, and I just was like, oh, okay, I did not know things like this could happen. So I learned a lot. And I never sleep on my back if I feel like I might throw up.
So, you know, that book may have saved your life.
Yes. Yeah, so what I was saying was that he has his like passionate defenders and then his super loud critics. And I think both are fair and have valid points, because he's ruined several books that I absolutely loved with just tortured endings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I get the criticism, but I will always defend him. I think he's a genius. I don't think anyone writes a character like Stephen King.
Yeah. He has certainly written some brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
And I remember when, before we entered this era of school shooting,
Keith, I'm sorry to say
young man.
You're glitching out again.
I don't know if it's not for everyone or if it's for you because your signal is weak. I'm not sure if it's me or you.
It could be me. I don't know. Is the power?
But did you ever?
On?
Yeah.
Oh, bummer.
Did you ever read his book Rage? That was one of the Bachman books. I think it wasn't one of the Bachman books. Now I'm not sure.
I think it was one of the Bachman books, and I don't think I've actually read any of the Bachman books.
Oh, that's my favorite of his.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
I'll check it out. And what I think The Long Walk was a Bachman book.
The Long Walk, The Body, was The Body one, or was The Body different seasons? I get them mixed up.
No, The Body was a novella in a collection, and I think it was different seasons. Yeah.
Okay. So, Roadwork, The Long Walk, Rage, Running Man. I think that's your Bachman books. And
okay,
I think Misery was supposed to be, but his identity got found out before it came out.
Oh, I think that was probably fortuitous, because otherwise Misery would have made Richard Bachman really, really famous.
Oh, so good.
It really is so good. And it's one of those that the movie is really good too.
What's funny is when I finished reading the book, I said to my dad, if they get the right two actors, this is going to be the best movie.
Yeah.
And boy, did they.
Boy, did they.
James Caan and Kathy Bates.
Yep. Did she get an Oscar nomination for that?
You know, I don't remember. Seems like she deserved one.
Yeah, I think she did.
I feel like my phone is getting hot again.
Okay.
I'm not really sure what to do. I actually stuck it in the fridge last time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I unplugged it. Maybe it was because it's charged at the top, but I think streaming just takes a lot out of it.
Yeah, if you need to jump off and save the heat, I'm fine with babysitting the feed for a little bit. I'm almost there. I'll be back in the house in probably like 10 minutes.
Okay.
I would have been nearly there already, except for I was talking and we already established I can't multitask, and I drove past my turn.
My
So-
Lyft time drove this morning.
I'm taking the scenic.
All right, I'm gonna jump off because I feel the phone.
Okay, I'll see you shortly.
All right.
Okay, so I still have no idea if there are any people watching because I'm not on my laptop where I can see if there are any viewers. So I'm just going to, rather than if there are, treat you to me just staring ahead. I'm going to presume that there are viewers and just leak noise for your entertainment or your time spent. I'm not going to presume entertain, but it's entertaining. So what is next to talk about? Oh, what are we doing tonight? So we have an actual in-person event coming up this evening from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock at the Old Spaghetti Factory on Arden, not on Arden, it's on Watt in the Arden area. And we're in the little side room, so if you show up there, you can just ask for Sacramento Kindness Campaign, and they'll direct you to where we're set up. And Keith is going to be doing a comedy show, a stand-up set at 6:30, and then we have a little trivia slash, it's a pop culture trivia slash comedy show. And it's only comedy because Jenny and Colby, who are hosting the trivia show, are hilarious. So it's like comedy trivia game. And then right after them at 8 o'clock, Jenny's daughter Priya is going to be doing a cosplay tutorial. So how to do makeup for cosplay. And before that, we are also going to be talking at 5 o'clock with Erin Carnes, who is the author of In Defense of Ska. So that would be the music genre that we're talking about. And Keith has an abundance of ska puns, like dad joke territory. They're fantastic and terrible in equal measure. And I am taking the scenic route home, and thank goodness for Google. Otherwise, I might run out of gas before I ever got there. Okay, so what else can we talk about? Oh, we are also, if you show up tonight to the Old Spaghetti Factory, we will give you a piece of ice cream cake. And if that's not reason to like leave your house and drive miles and miles and miles away, I don't know what is. A Baskin Robbins ice cream cake? I would drive for that. And we'll try our best to entertain you. And you can do your best to help us raise funds to continue serving unhoused children and their families in Sacramento County. So what your donation provides is emergency shelter and a safe hotel, and food assistance and transportation assistance, basic needs support, and burial removal. So that can include any number of things that pop up in a family's life that are barriers to them being able to get permanently housed. Sometimes it's that they can't do their delivery driving job like Uber or Lyft or DoorDash because they have expired tags and they can't afford to pay the outdated registration fee. So they aren't earning money, which they need to pay for the registration fee and to pay for rent and a deposit. And it's a vicious cycle. So we can remove those sorts of barriers. And we also give them advocacy through the supportive services network. So we help them to get through we just help them navigate the pathway to permanent housing. And that looks different for every person. Sometimes it's through the DHA, sometimes it's through the Section 8. It can look a lot of different ways because every family is different. I managed to find like the one place that is like really terrible to get out of here. Okay. And I'm taking the scenic route home because I don't actually know this area that well, and so I missed my turn, and now I am lost in. Well, I was lost in a neighborhood, but I just turned back onto a main street that I recognize. So I will shortly be back home and hanging out with Keith. I hope he's getting a little bit of a nap while I'm on the phone, babysitting the stream. So I just came from getting a tattoo, and when I was 18 years old, I got a tattoo of Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes, and I've wanted to get a Hobbes to go along with him ever since I was 18, and I just never got around to it. And so today we had a challenge that the highest donator got to choose my tattoo, and it just so happened that my dear lovely bestie from high school of 28 years, Miss Jaya Zimmerman Kaufman, donated $1,000 match, so that every dollar you donate, she doubles with her match. And so she was by far the biggest donator, so she got to pick my tattoo. And despite the fact that I gave her free rein to get weird and to make it awkward, she just is not that kind of gal. And so she picked Hobbes to go complete my Calvin. And she wanted to add a little flower to it. So I happily am now the proud owner of a Hobbes carrying a red tulip to match Calvin's shirt. But now Calvin looks so pitifully sad next to this bright, beautiful Hobbes with like perfect clarity, that it's a little sad looking at poor old Calvin. So when I get my next tattoo from Brandon, he's gonna touch up Calvin at the same time, so he looks a little bit less sad. So I've never had a tattoo redone and cleaned up before, so we'll see how that works out. All right, I'm finally at long last approaching home, and home base, I should say, being Sarah's house. And then we'll check in with Keith and see what he's got going on. And in about 36 minutes, we will be chatting, Keith will be chatting with the author of In Defense of Ska. And I think that should be pretty interesting. He looks like an interesting character. All right. We are here. So now I'm going to awkwardly carry you. You're going to have to stick with me while I grab my stuff out of the car. And I have no idea what you're going to end up seeing, if it's going to be shots of my feet while I'm doing this. So sorry about that. I apologize ahead of time for my terrible skills. Just going to leave those for now. All right. So we are back home. And let's see, Keith talked about music. I guess I can talk about music too. Well, it's the same way I like a lot of genres in books. I like music that way too. So I like a little bit of everything. Oh, hello. The doggies are here. And that includes the much maligned country music. I'm into it. Hello.
Hello.
I'm here.
The stream is still live.
The stream is still live.
It's like we're carrying the Olympic torch.
Right?
We have to keep it alive.
We've got to keep it alive. I have to be a statue for a minute so the dogs don't find me interesting. Bear with me.
Yeah, they're bored of me already, luckily. Hi, guys.
Oh, they're interested in the tattoo. Okay.
Awesome.
It's not as easy being on your phone as it is on the laptop when you don't have to be mindful of not showing them 5 minutes of your armpit while you're trying to get your stuff out of the car. So I am further impressed by how you were able to do that. Yes, hello. We have a little helper here. This is Rosie. Oops. Rosie, say hello. I can't get you in the frame. And that's Willow. That's her daughter. All right. Yeah, on the phone, you can't tell if there's anybody in there. So I just keep talking as if it is.
Oh, you don't have the little two up in the corner, I do.
You do? No, I don't have the two. Oh, maybe because you started it?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's me and you or if that's two people, but we'll pretend it's two unique people. Okay, so now what? I exhausted Stephen King. I exhausted, well, can you ever really exhaust Stephen King? I'm sure there's plenty more to say. Keith, are you a horror reader in general?
Hey, no. Hey, come on.
Oh, down you go, Willow.
Come on. There you go.
That's
Willow.
good.
Stay down there. Good dog. I'm trying to get back in. I'm not like a big horror reader, but I have really enjoyed the Stephen King that I have read. And I want to write a horror novel next. So I was saying in the wee hours of the morning, I'm probably going to read Carrie, because for some reason I never have read Carrie.
Yeah.
We got the echo. There we go. So, yeah, if you could lower your volume.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's feeding back into my microphone. We may have to be in separate rooms. We'll see.
I can turn it all the way down too, because I'm close enough to you to hear.
But yeah, so I read The Shining. Scared the hell out of me, and I really enjoyed reading it.
Oh yeah, I love The Shining.
There's a scene in The Shining with the topiary that they just couldn't capture in the movie. The shrub maze just wasn't the same.
Yeah, I know. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I'm gonna move out of the sunny spot because it is sweaty right there. Yeah, so like last year sometime, I don't remember how I came across the book, but it was a book called Winterset Hollow by a man named John
I always mix up the last two names, John Durham Edwards or John Edwards Durham. And he, I think it was just the cover is what got me, because it's just the outline of a rabbit's head, looking forward, and it has like wheat growing out of its eye sockets to the side, and I just had to know what that was all about, so I bought the book, and it is a really incredible book. That is about a children's, like a beloved children's book author who wrote this like sort of a Wind in the Willows-esque kind of series of books with these talking animals, and it's like beloved by all, and all of these young adults have these really fond memories of these animal characters, and it's a big part of their lives. And so the author lived on this like remote island, and he died. And so these young adults are now making pilgrimages back to his island because they want to like see, where their favorite book was written, and they've been invited on this tour. And anyway, and things go amiss like they are wont to do in horror novels. And it's unique. And it's unexpected, and it's really literary. I mean, it's the man has a way with a turn of phrase, and it's really like emotionally, like, I mean, it really dives into like grief and trauma, and it's beautiful, which I wasn't expecting. So anyway, he recommended a book called Winter's Myths by another independent horror author named Gage Greenwood. And so I thought, well, he probably has pretty good taste, having written this awesome book.
Right.
And so I went and read it, and it blew my mind. It's just like probably the most inventive horror novel I've ever read, which is sort of post-apocalyptic with elements of horror and a lot of other stuff going on in it too. It's also creature feature. Also, it's like a mixed bag of genres, and it has the most incredible invented mythology, like of recent time that I can think of, where this man Winter is telling his two daughters this, like he's spinning this myth for them to explain, because they come from like an underground colony and they've never been top world. And when they get up to top world, it's dystopian. There's no one left. Nobody knows why. That's part of what they'll explain. But as they're going through this world and discovering things like flushing toilets and CDs, he's spinning these like amazing myths to explain what these objects are, what they're used for, how they came to be. And that's why it's called Winter's Myths. And part of this mythology that he's spinning involves a like a bunch of demigods who are led by Kevin Bacon and Miley Cyrus. So Kevin Bacon is like he's like the Lord of them all. And
okay, wait. So this isn't a movie. So Kevin Bacon is a character in this novel.
He's a character in this book.
As is Miley Cyrus.
Yes. And
Wild.
as is an ice giant version of Abraham Lincoln. So
Oh
I'm
my
actually
gosh.
dying for this to be a movie. I have tried to find Kevin Bacon's address. I bought an extra copy of the book so that I could mail it to Kevin Bacon and beg him to read it and make it into a movie and play himself. But I can't find out where to send it. Do you know Kevin Bacon? How many degrees of separation are you?
Oh yeah, I'm not sure. Kevin? Yeah, he didn't answer. But I tried.
I got pretty close in that it was not close at all, because my cousin has been an extra on 2 of the Guardian of the Galaxy movies, including the Christmas movie, which Kevin Bacon was also in, and they shared a hairdresser on set, and she stood about 20 feet away from him in one scene. But, that was not close enough.
It's closer than me.
Closer to me too.
As my phone is already starting to heat up again, and at 5 o'clock
Wow.
I'm supposed to interview Aaron. I wonder if Spaghetti Factory and see if they would let us in
Okay.
the room and we can use our laptops in there.
Yeah, why not? Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to stay on your phone, or
Yeah.
even in the car you could pass me your phone?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So
That works.
I'm
I'll probably pass you my phone because, like I said, I wound up taking the extremely long route because I kept missing my turns. So, and no one wants to see that. They already saw enough of Sarah's like neighborhood byways. Okay, so do you think we should just show up there? Should we call them? What do you think we should do?
Let's just
Show up.
I would say let's just show up.
Yeah, I
What
mean,
do
what's
you
the likelihood that they're going to have anyone in that room when we're going to be arriving?
Because we're going to be an hour early.
Yeah, well, that is pretty early, but I think that's okay.
Yeah, and you know, I'll order
You know-
some spaghetti.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll eat there too. I'll order. We'll ask them to set us up in the room, and I'll order my dinner because I'm ready to eat something other than bugs and hot sauce.
How's your
And-
stomach?
Fine.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, my arm is fine. My stomach is fine. Let's see it.
Oh, it looks great.
But
Can
now
I-
you,
Can I smack
Yeah.
it? Or?
yeah, it doesn't hurt. But now you can clearly see how badly Calvin needs the touch up.
I
It
was
makes
thinking
me
that when
sad.
you were doing it, I was like, what do you do when your tattoos are such different ages?
Yeah, you have to get it fixed up because he's like cross-eyed.
And
He's
did he say anything about what he would do to fix Kelvin?
No, so he said to remind him to do that touch up because it made him sad to see it after
Yeah.
the beautiful Hobbs is sitting next to him.
And did you have Calvin done at the proper shop?
I did, but he was I did not do any research beforehand, and he was pretty new to the game. I think he said it's been since I was 18, but I'm pretty sure he said for a month. He was wrong, and he took in no time for that, and he's gotten his cross-eyed problem has gotten worse with time. But I'm gonna say he was always cross-eyed from the start.
Calvin?
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
I didn't know if you meant Calvin or the tattoo artist.
Oh no, Calvin. Yeah, Calvin. I definitely would not comment upon somebody's struggle with vision impairment. Absolutely. But Calvin is another story. I will mock Calvin all day long because he is sad, just sad. I mean, my Calvin tattoo. All right.
I introduced my daughter to Calvin Hobbs.
It really is magical
Yes, but
and naughty.
know, some naive part of me thought that maybe she would relate to Hobbs more
No,
and emulate Hobbs. But
no,
well,
that was very Pollyanna of you.
why would I think that? Would you be
So
quiet?
the battery is going low, so we'll plug it in when we get to the car.
Okay. Oh yeah. So yours looks very different
Oh, okay.
than mine.
Oh, you know what?
What kind of phone are you on?
I am on the iPhone 15.
And are you on through your browser?
Yes.
Okay.
That made me go through my browser. I tried to download that, hit that link, and it said I had to like do all these crazy things or go on the browser. Oh, this is what's bad. So, there is one hiccup,
Uh-oh.
which is that maybe I'll drop you off at Spaghetti Factory because I gotta go get the cakes.
Oh, okay.
So is that okay with you if I drop you off there and then grab the cakes and come right back?
Yeah, well, let's go see.
Okay. So I've got my computer, I've got my cord. You've got your computer, your cord.
What I want to know is
Got these things.
who is the ridiculous person whose idea it was to stream for 24 hours straight? Because
You know, whoever he is.
they should be punished.
Yeah, I think we should order another bag of bugs, pour it in a bowl, fill it with milk, soy milk, of course, and feed it to him.
Or hear me out. We could make him eat spaghetti with mushroom sauce.
Oh, that sounds terrible. That sounds really punishing. Here's the cord. And we do have the mic and the speaker in the back of my car. Eloise's brother just happens to work in Roseville. And so he brought it over to the tattoo shop and delivered it to me.
All right, and so we are. You know where the spaghetti factory is?
I know it's on Watt, and I know I have to turn right.
Yeah, I think you just go right and then left on Watt.
Yeah.
That's what I remember.
Okay.
Because I went there yesterday, was it? It seems like so many years ago.
Well, if we're dealing with like dog hours, then it might be years. Is that air conditioning too loud for?
I'm not sure because I don't hear what they hear, but I think it's probably fine.
Okay.
If it is loud, I'm sorry, everybody, but it's so necessary.
It really is. Even though this is not smell-o-vision, we are in person a little bit later, so we want to be fresh.
Yeah, because that'll be in smell-o-vision.
Yes, that's going to be up close smell-o-vision.
There's Whole Foods.
Yes, so this is where you need to come back and get the cake right there at the Baskin Robbins.
Do you want to just run them together real quick?
Yeah, okay. Why not? We're right here.
We're right here. I'll wait in the car with the stream.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'll leave it running with the air conditioner going.
All right.
That long.
Oh, hey, watch where you're going, dude in the white car.
That was a wide turn. An unnecessarily wide turn.
Man, I would have been sad that the camera was facing the wrong way if he would have smacked into us.
Right.
All right, so we are going to Baskin Robbins and are they going to put the cake in the freezer for us at the spaghetti factory?
I do not know.
Oh, well, I'm sure they will.
Yeah. We'll find out when we get there, but they did say they couldn't pour water for us if we brought in a pitcher, but I don't know. Oh, they took my spot.
Those creeps.
How rude. That's okay.
So rude.
Sorry it's not a shade spot, but there are no shade spots in this car.
You devil.
Crank up the air conditioner.
All right. Okay, so we are heading early to the live portion of the show. Well, to the live location to hang out and use their start that lost power in the house that was our base of operations. I'm using Molly's phone, so don't let the name mislead you. I'm not Molly. Only our, but and even her, she has to check the tattoo. She's like, "Oh, tattoo, and it's Molly." Otherwise, she's like, "Are you Keith or Molly? I can't tell." So, yeah, here we are. She's going into Baskin Robbins to get some ice cream cake to feed the people. Getting ready to get to the show, the big show. The big show. And then I'm wondering how clean my set has to be tonight because I think the order of the day is to be fairly clean. I think there may even be kids there, which isn't a problem, but it does affect which jokes I choose. So, and then when there's going to be kids there, you have to think not only of being clean, but, you know, do I have some jokes that won't bore the kids to tears? And one hopes so. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I've not been quite this tired in a very long time. And it is
funny to think back to the days when pulling an all-nighter wasn't a big deal. I would go to a rave all night, get up in the morning, or not get up in the morning, but go home in the morning, get ready for work, and go work a full day, and maybe even still be up for going out again that night. And now I feel like my brain is melting, dripping out my ears, and I keep looking at my image in this phone screen to make sure that my brain is not actually leaking out my ears, and so far I seem to be clear. But do me a favor, let me know if you see my brain leaking out my ear. It would be good to know, and to put a cork in it or something. You want to hold as much brain in the skull as possible. So yeah. So she has a different setup on her phone than I have. And speaking of phones, should I bring my phone with me? I hope so. Yep, I have it. Good. All right. So I don't know if she can see comments on hers. Oh, it's all hi, Molly and Yum. All right. Yeah, I think that was a response to the ice cream cake. Yum, it should be, indeed. Or was that, I don't know when that comment was made. Maybe it was a response earlier. Maybe you really like the idea of bugs in a bowl with milk poured over them. But I don't know that anybody likes that. So yeah, I always wanted to try eating bugs at a restaurant in the small, I don't know if it was Santa Monica. I think it was Santa Monica. There's a Thai restaurant in a small airport down in the Los Angeles area, and I think it might be the Santa Monica airport. And they make bugs, but they're not like what Molly was eating today, which were like salted, freeze-dried bugs. This is like a proper restaurant with chefs that do like gourmet stuff, but with bugs. A lot of the ingredients are bugs. And me and my friend Brett tried to go there twice, and both times it was like the website said they were going to be open, but then they weren't because of some strange circumstance. It's like the universe was trying to tell us we would not be eating Thai food featuring bugs. So I still have only ever gotten as far as eating some chocolate-covered crickets once at a pet expo. And come to think of it, that's an odd matching. Why did the pet expo have chocolate-covered crickets? Oh, I know why. Because it was a place that sold freeze-dried crickets to feed to your reptiles. And their gimmick to draw you over was that they had chocolate-covered crickets that you could eat. And of course, I went over and tried some. So we are coming up on 17 hours straight of streaming. 16 hours and 48 minutes now. We've been going strong. And, so yeah, at 17 hours, we will only have 7 hours left. The end is in sight. But I remember this morning when it was just me between 12 and 6. When I first went into that seemed like that would be forever, the longest 6 hours of my life. But it actually went fairly quickly, so it was not too bad. I saw my friend Justin shared the stream on his post and said, Keith is doing comedy for 24 hours straight. And I really appreciated him sharing it, but I also did want to correct him and be like, no, I'm not. I will do some comedy in a little bit at the event, at the live portion of the event, but I wouldn't call anything that I'm doing on here comedy. I would call it babysitting the stream
holding space, yakking ceaselessly, endlessly, blah, 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 blah. That's what I would call it. So there's a bar here. I'm always interested, but I've never hung out at a, like, strip mall bar. What is it about that that's so weird? It's so weird to me for a bar to share a wall with a Petco and urgent care. I mean, that's actually kind of convenient in case something goes horribly awry. But yeah, I think of bars as freestanding places or places in the bottom floor of hotels, maybe. So, anyone been in Sacramento long enough to remember the colonial
Doing the job at your house, so we're heading over to the spaghetti factory a little early, and we were on my phone, and it dumped him somehow because his phone is overheating. So he's getting it back up on his phone, and then we're gonna put it back on my phone, and then we're gonna set up with our laptops when we throw ourselves on the mercy of spaghetti factory and ask us to let us go in there early so we can use the Wi-Fi.
So spaghetti factory doesn't have Wi-Fi.
Oh.
Yeah. but I'm picking up the Wi-Fi right now with my brain.
Okay.
And they will probably, have you guys tried logging onto the Xfinity Wi-Fi signal?
The Xfinity Wi-Fi signal.
yeah, I'll try hotspotting from my phone when we get there.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you guys want to need You need like 22 naps or 22 minutes each.
Yeah, I'm gonna take 22-minute naps.
Sarah, is Spaghetti Factory to the right or the left on Watt off of Arden?
You're gonna turn left.
Okay, I went the wrong way.
You're also on Eastern. Not all
And it's gonna be directly and to the right next to whatever it is.
Okay.
Like literally right next to that.
Okay. Whoops. This is
I'm
not.
not speaking figuratively. I am speaking literally.
Okay. We picked up the cakes, so we are on our way with the cakes and the microphone and the speaker.
Do they look gorgeous?
They do look gorgeous. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I will see you guys. I'm on my way to the Sacramento ready right now.
Okay.
And then I'll see you guys as soon as I can after that.
Okay.
Let me know how it's going. I mean, they probably won't let you use their Wi-Fi, but he's is pretty charming.
Eye candy.
What is it called? What is he?
Official eye candy.
Yeah, I was gonna say like soft on the eyes according to a local reporter.
Mm-hmm.
That's not exactly what he said. So
No.
eye candy.
Official eye candy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and find her exact quote, and I'm gonna put it in my press kit.
I think you should.
So just use all of your tools, both of you guys, and see if they'll let you get on their Wi-Fi because they just might.
Okay.
Just because they said no to me doesn't mean they're going to say no to you.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Okay, bye.
See, I'm totally trying to backseat drive. And
No, do all the backseat driving. I
may,
always turn right when I come out of there because I'm always heading home. And then I cut over to Watt on Marconi. So I just was gonna do that. Take you all the way back to Chico.
So I've not performed in Chico in a long time, and it's a shame because I really like Chico.
You should. Chico's lovely, especially the Senator Theater. That's where we saw Tom Papa. They have a lot of comedians there.
And
It was packed house.
so we're just talking about Chico. I'm trying to remember, is Duffy's a bar there?
Yes.
Duffy's is where I performed.
Yes.
Make sure I was remembering the right town.
Duffy's has been there since I was in college and probably before.
And there's a guy with a hot dog cart near
I
Duffy's.
know the hot dog cart guy.
I mean, this is years ago.
Yeah.
Pre-pandemic, so he may not still be there, but he had vegetarian options,
Oh, nice.
and I loved him. He had peppers and onions.
Oh,
Serve it on a
delicious.
roll.
Yeah. They have those guys outside the. What is the name of that new narco in Sacramento? Arena.
Golden One.
Golden One. Yeah, they've got those guys with the hot dogs that just have like a hot plate, like a big giant square hot plate
Yeah.
with like the crustiest looking hot dogs you ever saw.
Yeah.
A bunch of like oily veg, and it's fantastic. Especially after you've had like 3 or 4 drinks at a concert.
That helps, yeah. But those guys never have a vegetarian option.
Yeah, then you don't, unless you just want all of them.
Yeah, cooked in the burgers.
Oh, right.
So it's going to be a left on one, and then it'll be right away on your right. After you make the left. If that's how I remember it from when I was here yesterday.
I trust your instincts. I do not trust mine. Because mine will just take me home every time.
And I just have to turn on my eye candiness.
Okay, do it.
Channel my handsomeness.
Do it.
I'm only saying this because there's no one watching at the moment. that was so wonderfully awkward.
It was, but wonderfully awkward is still wonderful, right?
So I'm dating, and I'm single, and actively dating. That was so funny.
It sure was. Okay, so this is one. Yeah, okay.
By the way, in case this isn't registering and anyone is watching, I'm not saying that I'm single or dating. Please don't go get me in trouble. I'm quoting someone else.
Your wife is like, that is news to me.
Oh,
I did not
yeah.
know. I'm finding out at the same time you are. Also, my car jerks when it drive at stoplights. So that's I
Okay.
don't think I'm driving
So you
a
shift
manual
into neutral.
transmission. I know this is automatic, but yeah, it just doesn't. It's a lemon. It's a true lemon. But I know all of its lemony quirks,
Yeah.
and I know all the solutions to them, so it's fine. It's fine until it isn't. Oh, so as I was driving up to the tattoo, would you like to guess what I did?
What? No.
You gave me very good advice, and I did not follow it. You told me I shouldn't poke my finger in my eye before I washed my hands.
Oh, nice.
Probably especially not while driving. But nonetheless, I looked in the mirror and saw that I had some crusty leftover eyeliner in the corner of my eye, and took this finger and I spilled that stuff all over and jabbed it right in the corner of my eye and scooped it out. And then I went to do the other one, and right as I touched it, this one started burning. And so I, oh, that's the front one.
Yeah, I perfect it. So, hello, one person viewing. We are getting ready to do our interview with Aaron Carnes, the author. But we are going to try to go. Today is just a day of putting out fires and making adjustments. We are heading over to the old spaghetti factory to see if we can use their Wi-Fi or even just get a good signal.
We can always go park outside of a Starbucks.
All right.
Do what we gotta do.
Okay, here we go. Well, yes, Starbucks is often my office because it's much cheaper than a co-working space to just buy a cup of coffee and use their Wi-Fi. Okay, you can listen to us try to schmooze the old spaghetti factory into letting us use their Wi-Fi. Oh, yeah, do you want to, what did you say about the cakes? Okay. Hi, we are in your side room at, I think at 6, but we're doing a fundraiser and we've been doing a live stream all day, and the house that's been our central base of operations lost power. So is there any way possible that we could use your Wi-Fi so that we can finish the stream from here? And could we get in that room early? Those are my 2 requests. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, so I didn't see this one before.
Oh, yeah, this is the last one you got me last month.
Yeah, that one you can tell is more recent.
East of Eden, Timshel, so it means thou shalt, which, I mean, thou mayest, which is the opposite of thou shalt. So it's Hebrew for thou mayest, which, you know, in the Bible, they're all the thou shalt commandments, but thou mayest implies free will. So thou shalt, or thou mayest. And I feel like the thou shalt doesn't leave room for free will. Right. It's just resonated. And my sister actually gave me a necklace that is this exact tattoo. I was like, I love that necklace. That would make a great tattoo.
And East Eden is a classic movie as well. Did James Dean?
I think that one is it Burt Lancaster? No.
Okay.
Oh no, I think I'm thinking of From Here to
Eternity.
Eternity. I was thinking of From Here to Eternity. Eternity Eden.
You know.
I don't know who's in East of Eden. I think it is. I think it is James Dean, because I remember now that I did not. The woman who played Kathy. Not my vision of Kathy.
No, yeah, that's hard when you read a book first.
Yeah.
That's what's so interesting about Lord of the Rings. I see it. Hey, man, can we get on your Wi-Fi? The house that's our base of operations for today lost power.
I honestly I'm
That's
actually.
that's okay. We'll go hotspot. Can we get in the room early though?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have it mixed up. It's literally literally they won't let us do that.
The last time I saw you were at the Midtown location,
Yeah,
I think.
J Street. Hey, I'm at.
Sorry.
I'm Mo.
Hi,
I work for Sacramento. You talked to Sam.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so this is the room. I just kind of put it like the way it was before for the Rotary.
Okay.
I figured since you don't know the amount of people are going to be coming,
Yeah.
I just figured if they wanted, they could just grab a napkin, place my utensils, and I said, sit down. Cool. Yeah. And then what would you guys need besides Wi-Fi?
I think Sarah's kind of order some appetizers.
Yes.
She'll do that when she gets
Okay,
here. We'll be here
perfect.
a little bit closer.
And then we do have some ice cream cakes that we're hoping to put in the freezer.
Yeah, that should be fun.
Okay, I'll bring those in. And then
And I will get
all
set
I
up
had to
the
eat
hotspot.
today were
Good. Yeah. There's so my girlfriend lives in, she was living in LA. I was going to be
Hello?
taking care of you.
okay.
They'll be here at 5:30, but
Okay.
I'll have someone come in and
Thank
you
you
guys
so
go.
much.
And do you guys get a microphone or?
We
We have all that.
with us.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So here I
Okay, what
am,
was I saying?
and I am about to let Aaron in. And we'll see if we have an audience. And I will apologize to him 100 times for bumping him earlier because of the Greg Proup's confusion. Hello, Aaron Carnes.
Hi, Keith Will Jensen.
How are you?
I'm good. So, who do you got booked for this hour? Which famous comedian do you have booked for this hour to bump me?
Yeah, I have to bump you. I've actually got a cousin.
Uh-huh.
He works for the Department of Sanitation
Oh
in
yeah.
Louisiana, but he's and he never actually met Robin Williams. He found out he was related when he did 23andMe, but he does have some funny stories of watching Robin Williams comedy specials.
Okay.
And so I'm going to talk to him, and we have to bump you. I'm so sorry.
All right. Hey.
You'll just roll with it, right?
No.
All right. We have literally nobody watching right now.
Where are you at?
Oh, now we have someone. So we'll give it a minute.
Okay. What coffee shop are you at?
I'm actually at Spaghetti Factory.
Oh, you're at Spaghetti Factory.
On Watt Avenue. It has been such a comedy of errors, including our power going out at the house that's been our base of operations. So we threw everything in bags and streamed on our phone and ran over to another house. The president of the board was like, "Okay, you guys can go to my house." So we hung out there for a while, and then we're doing a thing at Spaghetti Factory tonight anyway, so we just came over here early. So let me go ahead and get started with you. I want to introduce you and say that my guest that I'm interviewing right now is would you call yourself a music journalist or a rock journalist?
I would say music journalist, yeah.
Okay, when you write your bio, that's what you, or a ska authority.
I would not say ska authority in my bio.
Aficionado. We will talk about ska puns because they're just the worst part of ska, and they've been there from the birth of the genre. I mean, the
Sure.
Scatolites are early on, and I know there were others. Not that the Scatolites were the birth of the genre, but they were definitely an important part.
Kind of.
Are they that early?
I'm pretty sure they coined the term. I was just having this
Really?
conversation with one of our guests, and he said that
Look at us jumping right in.
ska was a unique genre because the people who created it also coined the term, and that's the Scatolites, not necessarily as the band, but as because they were the primary studio musicians that existed in the early 60s, late 50s that were backing the artists making this music. But they said this is ska, we're the Scatolites, and his argument was that most musical genre names were not coined by musicians. They're usually coined by people in the media, or in some cases it's like even a derogatory term, like punk wasn't really necessarily a complimentary term. So I'm not really sure what we get from this analysis of ska, but that is an interesting point about its origins.
And the punning. You just got
punning. Yeah.
Can't help but pun your ska. So the first thing I want to do is just talk about your book. So how long has the first edition of In Defense of Ska? There it is.
That's the first edition.
And how long has that been out now?
It was released on May 4th, 2021.
On Star Wars Day?
It was released on Star Wars Day, yeah.
So 3 years ago?
Yeah.
You're coming up on the anniversary. And then now you are releasing a second edition.
Yes.
And
the second edition.
Okay. So, I mean, I've seen second editions of books before. I don't recall any other example I could think of where the second edition had as much additional material. I had mentioned one of my favorite books about comedy earlier in the stream is The Last Laugh by Phil Berger. And he did a second edition where he just caught up on some of the comedians that had come after he put out his first one, Richard Pryor being one of them. So pretty important. How many words did you add to your second edition?
Well, I added 30,000 words, but in addition to that, I also re-edited the existing words.
So 30,000 words, that's, 3/4 of a novel.
Can we look at can you tell on the camera how the difference?
Yeah. And tell me about the stuff that you added. Now, I know a lot of stuff you added internally, so it kind of fluffed up a little bit, but you also specifically added some chapters that weren't there before and some topics that weren't there before.
Well, I added a final chapter that's sort of like a collection of chapters, but it's really, in terms of the book, if you look at it, it's technically one chapter with a lot of subcategories. So what the purpose of the final chapter was, I called it like kind of an epilogue because I was really looking at the time period after ska. So ska was like popular in the US in the from 95 to 97, 98. That's the period of time where ska was like a mainstream genre. So in the original book, I talk a lot about everything that led up to that. I talked a lot about that specific period of time. I looked at it from different angles, both like what it was like when this music became mainstream, like the good and bad aspects of it, sort of the underground scene that it continued to exist in spite of it. And I kind of talked about the immediate aftermath of it dying in popular culture and what kind of happened, the music going more underground again, but still kind of existing. So I looked for this extra chapter, I looked at in depth at this sort of period from ska dying to the present day and kind of looking more closely at, because the ska's like had a little bit of a revival in recent years. There's some newer bands that are gaining attention. There's people talking about it more. It's not really mainstream, but it's just, there's just a little more attention on it. And then whenever that gets discussed at all, it turns into an argument. Like, some people say ska's back, some people say ska never left. It kind of turns into this whole thing, and all these statements are pretty like superficial. Like, what does all this mean? Is ska back or ska never left? So I kind of approached the last few decades with that question in mind, like, what has been happening and how do we compare the present moment to the last couple decades of ska? So I kind of looked at different bands or different scenes, different moments, and and
you tend to not like to think of ska in terms of coming and going and first wave and second wave. You just see it as something that's always been there, and it ebbs and flows a little while evolving, and traveling.
I get the sense. I understand why. There's something very unique that happened in the 95 to 97 period, in that bands were at the forefront of mainstream culture very briefly. So I understand that that's very different than, these bands are still around and people still go to the shows. I understand those are two very different things. So
right.
So when people say, ska should come back or all of that, they're referring to its place in culture, not necessarily the existence of this scene. So, but you can argue back and forth, like, well, maybe, it would be interesting if ska was a mainstream culture, or maybe like, oh, if you like the music, you can go find it. You don't have to like hear it on the radio for it to be here. So I feel like in a way it's kind of a complicated discussion. But the main thing is that, this music has existed for many decades, and it hasn't gone anywhere, even if it's shifted. Its overall popularity has shifted over time.
So the one thing that I should have done right at the beginning that I wanted to and forgot, because it's been such a hectic day. But how would you define ska? You do your readings, I think, in front of audiences that are familiar with ska, that are fans of ska, that are interested in ska a lot of the time, because that's who would come see your reading. If I'm going to put you in front of people that are like, okay, what are they talking about? How would you, like your most concise explanation of this is what we're talking about when we talk about ska?
So ska originated in Jamaica in the, I guess we'll say, early 60s. It's a genre that came before reggae. So it's a faster, kind of a bouncier version of what we think of as reggae. It has a more, I think it has a more joyful, dancey sound to it than reggae. Kind of reggae is a slower, kind of a vibey sound. Ska is more of just like kind of a fun dance music in terms of like what it sounds like compared to reggae.
And bigger bands, am I correct?
Bigger bands tends to be horn driven, but that's not a necessity. A walking bass, kind of an emphasis on the offbeat. Ska, as it evolved into reggae got a lot more popular and became more global than ska was. It was a very localized Jamaican thing.
Right.
The music got revived in England in the late 70s, but it got changed pretty quickly. So these bands in the late 70s in England, like the Specials or Madness or English Beat, they were a mix of kids who were white kids in England. Some of them were Jamaican immigrants or kids of Jamaican immigrants. So they mixed traditional ska, Jamaican ska, with the sort of the punk rock that was happening in the 70s. The politics of punk and reggae, because reggae was very popular at that time in England. So the music was revived, and it took a different tone almost immediately. It was more punk. It was more, in a way, it was more political because Jamaican ska was very localized.
You didn't have to be anti-racist when you were playing black music for a black audience.
I think a lot of people think of like original Jamaican music as sort of like it came at this time when Jamaica became an independent nation. So there was a lot of like kind of like celebration in the music, celebration happening in Jamaica generally. But
Yeah.
when the music was revived in England in the late 70s, there was a lot of strife happening. There was a lot of economic downturn. There was a lot of overt racism. There was the National Front Party was basically like kind of like what we think of as the very racist anti-immigrant party that we currently have in the U.S. Similar, probably worse
Right.
even though. So racism was at the forefront of like the political discussions in
Right.
England at the time. So these bands they weren't just like saying, oh, we're against racism. They were speaking to the national conversation that was happening.
And it was a heated and important conversation.
Yeah.
And what I think not aware of originally that I've become more aware of in the last few years is just how conscious of a decision it was, especially on the part of the Specials and Jerry Dammers, where it was like, I want to take on racism. I want to make music that takes on racism.
Yeah, I mean, he's very.
So
Jerry Dammers is the keyboardist of the Specials, and he also sort of like the brainchild of the Specials and the Two-Tone record label, and a lot of the ska movement itself in England. He was very conscious in what you said. He was also very conscious in terms of like adopting the fashion of, the suit and tie fashion of the original ska, the mod fashion, which was very popular and also being revived in England.
Yeah.
And the skinhead sort of subculture. The skinhead subculture was a subculture in the late 70s or late 60s, mostly by like the white kids who were like living near the Jamaican kids. Kind of, they loved their music, they loved the kind of culture of it, and they're friendly with each other. It got co-opted to some degree by racists. So there was a little bit of a battle between this like skinheads who were just like into Jamaican music and like racist skinheads. So Jerry was also thinking consciously, like, I need to re-co-opt skinhead subculture, ska culture, and say it's anti-racist. If you're into this stuff, you're anti-racist. This music is about unity and multiracial, like, fighting against all this fascism and stuff. So when you look at a lot of the stuff, he didn't fall into it. Like, he thought about it consciously, like that he wanted this music and this subculture to mean these things.
And I fell in love with the music first. I loved the music before I knew that. But oh my God, like hearing that just made me appreciate it so much more and really love Jerry Dammers.
So two-tone ska, this period, which only lasts a few years in England, it gets really popular in England. These bands are, top 10 singles.
Right.
But then, England kind of moves on to something else pretty quick. Like by 81, 82, it's ska's kind of like done in England. But the music has kind of starts spreading globally. But it doesn't like hit that like level of like top 10 pop music status globally. It's sort of like it's the tentacles spread all over the world. And it's a slow burn essentially, in different countries. In Latin America, there's several bands that kind of become these key important beginning bands that take like elements of two-tone ska and kind of mix it with their own like music. Like Los Fabulosos Cadillacs is a band from Argentina that is incredibly important in the development of ska in Latin America. And they're a very, very popular band to this day. In the US, there were several bands that kind of built little like bands and local scenes in their area. But the most important band is Fishbone, because they took two-tone ska and they took other stuff and they redefined ska. Ska is constantly being redefined. Fishbone are faster, crazier. Their shows were way more unhinged than like two-tone ska was. And
what a delightful blender.
Yeah. And they were also taking like, because they were such proficient musicians, they would be like, we can play funk, we can play metal. So they were just like, they kind of like made being ska about playing everything. And now you can kind of see how ska music in the US throughout the 80s and into the 90s really followed that Fishbone mold. It's like ska bands were like really became about playing like a ton of genres and mashing them all together. So yeah, so ska had a mainstream success story in the U.S. in
I love that this is your
late
quick
90s.
answer, because there is no quick answer. It's just too
Yeah,
big.
That's the thing. It's like the ska definition has always been so quick that I think it kind of brushes over a lot of this, like first, second, third wave. But the third wave, there's a whole journey that you could go to get to this third wave. Fishbone, Operation Ivy, these are kind of early defining bands. But when you get to sort of like Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, Real Big Fish, No Doubt, Sublime, the bands that sort of define the mainstream ska moment, it's like they're taking influence from two-tone ska, they're taking influence from Fishbone and Operation Ivy, they're taking their other own influences, like No Doubt were so influenced by like 80s new wave, which kind of made sense why they ended up becoming more of a kind of a rock pop band when they got really popular.
Right.
Sublime actually are kind of an interesting band because of all the bands that were mainstream popular in the US, I actually feel like they're the ones most tied to Jamaican music.
Mm-hmm.
Like those guys listen to like ska, they listen to Fishbone, they listen to punk rock, but they also listen to like really obscure reggae, really obscure dance hall. And so you kind of hear all of those elements. If you listen to Sublime records, they have like a few hit singles, but if you listen to their records, all over the place, and all of those weird influences are present. Hip hop, like Southern California hip hop.
Right.
That's kind of the story of ska. You know, you take what came before, and then you put all the other stuff you're into it, and that's why you keep seeing it change and evolve.
It seems like a weird analogy, but it reminds me of Catholicism. Because I love. It's true that when Catholicism reached different parts of the world, they would be like, no, you can keep your holidays. We'll call this one this, and we'll call this one that. And so when you look at like South American Catholicism and then Irish Catholicism and then Catholicism the way it's practiced in Africa, and it incorporates so many local things into this weird hybrid mix. I wanted to ask you this, and this is a two-part question. Is ska your favorite genre of music?
Yes.
It is. Okay. I wasn't sure. It's not mine. But it's one of mine. But it's the one I get associated with the most because it's fun to fight about. I tell people I like hip hop, they're like, whatever, you like hip hop. I like punk, whatever, of course you like punk. You're a Gen X, you know. Ska there's something divisive about it, and there's so much misunderstanding about it. I mean, so many younger people that think that ska is something that happened in America in the 90s and have no sense that there was anything that came before it. It was just this bouncy, happy version of punk rock to them.
Yeah. So for me, like, you know, it's like day to day, you know, like what I want to listen to varies, and, you know, sometimes that isn't ska. So it's not like when I say it's my favorite, I don't know if I'm like doing the math on like what I'm listening to over the last month. If it's like,
right,
clearly I listen to more ska, it's my favorite. But the reason I do say yes to that question is that as I was developing my musical taste when I was younger, you know, I was getting into different stuff. When I landed on ska in high school, I felt like that was the first time where I truly felt like that was like my music, that was my scene, that was like the music that most spoke to me. So I think there's like that's part of the reason. And you know, I stay interested in it, and I still go to ska shows and try to keep up with what new bands are doing, and still kind of continue to dig into the history.
So what was your band?
What was my favorite band, or what was my band that I was in?
What was your name of your band that you were in?
Okay, my band was called Flat Planet, which is a hilarious name now, because like in the 90s, we named ourselves Flat Planet because it's just kind of a cool sounding name, but also the idea of there being anyone who would think that the Earth was flat was so ridiculous that's kind of like why we liked the name. And we had like a song about that the Earth is flat. It was kind of like a funny song. But
it's hard to conspiracy theories were fun back then because they were they were dumb enough, and they didn't feel dangerous.
Yeah. When we sang our song, the song was called Flat Planet. When we sang that song, nobody was like, "Are these guys being serious?" Like it was clear that it was like a joke. But now, there's no way you could start a band called Flat Planet now and have a song about the Earth being flat, and
have a strong following.
Are they being serious? Are they being serious? They might be being serious.
And then there'd be other people that'd be like, "Hell yeah, bro!
Yeah, my band."
So, what did you play in the band?
I played drums.
And I knew you were a drummer. I was trying to remember earlier, but then I just pictured you, and I just can't see you playing anything else.
I haven't played drums in a while.
Either drums or just being a maniac in Nar boots.
Yeah.
And you got to tour a lot.
Like we did like 3 tours.
How far did you go?
The farthest we went was like to Florida. I did I routed us I did all the booking. I routed us like along the south, the southwest, the south, then to like Tampa, and then kind of up a little bit, like maybe Missouri, back down to Texas. So it wasn't like really into the Midwest or the East Coast per se.
Yeah,
that was our farthest tour we did.
Well, we were going to have you do a reading from your book.
Yeah.
Are you good with that?
I can do a reading.
I would love to have you do a reading.
Okay. I have not done a reading in a while. I did several readings when my first edition came out, so I might be a little rusty.
That's okay. While you're reading, I'm going to move my lips so that people don't know which of us it is.
I'm going to read a chapter that I read a fair amount back when I did readings before. It's a little changed. It's not significantly changed in this particular chapter. So I wrote this. So my book has some history of ska. It has like interviews with bands, but it also has like some personal stories, like my own experiences being in a ska band in this time, which I thought was an interesting way to kind of write this book, because it's kind of like I'm arguing like why ska is important and misunderstood. I'm giving you history about it. I'm giving you details about bands that I think are important that maybe weren't considered important. But then I'm also, in these chapters, I'm also kind of just saying this is what it felt like to be a fan of this music. This is what it felt like to be just in a whatever small band at the time. So I feel like it kind of gives you different angles and of this music and of this scene, and like why the scene and music is important, or why people feel this way.
And I second you there and say I love that about the book.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You write it like a rock journalist, but then you also put yourself in that experience of having been there and having your.
I guess I was going to plug my second edition. My second edition is not released yet. It is releasing on October 29th, 2024. And you could pre-order it now at clashbooks.com. All right. So this is called Synth Pop Festival. This is a true story of a show that we played on tour. It wasn't uncommon with 90s DIY touring to head out on the road with nothing but an address and vague directions to that night's gig. If you were lucky, you might get a phone number, which most likely went to someone's answering machine or their mom. Our vague directions led us to a suburban park outside of Houston. We were midway through Flat Planet's second tour. Touring in 1994 as a ska band meant playing for audiences in small-town America who'd never heard of a band blasting through hyper upbeats or seen a punk band with horns. It also meant playing at non-venues like basements, community centers, and storage units. We once played at an isolated desert spot outside of Vegas, powered only by loud generators and aggressive Miller-drinking teens. At least that show had escorts. A few punks in a beat-up van met us at a casino parking lot and led us on a 30-minute drive into the desolate desert. But in Houston, we were sans escorts, wandering around a public park on Sunday afternoon, looking for a festival and trying not to alarm the well-dressed picnicking families. Should we backtrack? I asked my weary bandmates. eyeing the sizzling hot dogs on one family's grill. Let's keep looking, said Alex, our lead singer, his eye on the same hot dogs. We'd had a successful tour so far. We'd gone to Florida, covered the entire southern U.S., much farther than our first tour, which was a simple trek from Northern California to San Antonio. That first time, my parents were petrified and tried to talk us out of going. I went anyway. Now it's a funny story they like to tell their friends. That time, their 18-year-old son's band went on the road in 2 minivans. During that tour, we'd stationed ourselves in San Antonio for a while, staying at our bass player Rudy's friend's house. From there, we drove to various Texas towns each night. The matriarch of the household made fresh flour tortillas every night, the best I'd ever tasted. She called Rudy mijo and made tasty dinners like mole and menudo from scratch. It was heaven. The family came to see us play one night at the DMZ Clubhouse. The place was packed. A local high school ska band opened and sang of their undying affection for Taco Bell. Rudy's friends were puzzled by our music and our nutty full-throttle stage energy, but smiled proudly at Rudy standing like a bass god in his Azteca outfit. Rudy claimed to be 50% Aztec, and the outfit to be 100% culturally accurate. I had no way to prove or disprove his assertion. The outfit must have cost him a pretty penny. It included a green, black, and red headdress and warrior-plated chest. I liked that he didn't match anyone else in the band. None of us did. We worshipped Skank and Pickle and used their stage chaos as a treasure map. Alex was our lead singer, a heavyset guy of Mexican and Puerto Rican descent. He created alternate personas to act as frontmen for the Flat Planet, like the hick pimp Papa Don, named after his old boss at Papa Don's Pizzeria. The real Papa Don was a southern white man with a thick, indecipherable drawl. Alex reimagined Papa Don as a pimp in his off hours. He donned an afro and a purple Parliament shirt and perfected a spot-on impression of Papa Don's Texas accent. On stage, Alex sang how he thought Papa Don would, left hand up like a Shakespearean actor, pondering the meaning of life, then stomping around like on the stage like an angry child. It didn't make sense, but it was entertaining. Our 2 horn players, Seth and Jeff, were the dictionary version of punks. Spastic energy, spiky mohawks, studded boots, ripped anarchy shirts, skinny as hell, and white as freshly fallen snow. They took turns doing of each other's hairs and practiced synchronized sexy moves for the stage in hopes of wooing ladies. And to my disappointment, were occasionally successful. Years later, Seth became a real estate agent and Jeff a cop. When Jeff went into cadet training, he shaved off his mohawk, stored it in a Ziploc bag, and pinned it to his wall. A single tear rolled down his face that day, or so I imagined. Eventually, he joined the precinct's cop band, Kathy and the Bad Boys. They made trading cards and everything.
That's real?
That's real. I have one of the cards somewhere.
Oh, amazing.
Mike kept the upbeats on his guitar. He was tall and gangly, and his delicate Italian features made him seem wholesome and unassuming. But he had a lot of nervous energy and an urge to provoke awkward social situations. Mike would randomly go bonkers on stage and make the audience cringe. He'd wear something absurd like nothing but his tidy whities, so people would be too uncomfortable to stare directly. Mike was most satisfied in these shows, having expressed an unnamed emotion within him. I was behind the drums, so nobody gave a shit about me. That meant I could wear sweatpants, go shirtless, shave the crown of my head and call myself Uncle Elmer, and skank in my seat as much as I wanted. After wandering around the park for 15 minutes, we found a nondescript building far away from the parking lot. It looked promising, but when we got there, it was locked. Things weren't looking good. I didn't mind spending the afternoon off, but we needed some cash to fill our gas tank and restock our bellies with Taco Bell. "Do you hear something?" asked Rudy. "It sounds like 80s dance music," said Alex, shaking his booty. He was bumping and grinding, shouting, "Yeah!" as we walked around the building, trying to solve the mystery of the venue. Gazebo stood in the distance with a gathering of 45 people. faint strains of moody keyboard riffs wafted through the direction. It had to be the festival. We headed over. Two keyboardists, one vocalist, and a clear intention to mimic Violator-era Depeche Mode held reign with the gazebo. The keyboardists stood listless behind their instruments like children forced into manual labor. Any enthusiasm they'd managed to generate had gone into matching skin white black clothes and applying meticulous crow-worthy makeup. I surveyed the crowd, disappointed to see the same perfectly manicured crow makeup and painfully bored expressions as the band. Is this where we're playing? Mike asked. I don't know. I searched the crowd and found someone not in makeup, a tall, lanky guy and with a self-made laminated VIP card that read Ches, stood with arms crossed around us against a cement pillar. I headed over to him. Hi, I think my band is playing today. What's your band's name? His accent landed somewhere between Texan and British. Flat Planet. You made it, he said. Great. You guys are on 5th. You can load your gear right over there. He pointed to a section of the concrete underneath the gazebo. After slogging our gear through the park, we watched the other bands. All were cut from the same 1990-era Depeche Mode cloth. The only variance was the number of keyboards per band and the specific type of clothing. Some were traditional goths, another were dark punk goths, one was steampunk. Next would be us, Flat Planet, a ska band. As big as ska had gotten by 1994, ska bands were outnumbered in the millions by punk, funk, and alt-rock bands. We seldom played with other ska bands during these 3 Flat Planet tours. I recall a show with Los Rudiments in Arkansas and another opening for the Impossibles at the Eco Action Warehouse in Austin. The Impossibles came dressed in 7-Eleven uniforms like they'd just gotten off the clock. I thought for years that beloved Austin indie rock band Spoon was on that bill, but I found a flyer for the show years later and saw it wasn't Spoon, but a band called Fork. Brains are weird. My band, that was the one I added. I found that flyer after I published my book. My point is that not playing with ska bands was the norm during those years, but a bill with nothing but synth pop goths was new. Alex had fortuitously chosen his goth wrestler character, Mr. Happy, for this gig. So he spent more time than usual applying black and white facial makeup, finessing Mr. Happy to be a bit more Mr. Crow. Alex had heard the challenger's call and accepted. Mr. Happy Crow would earn the crowd's respect. All hail your new suburban goth overlord. You can see this photo of Alex in his character at that show. That's his high school wrestling outfit.
Nice. Singlet.
They'll hate us, so let's make this a memory that'll live forever in their heads, I said. Everyone nodded.
How we doing,
We always
guys?
strive for an exciting show, but added venom to our energy when up against a potentially hostile audience. We began playing our silly ska songs, focusing on one intent: to blow goth minds. The audience of not quite 50 made a wide circle around us, keeping their space. We invaded the ring and claimed it as our own. Seth and Jeff synchronized their moves, showing off their shirts, and locked eyes with the cutest goth girls. Alex mimicked Robert Smith and danced hard, his makeup smeared like Tammy Faye Baker. I pounded the shit out of my drums, jumping mid-beat to smash down on my cymbals. Mike and Rudy jogged back and forth, daring the crowd to join them in their mad dash. I didn't get quite where they were going for, but it was a spectacle. No one left the circle. No one danced. No one smiled. They didn't clap their hands. They stared at us like pod people. Their non-reaction turned our energy aggressive. Alex and the punk twins danced right up to their face. During our song, Holding Up the Wall, I took over lead vocals, and Alex walked around the crowd with his hat, asking for tips to help us on our long trek through the US. The pod people didn't budge. We finished our last song, failing to get a rise out of anyone in the crowd. As quickly as possible, I packed up my drums, ready to bolt, avoiding everyone's eyes. To my surprise, the goths flocked to our merch table, where our roadie Mark sold shirts and tapes. We fielded a lot of what the hell kind of music was this questions and gave them a complete history of ska TED Talk. We sold more merch that day than any other show on tour. No one had yet told weird suburban goth kids how to react to ska. Once they heard it and had a chance to process it, they loved it. It was a brief moment of unfiltered appreciation. And kids would no longer become shocked. A few years later, MTV would take over as ska's official ambassador, and kids would no longer become shocked, speechless, and fall in love when a ska band crashed their show. They'd learned the truth. Marching band kids can't be real rock stars. There we go.
I love it. And I've had nights like that as a comedian where you have an audience that is quiet and unreactive, and you leave the stage thinking you didn't do well, and then you get mobbed by, that was so great, I love it. It's like, well, you could have laughed. You could have clapping. I don't know.
And it's kind of interesting when you have this, they have no context for you. Just like, so it's like, they don't really know what to do with you, especially in the moment. It's like, do I like this? Do I hate this? I don't actually have anything to compare it to. So,
and how fun that you guys got to get out there ahead of the mainstream thing so that you could have experiences like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, let me thank you for reading. That was great. And I've read the book and I've heard you read that chapter before, and I get a kick out of it every time. It's such a fun story. And because I know you first from Narboots, one of your later bands, that Narboots is a very experimental and a little in your face. I take it you guys weren't normally aggressive. You got to explore this kind of aggressive side of pushing yourself in people's face at this show where they didn't know what to make of you.
I don't think it was aggressive normally, but it was like, we definitely, because of Skank and Pickle and because of Fishbone, who Skank and Pickle was very much like wanted to be Fishbone. The energy wasn't really be aggressive. It was more just like be as like wild as possible and give people a show that they can't like look away from. So I'm not sure if you would quite call that. It wasn't really in your face, like get in front of people's audience, but it was like, I think one of the things I tried to point out in this book several times is that when you think about ska in the 90s, you have to think about what else was happening. And this is where I kind of like say that ska was like less goofy than people remember because, or that there was something behind it. Like if you think, like I can remember playing all these shows locally where it was like, everyone was like into alt rock and these bands would like feel like, look like they felt so important and they were posing as like rock stars as they played in front of like 5 people at a bar, right? This is the image that so many bands projected and tried to like see themselves as.
Right.
So ska bands and a few other, some punk bands, I think we had an attitude of like, no, we're not rock stars. We're not trying to look cool. We're trying to create a space that's really fun and kind of freeing and get people like out of their seat and get people moving. And if some of the recipe for that is to kind of get a little goofy, get silly, bring even props on stage to do that, I think that was the thinking behind it.
The other thing that frustrates me is people remembering 90s ska. And I just saw somebody making some really ignorant comments on one of your podcasts posts about it being a very white thing. And I'm like, I remember it being a very diverse thing. I mean, you mentioned Skank and Pickle. They were an extremely diverse band, both ethnically and queer friendly. And Fishbone was the most influential band from that period, and they were all black dudes. You guys were super ethnically diverse. So it's like, so a couple of bands that you saw that got really big may have been all white, but it wasn't like a super white scene. It was a very diverse scene. And I think especially where we were in Northern California and in the Bay Area, wonderfully so.
I think it's funny too, this perception, because even when you only think about the bands that were on MTV, it wasn't exclusively white guys. It was like Mighty Mighty Bosstones were multiracial band. No Doubt, their bassist was not
Yeah.
white. There was a guy who was Asian that was in Real Big Fish. You know, the band that's most like viewed as the like white guy Orange County band. I mean, it's a little weird to start counting and stuff, but I'm just saying, like, it's funny
But they
that
kind of push you in that direction by saying
Yeah.
something so clearly not true, where they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, it was all white guys." Like, a couple bands maybe, but isn't that true of any genre? I mean,
yeah, I mean,
a bunch of guys who know the Beatles, 4 white guys.
yeah, I mean, you know, like nobody's like keeping tabs on what 90s alt rock was like. I mean,
Right. And
it's I guess it's just assumed that was supposed to be a white scene. Yeah.
Yeah, I do get that part of that is where ska came from, but
Yeah.
it
But I
may
mean, you know,
stops on
rock
the
and
way.
roll is black music. I mean, it was all
Right.
black music. And so, I mean, it doesn't really matter what we're talking about. If we're talking about ska or reggae or hip hop or rock and roll, punk rock,
Right.
metal, it all stemmed from black music.
Or just jazz, yeah, and country, just to piss off some
Country
people.
too. Yeah. Yeah.
Amen. I want to ask you not about ska, about the
Okay.
subject we're here working on. But first, I want to pause and let you plug your podcast because it's great. And I really enjoyed listening to you interview the dude from Madness. So plug away.
So I have a podcast also called In Defense of Ska. My co-host is Adam Davis, who's one of my oldest friends. He was in my band. Him and I did Nar Boots, the band that Keith mentioned a few times before.
He's also a little bit of a rock star in his own right.
Yeah, he used to be in a band called Link 80, which were pretty popular in the 90s, and he has a current band called Omnigon, which are very much in a similar style of kind of like hardcore driven ska. So we started doing this podcast in January 2021. It was kind of leading up to my book coming out, but it's been its own thing, and we've done episodes every Wednesday since then. We haven't missed a week, so we're at like 172 episodes or something wild like that. And we just did the singer for Madness, Suggs. Not only is Madness a famous band, but he's like a TV personality in England, like a legit famous like TV personality, like
with good reason. He's such a character.
And then like the episode we just dropped yesterday is with Trevor Dunn from the band Mr. Bungle, who were not a ska band, but they had some ska elements, and they were highly influenced by Fishbone. Huge influence on the band. And then Bad Manners and Oingo Boingo. So ska was definitely an ingredient for Mr. Bungle. So that was interesting to kind of like hear all that and stuff. So
yeah.
So we talked to people from ska. We talked to people kind of around ska. We've had comedians on who, like Fred Armisen and Margaret Cho, and a guy named Keith Lil Jensen, who talk about their experiences with ska. I think you should wherever you get podcasts.
Yeah, I listen to it. I listen to it on the Devil's Own streaming service. I really got. Look, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna start saying this every chance I get, and make myself live up to it as well. But do as I say, not as I do. I got to get off of Spotify, Apple Music. I mean, it'd be great if there's a service that wasn't corporate at all, but Apple Music at least pays the artist better. They are fair, and you can migrate your playlist over. That's the thing that's been keeping me from moving over, is I've got to do the work of bringing all, because I love my playlists. I also did want to ask, just yes or no, wouldn't you agree that my ska playlist is the best ska playlist ever made?
Sure. Yeah, why not?
So, Sacramento Kindness Campaign is working to help people meet their basic needs, and specifically a lot of times working to help people deal with being unhoused and not having stable housing. as they ask people, including myself, they're like, have you experienced housing insecurity? And I was like, nah, I've always been good. And then I thought about it and I was like, well, I slept on my friend's couch for like a month and a half once, hoping that a room would open in her apartment, which it did. And if I didn't have that friend, I would have been screwed because the apartment I was living fell apart and I moved onto a friend's couch. People move in with their parents. These things where you use the safety net. And you were housing insecure at that time. Has that touched your life?
So I've never been officially housing insecure, but yeah, I've had similar experiences when I was younger. Like, I moved back home for, a few months to kind of get my bearings straight and to kind of, figure out. I don't know that I was ever in a situation where I had no other option but to stay at my parents' house. But It was, it was definitely a situation where like, it would be, if I could stay there for like 2 or 3 months and save up a little money and get a new place, I'll be in a better place. I will have, that'll help me build the security up to be able to have a little bit of extra money. So I guess, yeah, it's essentially the same thing like you're saying. Like I've had that, I have had that safety net too. Yeah.
So cool. Well, as we were closing in on 6 o'clock, thank you so much for chatting with me and for being patient with the bump. I'm so sorry about that. Greg Proops is in, where is he? He's in Nebraska. And there was some confusion over if I was talking in Pacific Standard Time or if I was talking to him in his time. He didn't realize that I had adjusted it for his time. So, but then I did the math and I was like, he still came on at the wrong time. So, but he's Greg Proops. What am I going to do? I was thrilled to have a chance to talk with him again. And I really appreciate your flexibility. And good luck with the second edition of the book. So far, people are responding excited about it.
Sounds like it, yeah. I got months to go, so I haven't like gone too heavy on promo yet, but I'm gearing up to be more focused on that.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna thank you and say see you later and get to our live stuff that we're doing here now.
All righty. Thank you.
I'll see you soon. Coffee wieners forever.
Coffee wieners.
Like that we said coffee wieners without explaining to anybody what coffee wieners is.
I feel like in the know because I sort of know.
Yeah.
Only because I've seen the logo.
I am going to go use the bathroom.
Okay.
I've had to for the last hour. And I'm going
This
to turn
person
this.
must know you because he said hello to
See,
you when he came in.
I didn't know you were on your live still. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's okay.
How are you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you. I'm going to go pee.
Hello there.
Hi.
I'm Molly.
I'm Matt.
Matt, nice to meet you. I work for Sacramento Kindness Campaign.
Oh, okay.
Keith is volunteering for us during this madness. So we have been mostly live, going on, I don't know how many hours because math is not my specialty, but since midnight last night.
Yeah, I saw him talking about that like the day before he was gonna do it.
He's crazy. He talked us into it, so we're doing it. So pardon my back, but
Oh no, you're okay.
But there, if I move over, you're in the feed, I think. I don't know. Anyway, we are now at Spaghetti Factory. Our live event is supposed to start in about 5 minutes or less. And it's just sort of like an open house. We do have some scheduled activities. So Keith Lowell Jensen, who is a local Sac area comedian and a pretty funny one, if you'd have a chance to log in at any point during today. If you logged in during one of his like semi naps, you might have a different thought about that. But trust me, he's super funny. So he's going to do a stand-up set here at 6:30. And then we have Jenny and Colby, who are going to be doing a very funny pop culture trivia segment. And then we have Priya Holly, who's going to be doing a cosplay tutorial. So that should be really interesting too. And in the meantime, we have Baskin Robbins ice cream cake. It's hot and cake is good. So if nothing else, come here and get some cake. And it's low stakes. You just come in and ask for SKC. We're in the side room. You can order some dinner. You can have some cake. You can enjoy the comedy show. And you can enjoy the activities. So that's what we've got going on tonight. So please feel free to join us. So Keith just got finished with his 1 hour discussion and reading from the book with Aaron Carnes, who is the author of In Defense of Ska. And it was a really fascinating conversation. If you didn't get to hear it, check out the recorded version because it was really fascinating. And I didn't know a lot about ska, so I feel like I learned a lot. And I also put his book on my Goodreads TBR because it was interesting enough to want to check it out. So I hope you'll do that.
What's your handle on Goodreads?
I don't know.
Just your name, probably?
I don't know any of them. I followed you and I put all your books on my TBR. So.
Oh, you followed me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So I'll be able to find you.
And I requested you to be a friend too.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
So you took care of that.
I took care of business. I'm on
Keith
it.
Lowell on Goodreads. And I mentioned earlier, this is my year of reading.
Oh, I found you under Keith Lowell Jensen, I think.
Is it under Keith Lowell
Yeah.
Jensen? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because you said Keith Lowell and then I found you under Jensen. I was like, oh, I wonder if he has two or if this is the one. But it seemed to be the one. So
Last year was my year of movies. This is my year of books.
Mm-hmm. All years are my years of books and movies.
I think I was only reading like 2 or 3 books a year. I just wasn't reading as much, and I didn't like that. I wanted to get back into reading more. But the problem is when I read, it makes me write.
Yes, that's not a problem. Especially for someone who is aspiring to be a professional author. And as a matter of fact, you not just aspiring, you actually have published books and even with mainstream media, right?
Yeah. I did a weird thing where I published a book before deciding to be an author. I published.
Do you know how many long-suffering, struggling authors hate your guts right now for that statement?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It was an accident.
It was an accident. That's exactly the way struggling authors love to hear people talk about their long, hard road to success. But I'm sure it was really hard before that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You struggled and suffered. Okay, then you can get back in the good graces.
And I have an angel in the story.
Well, let's hear it. Let's have it.
There is an angel in this. I've told the story once
Angels
on this
are good.
stream already. It keeps coming up. But
Mm-hmm.
Carrie Poppy of the podcast Oh No, Ross and Carrie, they wanted her to write a book. And she was like, oh, no, you should have Keith Lowell Jensen write a book about punching Nazis. And they were like, who? And
Why?
she's like, oh, he's a
What?
great comedian and he has a manuscript about punching Nazis. So they wrote me and said, can we see your manuscript? And I was like, well, it doesn't exist. And they were like, oh, well, would you write it?
Well,
So I really owe it to Carrie Poppy for making it happen.
that is a fantastic story, and good for you that it happened that way.
I'll
It's
take
nice
it.
when that happens for some people.
Yeah, I was also in my 40s. I mean, it would have been nice to
Mhm.
maybe start my career a lot sooner if I would have the guts to send things out and put up with rejection letters.
Yeah.
But every rejection letter just a stab in the heart.
My mom calls that, in her very cheery, a glass half full sort of way, she calls that collecting your nose. It's part of your job. It's actually in the job description for a creative person and lots of other people. You
The
have to
only
collect
nose
your
I want
nose.
is this one. My nose collection is a collection of one.
Well, we are on the same page as far as that goes, but I appreciate my mother's perspective. But I feel your pain. I've written 12 children's books and varying states of completion.
Nice.
But a handful of them finished, just a little unpolished, but finished. And last year was the year I was going to do something about it and try to get them published. And I didn't get my butt in gear to make it happen. So this year is the
This
year.
is it. I wrote a kid's book.
You did?
And it comes out next year from Clash Books.
What?
It's called Tiger Torn.
You're not making that
No, it's about a tiger looking for a job.
up? Okay, so can you give us a little plot detail or is it under wraps?
I can.
First of all, what age range is it for?
I think 7 to 8.
Okay.
That's how old Max was when I wrote it for her. So it's about a kid named Max. And I asked Maxine if I could change the kid's name because the kid isn't hers. I made the kid a little more ethnically diverse because I would like kids to be able to see themselves in it.
Mm-hmm.
Diverse isn't the word I was looking for an individual. Ambiguous.
Ambiguous.
I worked with the artist and we intentionally made sure that the kid was kind of ambiguous, that different kids would be able to see themselves in her.
Mm-hmm.
But I told my daughter, I said, I named her Max because I wrote the story for you, but I can change her name. And my daughter said, don't you dare.
Oh.
And her thing was, she was on a mission. She said, I want people to know that girls can be named Max.
Well,
So-
that is a very specific and super awesome reason for wanting to keep it.
Right. So Max finds a kitten, which is something that happens in people's lives.
It does all the time.
She says the kitten looks like a tiger, so they name the kitten Tiger. The problem is the kitten turns out to actually be a tiger.
Ooh, that is a
And
problem.
her parents are like, we can't afford to feed a tiger. Like, the tiger's eating us out of house and home. This tiger needs to get a job. So the tiger goes through several jobs. Works at an ice cream shop, but a brain freeze ruins everything. Works for the post office delivering pillows, but then breathes a feather. Delivering mail, one of which happens to be a pillow. And the feather makes it sneeze and causes problems.
Oh dear. Well, this sounds like a really fun book. So who is it being published with?
Clash Books, the same
Clash
ones
Books.
who did What I Was Arrested For.
Okay.
And I wanted to do it under a different name. I wanted to be Lowell Coyle, which is my middle name and my mother's maiden name.
Mhm.
And they said no.
Oh.
They said, we're already building your name with the other book. We want to utilize that. And I was like, but this is a kid's book, and that's a book about getting arrested. And they were like, it's
fine. If Madonna can write a kid's book, then
so can the
anybody
guy who
write a
loves
kid's
to
book.
get arrested.
Yes. I like that you didn't just get arrested, but that you actually love to get arrested. That's a distinction you don't often hear.
Being
So-
a comedian can do weird things to you where I swear to God, I have been in bad situations where I stopped and went, I'm going to get a good story out of it.
It's worth it.
And I just made it okay with myself.
So that's why I eat bugs and get mystery tattoos, but I can't say go as far as to get arrested
Right.
yet.
You're having a story. You're having an experience.
But I'm only 52.
You live once. You might as well eat some bugs.
That's right.
Plus, we all eat bugs all the time.
One of the books that I wrote was called.
By the way, folks, get down here.
Get
Come-
down here.
come-
It's already 6 o'clock. We have Baskin Robbins ice cream cake. So,
We'd be so
There's
embarrassed
delicious
if there's no
food.
one here to eat it.
and if Keith has to do his stand-up routine to me and this one other cool dude who showed up, I mean, we'll appreciate the heck out of it like we're 20 people, but
Let's
still,
show
we'd rather
them.
have 20 people.
Let's show them Matthew. I think they'll come just because Matthew's
Look
here.
at Matthew.
There he
Look at him. He
is.
needs a friend. So this
Poor guy's like, what are you doing?
this is what I'm having. So don't you want to come down here and have it too?
And for you vegetarians, they have a lovely mushroom sauce.
So Keith, the vegan, went with a delicious vegetarian dish, and I have mine is literally called Meat Lovers, and it has more meat than I think.
You were like, give me the meat he's not
Just
eating.
give me all the meat that Keith is leaving on the table.
Mm.
So one of the children's books I wrote is in a similar, not at all in a similar vein, but has a similar idea behind wanting your character to be universally able to be related to. Because I have done a lot of work with children with special needs. And so special needs are all over the spectrum, and not just the autism spectrum, but there's physical, behavioral, developmental, there are all kinds of special needs. So if you put a kid in a wheelchair, then kids in wheelchairs are going to relate to it, but not necessarily somebody on the spectrum.
Right.
And vice versa. I mean, you could plug anybody with a very specific special need into that book and nobody else relates to it. So the book is called Catbeard. And the difference,
I would buy the book just for the name.
it actually started because my brother used to have this wonderful cat named Squeezel. And he used to hang Squeezel under his chin
You call him a
like
cat
this
beard.
in a long stretched out. Yeah. And he called him, look at my cat beard. So I was like, you know what? That would make a great stand-in for a specific disability that is just a difference that people can relate to in whatever way they're different.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody actually has a cat beard that I am aware of.
Except for your brother.
Except for my brother, and that was temporary.
Temporary. Yeah.
So anyway, that was my thought. So the story is, it's a story of compassion and acceptance, and how people aren't so different once you get to know them. Using the idea of this kid being different because he has a live cat growing from his chin as a beard. Thank you.
So that's really it. That they actually have a live cat growing from their beard?
Yeah.
Oh man, they're not just a kid with a beard. They're
No,
a kid with a cat
It's
beard.
a kid with a live cat. I I do not go into how a live cat came to be growing or like the physics or the biology behind it.
Why would you?
It's just one of those things you have to accept. You have to suspend disbelief and be like, oh, yeah, sure, a cat beard. That could be a thing.
And cat beard is a very fun thing to say.
Mm-hmm. So that's one of the ones that's finished, but it needs to be edited and polished. So Keith, it is 6:09, and you're doing a stand-up set for us at around 6:30, right?
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Am I really just going to do it for 2 people?
We can do it as late as 7 because we have a really fun activity happening at 7:30. So I think we can be kind of flexible until I know some of our staff is at other events and they're like busting their humps to get here as quick as possible, but they're arriving like between 6:15 to 6:30ish. So we should have some people here by 6:30. And if not, we can just push it back 10, 15 minutes as late as 7. But we don't want to, so get down here. Have delicious vegetarian, vegan, or meat dishes, whatever your bag is.
I hope that people aren't showing up at the Midtown. Because at first I just hear Spaghetti Factory. I just picture the big one in the train station in Midtown. Which, by the way, have you been there?
Every time. I have not. No.
Oh, it's so gorgeous. It's in the actual like main train station that was in Midtown Sacramento at one time along the railroad tracks. Did you know that was originally the old Spaghetti Factory's thing? They put them all in old train.
Hello.
Hello.
Old train stations.
Hey, Zelda. I did not know that. That makes sense, though. So our board member, Mariah, has just arrived.
Hi, Mariah.
And her daughter, Zelda.
Hi, Zelda.
Yes.
Quiche, right?
Yes,
quiche.
Quiche.
Okay.
Yep.
That happened today, Matthew. I became
Hi,
quiche.
guys. Hello.
Hey,
And
look,
Priya
there's
and
people
Jenny
here
are
now.
here, so people are starting to arrive, so that's a good thing. You guys are welcome to just grab a table, set up wherever you want to, pick your spot, wherever you think is a good place to set up.
Okay. For the game.
Yes, it's all wherever you want to sit and wherever you want to set your games up. It's all free range. And what's that?
Okay.
Okay.
What's the game?
And Jenny, this is Mariah. She's one of our board members.
Hello.
Mariah, this is Jenny and her daughter Priya. Priya's doing a little cosplay segment for us.
Ooh.
Cosplay tutorial. And Jenny and her friend Colby are going to be doing a trivia game for us.
Do you want us to kind of set up here?
Yeah,
That's kind of out of the
perfect.
way. I have like a little thing showing the makeup initiative.
Ooh.
It got messed up, but
Well,
she's gonna do it on me.
it looks cool. It looks super cool.
All right.
How are you, Zelda? Are you sleepy after did you come from gymnastics? Yeah.
And where did Zelda's name come from?
Ironically, not the game.
No.
Are you disappointed, Keith?
And not the F. Scott Fitzgerald novel either.
What's crazy is, no, not that either. But I wanted Torrance. He wanted something traditional and feminine. I wanted something strong and weird. And when you draw a Venn diagram of a traditional, feminine, strong, and weird, there's only one name. So we were like,
Wow.
I guess that's her name.
I think that might
it's
be
a great name.
the best explanation for how you ended up with a kid's name that I've ever heard. Seriously, I love the fact, my friend Jaya, who by the way was our $1,000 matching donor today, besides Rich Desmond.
Wow.
I thought it was pretty amazing when they did it. Her husband did a bracket to name their son Max. But I have to say, the Venn diagram is equally, if not even more impressive. I think maybe more.
Well, fun fact, we had to do a deep dive after we named her because we were like, well, I guess we should learn about this name.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, the character Zelda from a video game was named after that Japanese video game designer.
Oh, wow.
Took inspiration from F. Scott Fitzgerald's wife.
Oh, so they are the same Zelda.
Okay.
That's
They're the
great.
same Zelda.
And Robin Williams' daughter is Zelda.
Yeah.
You do.
You have a cousin named Link?
That
Wow.
is amazing.
His name's Lincoln.
Did you guys call him Link?
Yeah, we're like, Zelda, Link. We get a lot of looks.
That's awesome.
Zelda, do you like your name? Yeah, you're
Like,
okay.
that's my name.
Yeah, it'll do.
Fine.
These are cushions.
Okay, so I'm gonna go, Jenny. We did get a microphone and a speaker. So I'm gonna go get that out of the car in just a minute. After I eat a few more bites of spaghetti. How was your day?
Over your gymnastics. Are you okay?
The end. Yeah. I feel I have hey there. Hello, how are you? I know who you guys are here to see. Yeah.
So let's go put your food order. We just go like, oh, there's
I have a final on Monday, but that's just one final. You have how many finals to grade? Thank you for doing this in the midst of your finals. Next year.
We're neglecting you now because we're starting to have people here.
Oh boy.
I feel like my desktop one may still have that chilly filter on.
Oh.
That de-aging filter.
Mm-hmm. Is it working? Do I look 51
Something
instead of
looks
50?
something looks weird, right?
I can't tell. I'm wearing my reading glasses and I actually can't see that far away with my reading glasses. Sarah is bringing a
No, it's not on.
a MiFi card. Yeah, because they don't actually have Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. I just figured since you guys are.
He's
I have a hotspot set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I could well, I probably shouldn't have anyone else hop on it because we don't want to over. Yeah. Because we are still streaming.
So we have lots of things we're putting on the list for next year. So we'll add, make sure there's Wi-Fi. What we didn't have on our list today was make sure there are no planned outages in our home base.
Oh,
because
I tuned in at one point and it was like, oh, this is weird.
Yeah, it went dark for a minute. We had to relocate to Eloise's house because there was a planned outage from 9 to 2 today.
Which ended up going way after 2.
Which went after 2, which is why we came here early and got a hot spot. Tried to make it work. So this is the year where perfection is the enemy of good, and we're just rolling with it and laughing and learning and taking notes for next year. I don't know. I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
I am very tired.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm having fun.
Good.
I'm going to make them give me coffee.
Okay. I'm also very tired, but having fun. Yes. Yeah, we have a designated server, so she'll come in and take orders. And we have ice cream cake. So in a little bit, once it's not a brick anymore, we're going to cut it up and you can avail yourselves of some delicious ice cream. And Keith is going to do his comedy set sometime between 6:30 and 7 when our Sarah is due to arrive and a couple other of our board members.
And then I'm trying to think of the best way to stream that. And I'm thinking it might be for you to go live on your phone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And did you see where you can go into settings and switch it to the camera that goes out the back of your phone?
No. I did not see that. Do you want to set it up on my phone?
Oh, but your phone's weird.
My phone's weird?
I might have you do it through my phone.
Okay.
Because remember, your phone
Oh, yeah.
doesn't have all the functionality.
Okay. I'm going to run out to the car and get the microphone and the speaker.
Oh, you'll run out to that car, all right.
Yes, I will.
I have no idea what that means.
I'm actually not going to run out to the car. I'm going to walk leisurely out to the car.
Walk right back.
The only time I
to
run
me
is
this minute.
if I'm chasing an ice cream truck.
So I hit settings.
Okay.
And then I hit camera. And
Wait,
then
you're hitting settings from where on your?
See, I don't know that yours is set up different. So here I have settings, and then
Okay.
camera, and then I can select the other camera.
Okay.
But I'll just leave mine on that
Yeah,
way.
just leave yours on that way, and it's plugged in right so it can stay charged. And do you know where you're gonna set
No,
up
I'll
to do
wait
it?
and kind of see where people sit.
Okay.
And I'm probably going to do a fairly short set.
Okay.
Unless it fills up.
Yeah.
And there's kids.
And they're like, you told us one joke.
Well, this many jokes. I mean, you're getting a number of jokes.
That's a lot of jokes.
Yeah. And it's not that short. It's a little short.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go. Go get my keys. Okay, I'm gonna go grab the mic and the speaker.
So I know I've been working full time for a while. Cannabis edibles. Oh, yeah. So it was like the reason why I went back to Punchline was because when I first started at Wild, I was only working swing shift. So then they moved us all to day shift. Okay, yeah. So I was just like, go back to Punchline, some extra money, Disneyland. And then after I came back from Disneyland, I was just like, kind of tired of just working the two jobs. And left on good terms at Punchline. They're like, come back whenever you want to. You know? Yeah. You and Johnny did your birthday show there. We did. A couple months ago. Yeah, it was fun. Who else did you guys have performing over there?
Me and Johnny. We have Paul. And Becky Lynn. Can I get some coffee?
Cup of coffee? Yeah.
Oh, with some sugar?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're not doing that. No, I think probably using that.
You've been doing 24 hours on Facebook Live.
My brain's super melting. I shouldn't be ignoring it either. I should. Yeah, because people, but. All right, so this is the live part. Come on down, folks. We got some people starting to show up around the room. Right there.
Hi, my name's
I almost did that too.
Let's add more coffee to this guy. That's what he needs. Not sleep. I don't know how necessary. Molly.
Yeah.
I don't know how necessary that will be.
Okay. Well, it's here if you need it.
It's nice of me to say that after you plug it in, right?
That's fine. I had to bring it in anyway.
I have
Great.
I have
Yes.
built an excuse for everything.
Do you?
I haven't slept in it.
It's true. Like 1,000,001, I think. I did.
Yeah, I had already, when I went in, I had already been waiting for 18 minutes. Because I get up at 6 in the morning to take my daughter to school.
So the next one we go.
And then I did midnight to 6. That was hard.
Trying new material.
A little bit, yeah. Talk about some travel stuff. Just kind of worked my way through my favorite topics. So I was like, let's talk about movies, right? Books, video games, travel. About coverage.
Right.
No, but I did. Points where there weren't, and there were less things than I thought there were. But at points where there weren't anyone there, like at like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
I put on it. And I would watch, and if someone came in, I'd pause it and talk to them. But then if they left again. But I didn't mind watching one
And then I supposed to watch.
really good through that much.
That's very interesting, like audio commentary.
Yeah, I could have done that. And I know my friends' episodes. It oddly became like a comfort show for me.
Yeah.
It's,
A lot of it you just talking about.
I watch other shows. It's literally it's almost bad.
So this was our
It's like how the office is.
grand experience.
And that baffles me because my cousins are the same.
Yeah. Really recommended it to me. I watched the first couple episodes. And it's so stressful.
Oh, The Office.
Yeah, Michael is just so impossible.
Those first few episodes are hard to get through. You gotta get through those first, like, I think season one's only like 5 episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, he kind of changes a little bit too. He's a little stressful still, but he's more likable.
So luckily,
It's so unlike. You know, the first episode of Seinfeld is crap.
Oh yeah.
So we looked it up.
Those first few episodes of Seinfeld are not very good.
That's
Yeah.
They almost seem like a parody of Seinfeld.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. I kind of feel like, I mean, I've watched a lot of Curb Your Enthusiasm, but I've seen that first season, which that first season of Curb is kind of rough too. I think so, yeah. And it's like, I kind of feel like it's more of that first season of Seinfeld is more Larry David.
Yeah.
Kind of, I don't know, like, it's New York humor.
I find Larry David so brilliant. My Curb Your Enthusiasm is so brilliant, but I don't necessarily want a whole episode of it.
Yeah.
I did not
I
know
just
that.
watch
Thank
clips.
you.
Yeah.
It's just so funny.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't want to see it like a whole half hour.
And then it's 12
And then
seasons,
just-
13 seasons, whatever it is. But I guess what they did on the, I haven't watched a lot of Curb, but I guess what they did on the series finale, they kind of tied together the Seinfeld series finale with Curb, because he went to jail. Yeah, he went to jail and he met up with Jerry. I don't know what's going on with Jerry Seinfeld. I don't know. I mean, I want to see his movie on Netflix coming out tomorrow, yeah. But I haven't seen that interview. I've just seen like the little articles posting about it. And I think he's been doing that for a long time. But, yeah, right. And I kind of just think the storylines are, I'm sure, I think a lot of sitcoms did similar storylines.
It really leads into the romance plot, drama plot.
Yeah.
It was a very different show. It was a group of friends in New York that had that.
Right.
But, you know, so
I remember when they did the neighbor across the street who was the naked guy. Right. And then Seinfeld did an episode where there was a naked woman across the street.
Okay.
Yeah. And so then that was like one of the things that a lot of people are like, for instance, ripping off Seinfeld. I just kind of feel like I'm sure every sitcom or movie in the 90s did something similar to that. You're single, yeah. Guys, yeah.
Which I also know that remember I stayed in New York.
Yeah.
Could tell me which windows to keep an eye on. I remember Jay was just like, oh, sometimes she puts on the show.
So what else is going on with you?
I just been writing, like, I wrote a novel. I have a rough draft of the second novel. The second novel is based on comedians making their way to festival.
And she likes to her mom.
So it's, you know, the surface personality that I visualize.
Okay.
She's graduating.
And then once I get that finished, I'm on the third novel.
Okay, let's start on one side and make my way over.
Said they wanted to do it justice.
Oh,
The same publishers that you worked for, I think what I could press it for. Okay.
This is Christina, you guys. She recently came to a meeting, we just
Really?
talked about
Yeah.
the Sacramento City.
Not this
side.
Not as late as this.
But
Yeah,
what
it's kind of
I'm
a thing.
thinking about, thank you. Kind of when we identified this. So, well, we have enough room today.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're gonna set up here.
I
Okay.
overheard you guys talking about,
Love
you were
it.
saying that some people might have thought it's having a good town location.
Yeah.
When I got here, I got to the front, and I was just like, comedy show, like, Yeah, I saw them promoting it on their Facebook Live and like stuff listening to
No.
How are you? Do you need a nap?
You just go big time.
You do, yeah.
Yeah, you just raced 2 different events.
Yeah.
You're a wild woman.
Woo! Yeah.
Oh, hi. Sorry.
It's okay.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hi, Christina. Nice meeting you.
Are you into comedy? Because your shirt looks like
Yeah, I used to
yeah.
work at the house line. I used to do security over there. That's where I met Keith. Yeah.
Oh, you took out all the crazy ones? Did you ever
Close.
take him out?
He's not crazy enough. At least not now.
Okay.
I've read his stories though.
I had to help your day.
I did too. Yeah, well, we won't talk about that.
Someday we will, though.
I don't think I love it. Maybe we should squeeze over anyway, right? I think so too. Let's shall we?
Yes, I want to see our pretty cakes.
Oh, they melted.
Okay. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Did you look at them, Keith?
No, I'm just being a jerk. I breathed fire on it.
You did.
Oh, that is pretty. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's ready for that.
So let's
Oh, I'm gonna show them my cake. Do you want some cake? Some cake here. It's delicious.
kindness is a verb. Is the other one the same?
Yeah.
That's so
Yeah,
cool.
this one is. We know that. Here, I'm gonna show it off here.
That is the cake. It's ice cream cake, and you could have some of it for free if you get down here. You could buy yourself some dinner if you want, and eat some ice cream cake.
Tomorrow morning. Yes, ma'am. I did till the bitter end.
Are you? That would be great.
I was on by myself until midnight last year, so it's gonna be like a pleasure.
Oh, did you?
No, I wasn't online. I was just like updating our Facebook page. No, this is our first go round with live. Oh, you know what? You could have used that.
Yeah, so I was watching.
So next year, I'll save those videos and just change the graphic.
I do that though. You know, I want to for that. So I was fine. Well, I mean, I think it's close to it, but yeah, I think so. We definitely follow this all day. Oh, yes, I do. I respond every time.
I was looking to see if people were commenting.
Yeah. Well,
Hey, there's someone there now. Hey, we're at the live event, so shortly I will be doing a comedy set, and we will live stream it. So hang tight. Tell a friend. But we're starting to collect people live here at the venue. Starting to pile them up, and then we'll squeeze them all together in one spot, and I'll tell them some jokes. This has been such a wonderfully long day. I'm so tired. I was had been awake for 18 hours when this thing started, and that was 16 hours ago, 18 hours ago. I can't see. Why don't I have my reading glasses on?
If we look at the second timer, so it's 18, 33, 48, 49.
I need to find my reading glasses.
Oh, okay. Is this them?
No, they're pink. I thought I remembered
Oh.
hearing them hit the ground,
Okay.
thinking I needed to pick them up and then not doing it.
Oh,
Maybe I did. No, I did. They're in my pocket.
Okay. Oh, that's perfect. It's like me having my. It's like so. Keith
Where are my
had his.
glasses? Where are my
And
glasses?
when they're on my head, I do that occasionally.
Sit down.
Okay.
Let's chat.
Okay. Hi.
This is Sarah. And where are you coming from? You went to both San Juan and Sac Unified?
Yeah, we did. Here, I'll show you what we got at San
Why
Juan.
do they do their appreciations on the same day?
Well, no, we didn't get an appreciation from both.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So here's what we got from San Juan Unified. So, ta-da! And this is the 4th year that we've been recognized as one of their most valued partners.
That's great. Let me tell you something cool. I was involved in helping run the brainstorming sessions that created that
The
logo.
logo.
Yeah.
I like the logo. I think you guys did a really good job.
I sent it to Tina, the pictures that you
You did?
posted, saying, look, our logo. We always say Uptown in the Wild
Oh,
when we spot Uptown Studios work
Oh
on
my
billboards
goodness.
or buses.
That's so cool. I mean, yeah, you're like, hey, we did that. Yeah.
It's
So-
fun when you get behind a bus and you're like, I had a role in designing
Yeah.
that.
Christina, if you want to come up here and talk with us, you totally can, because you can, or I just wanted to invite you because you haven't been part of any of this yet.
Let me let you introduce
okay.
Christina. Here, come sit here.
Okay.
Sarah's going to introduce you. Even though my name's going to be on there.
Yes. Well, I'm Keith Lowell Jensen. It's nice to meet you.
You should be so lucky.
I know, right? Well, everybody, this is Christina.
Hi, everyone.
Yes, and we have looks like we have a couple people that are watching, and so.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think I'm on live. I was about to share it.
Yeah. So Christina works with us and as a volunteer right now, and she's just really great at helping families identify gaps and how to remove barriers. It's a thing that we discovered we do really well together, and we brainstorm and we figure stuff out. And so after the San Juan Unified event, we went to a shelter where there's a number of families, and it's so great because we've realized that we could probably help with some of the processes that are happening. So we're talking to the district about it, and and I just really appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. And of course, always here to listen and hear from others out there, suggestions and concerns or anything, is helpful and appreciated.
Yeah, definitely. We really like going to the collaborative events with other organizations because it's so critical that we work together as much as we can. So anyways, but
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Christina is here with us at Old Spaghetti Factory, which I hope that you're in your car on your way here. So we'll see you in a minute.
Come grab a bite to eat, maybe a drink, and just come hang out and do some trivia.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes. So yes. Well, let's see here. I just looked at you and I said, well, yes.
Okay.
That was the end of my statement. I didn't really have much more to say there.
All right.
Yeah. Let's see here. So it's 6:37. Yeah. So I think that can you pause that actually? Yeah. Thank you. We had a phone going here with the live stream, and there's a delay. So I was hearing my voice, what I said a minute ago, and it was very hard to concentrate. So I think that the next thing that we're doing here, is that Jenny and Colby are going to do some trivia, and that will be really fun.
Maybe eat the ice cream cake before it melts.
Yeah, for sure. We can cut into that whenever we're ready. And then Priya's going to do some cosplay makeup, which will be really fun as well. And we'll go from there. So I think that I'm just going to let this focus on Keith, which is right behind me. Right there. He's right there. I'm going to let him, it focus on these two having their conversation.
Or maybe pull down that shade so they can see Keith better.
For a minute while while we go and get settled here. So we hope to see you
Are
soon.
you guys looking to step away from that?
Is that okay?
No, you have a responsibility.
Okay, I do. Oh, look at
Yes,
that.
see?
Christina, that's much better. Yeah.
Much better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
You live here now.
I do.
Yeah.
Thank you
In this
for,
chair.
for letting me come into my home where I'll never be able to leave.
All right.
Is it like Hotel California, this chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Also, how do you feel about the Eagles?
I like the Eagles.
We were so close to being friends.
Darn it.
You made it further than most, though.
Oh, thanks.
So,
Good to know.
Congratulations.
Boom.
You should be proud of yourself just for playing a good game. You
Thank
can't
you.
win them all.
I have sung some wild karaoke to Hotel California.
Yeah, my wife and my daughter both also like the Eagles.
Yeah.
Although, no, my daughter recently admitted that she doesn't like the Eagles. She
Oh.
pretends to like the Eagles to annoy me.
Oh.
But my wife genuinely likes the Eagles.
Nice.
And I genuinely hate them.
Yeah. Well,
I have some unforgivable taste, though. I hate Eric Clapton, too.
you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that you're allowed to have feelings.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you want me to take
Sure.
over?
Thanks. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that's what you were asking.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
I'm going to go wash my hands.
Yes, I need to wash my hands also.
All right.
We've been at the shelter.
The restroom is around this way. So go out that door and then back in around the other side of that wall.
Yeah, I'm gonna go wash my hands, and then I'm gonna join you guys whenever you want. You did. I will take care of it now, so you're gonna be done. We'll move on the table. Hi, I'll be right in. Good, how are you? Right back. Okay.
We're moving up so we're not all so far spread apart.
Okay.
Are you in? Yeah. Have you been there?
We have.
Yeah. Oh, and this one is, this one's chocolate.
Oh, so they're like the pines, probably on the left side of Skyway.
As you go into the Galia,
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. So literally right from the building, you go right, and then it's like the grocery store, you go left, and that's how.
Yeah.
Yes. They have the community center and the spa.
All right. 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 For some reason, it won't show me all the comments on my post. Thank you. All right. So we are here at the end. I mean, we've still got 5 hours and 19 minutes until this thing is actually wrapped. And it's been such a long day already, but that feels like we're at the end. We're in the home stretch. We're in the last miles. So I am just paying for some food that I ate with my face here at Spaghetti Factory. All right. Oh. Okay. So, and I'm trying to make Facebook show me, it shows me that there's like 15 comments on the video on my personal Facebook page, which don't show up over here at StreamYard. It says they're there, but it won't show them to me. Facebook can be so frustrating sometimes. So. All right. There was one point today where I was literally starting to like fall asleep. I just couldn't come up with words. And Molly saved me. I don't know who tipped her off, but I think someone told her that I was losing it. And so she came in and saved me. And then I had someone to talk to, and that helped. And now I've had some more coffee. Coffee is always there for me. Coffee, my one truest friend. And it was really fun interviewing Greg Proops. Someone asked, was he on a cruise? No, he was in a hotel room, but they, it did look like, he said it looked like the set of Star Trek, which I thought was accurate. All right. And I am just going through and kind of catching up with all the various comments and likes and posts on different versions of this that we shared throughout the metaverse. So all right, I'm going to go put my card back in my wallet and do a stand-up set soon, and then I think go home. No, someone has to take me home. I don't even have a car here. Someone save me.
That's the thing I don't get. I'm like, why? Right. Just you liked it so much, you just had to have it. I guess. I don't know.
And
Yeah. And then he sees that. Is that why you're a friend of me? Because you stole my brother.
yeah, they gotta hate on me. Haterade. All right, so I don't know. Pretty soon here, we're gonna crowd people together and tell some jokes. So here's this.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Whoops, sorry about that. All right. Hey everybody, I'm here at Old Spaghetti Factory. People are just finishing up eating, and then I'll get ready to stand up and tell some jokes, and then see if someone will take me home. Take me home tonight, just like Ronnie said, be my little baby. People are like, how tired is Keith? Well, he was singing. He was singing Eddie Money and what is Ronnie Millsap? Is that her name? Songs. He was that tired. So, and that's pretty tired. Because I almost never sing Eddie Money. So, oh, I start singing and then our views go to 0, huh? I see how it is. You guys are just mean. What? All right.
So they're coming.
Crowding around one.
Okay.
Which way is the stage going
So you want to see the top?
Go be social.
Thank you.
The microphone.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yes. So we put 2 chairs at the end. I can sit at the end of the other person, and then we'll have that for everybody. Here.
And I know most of you know each other, so this is my friend Matthew.
I'm Sarah.
Those of you that don't know me, I'm Keith.
Hi.
Nice to meet you guys.
Keith is the fellow that talked us into this whole mad stream of
He was on at 3:30 this morning when I was on.
He was on at 12:01
I got on. No, I was on like 11:59. I got on before midnight.
What did you order there, Jackie? I got the spinach and meat and I ordered
Let's see. Oh, I'm making feedback. So it's not wanting to let me remove. There we go. There we go.
I like that in the one in downtown, you actually go up into.
Okay, where are you standing?
Oh, that's kind of cool.
I think this thing goes. You go up
Oh. Oh, he is? He said he couldn't come in the test room. Yeah.
I was trying to get him He's like, I have all this stress. I'm like, you're gonna have that stress whether or not you come.
I'm so glad he's gonna come.
Should we do a selfie with all of us?
Let's do it.
Here. Do you want me to pull the blinds on us?
And I've got good selfie arms.
You do?
So we have Jenny Holly, who's going to be doing our pop culture trivia with her pal Colby in a little bit. And we have Jenny's dad, Wayne. And we have our board member, Mariah, and her lovely daughter, Zelda. And we have Christina, who works with us. She's the housing locator expert. And your name again?
Matt.
Matt. This is Matt.
Keith's friend.
He knows Keith. And Keith is cool, so Matt's cool too. And there's Sarah, our AD. And there's the lovely Jenny Holly's mother. What is your name, Miss Jenny Holly's mother? Kim. I did know that. Kim. And then there's Priya.
Okay. Give it up for your entertainment for this evening.
Woo, 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 woo.
I'm my own MC. How are you guys? My name is Keith Jensen, and I write autobiographical fan fiction. Fans of the genre. This has been a lot of fun and very weird, and I was already going to be weird to perform this tired, but performing at the head of the table like I'm the patriarch subjecting you all to my dad jokes is just the cherry on top. I like it. I don't have a lawyer. I feel like that it's one of those things that represents who I am as a person. I just never made it to that level of adulting. I can say things like, so my lawyer said, I never quite got there. Who are these people? And how did they get that way?
I have people that are 30 that I talk to, and I'm like, "Are you my dad?" I never got there. So yeah, I don't have a lawyer. I should. I do have a friend named Brett who will pretend to be a lawyer if I need him. I could call him right now and say, "Wilson!" That's our cue. If I call him by his last name, he knows it's time to pretend he's a lawyer. Johnson! Wilson, I'm at the coffee shop. They're trying to charge me for refills. They'll say, "They what?" And they'll say, "Haven't they heard of Starbucks versus Jones 2004?" Make up big cases. And here's the thing. He's always threatening to nail him to the wall. I was like, that doesn't sound lawyerly, Brett.
Yeah.
Precedent, jurisprudence. I don't know what those words mean. The lawyers say them on TV.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter though, because if you're doing improv theater with your phone at the coffee shop, they just give you the right phone.
Yeah.
So, and when I'm saying that I haven't had a lawyer, I'm not saying I haven't worked with a lawyer, because one is provided for you in case you can't afford it. I've worked with many fine lawyers over the years. But I should talk to a lawyer because I have a wife, I have a daughter, and I do this for a living. So they should have some insurance. They should have a living will in case something happens to me, especially because I perform in the South a fair amount of time. And I don't know if you know where the South is, because a lot of people think the South's in the South. It's not. It's about 15 minutes outside of any major metropolitan area. Get in your car and drive for 15 minutes, and you'll be like, "Oh, I see what Keith was talking about." I would not want to perform here. So yeah, here's what I have decided to do since I don't have a living will. Because I have a living will is expensive, and video games are like $70 a pop. So priorities. I love my kid. I care about my kid, but I also care about my group and saving Zelda.
That's you.
There is an actual Zelda here at the table. That's audience at home who doesn't know what I'm talking about. So anyway, here's what I do to make up for not having a living will. I express my wishes for what should happen in the event of my death to comedy club audiences and random people that I at Betty Factory, and hope that they will remember what I said. And then if I die, they'll speak up. They can tell on you. Yeah. Excuse me, grieving widow. We saw him at Betty Factory. Yeah. Here's what he said he wanted. So you guys will do that?
Uh-huh.
Don't agree too easily. You have to listen and get it right. Because if your favorite spaghetti factory comedian dies, you're gonna obviously be torn up. I don't want you to be able to support each other and not be fighting over what I said. So let's listen and make sure we get it right. In the event of my death, I would like to be clean. Okay? That part's easy. I'm cold all of the time. I'm looking forward to the cremation. One part of death that I'm not afraid of. I'll be warm for once. I'd like to be cremated, and then I would like for you guys to go to Costco. Okay, you can use our card. They don't check ID at the South Sac location. That's a good tip for you. Yeah. I want you to buy a bag of Costco walnuts, one of the big, giant Costco-sized bags of walnuts. Then I want you to crack those open and take the nut out. That's for you, for your trouble. You're welcome. We're after the shells. I want you to take my ashes. I want you to put a little bit of my ashes in each of the shells. And I'd like you to glue those close together. Okay? And then those can be distributed to my friends and loved ones. That way they're able to put that on the mantle, and then they can say, "Oh, that's Keith in a nutshell." They never do. And it's such a long, twisted path. Okay. I can tell you guys, I'm 52, and I don't think I'm ever going to win a Pulitzer. And I don't mean to sell myself short, but you get older and you start, I'm probably never going to make my Grammy acceptance speech. I don't think an Oscar is in my future. You start changing your dreams. But I do get trophies. Okay? And I was at the Crust Theater, and a woman who had seen me perform there the week prior walked up to me and said, "You're Keith Jensen." I was a much younger woman than me, and I said, "I am." And I was flattered that, you want the kids to appreciate you. Look at poor Jerry Seinfeld. You can't stand if they don't like him. It's making him fall apart. So it was very flattering that this 20-something comes up. She said, "You're Keith Jensen." I said, "I am." She said, "I'm going to drink a beer with you." And she hands me a can of Pabst Blue Ribbon, pops hers open, and just downs it all in one swallow. Just go. And I'm standing there still holding my unopened can. And she finishes and says, I want to be able to say I had a beer with Keith Lowell Jensen. And I said, I don't actually drink. And she said, oh. And I said, but this is incredibly flattering. Can I keep this? And she said, bro, that's a trophy. Into the theater. And so I took the trophy home and I put it on my mantle. And my wife said, why is there a can of mantle? And I told her the story I just told you. And she said, huh. How long will the Rubik can be on the mantle? And I said, forever. That's my trophy. You know? And we moved several times and it always moved with us. And then finally, the last time we moved into the house we're in now, I couldn't find my trophy. And I said, hey, baby, where's my trophy? She said, what are you talking about? This is my Pabst Blue Ribbon can. She said, I don't know. That wasn't my job to move that. I go, oh, how convenient. It disappeared. You know? So I was pretty mad. We know she lost it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, then I get a message from this woman on Facebook, and she says that she saw my comedy routine with her mother, who was sick, and that it gave her mother a lot of joy, and that her mom was a big fan, and her mom passed away. And I said, that's very touching. She said, yeah, like your walnut joke just killed her. Literally. She's like, no, that was the illness, but your walnut joke made her laugh really hard in her final days, and it meant a lot. And she said, her mother said to her, do that. Do that with my ashes and walnut shells. And I said, you are kidding me. I said, this is the most, I had a tear in my eye. I said, this is the most beautiful tribute I've ever heard to my comedy. Your mom actually had to put her ashes in walnut shells. She said, can I send you one? Yes. What's her name? Her name was Woody. Woody, nice German woman. They sent me her ashes in a walnut shell. I got them in the mail. I took them. I put them on the mantle. My wife said, what's that? I said, you didn't like living with a beer can. See how you like living with the remains of a dead German woman. Then I found the Pabst Blue Ribbon can.
Yeah.
I'm not a guy who goes in his toolbox. I don't know why I have one. Once all I go, I got tools on my man, and hire someone to do whatever. I will tell you that I'm a cat guy. Okay, dog people, let me hear you. Okay, cat people, let me hear you.
Woo, and also woo.
Okay, I'm both.
Double
That's
woo.
good.
Yeah,
That's good.
same.
People want me to choose. They were like, are you a cat person or a dog person? And I was like, I don't feel the need to take sides. And then they were like, I'm a people person. I was like, okay, cats. I didn't want to get stuck with that one. Cats it is. But I do. I love cats and I love dogs too. And I've been hanging out with Sarah's dogs all day today. Dogs have a lot of fun. They got great, bountiful energy. They're very accepting. I don't like when dog people say that cats are aloof. They're like, oh, cats don't care about you. Cats are aloof. I'm like, I don't know whose cats you're hanging out with. I have to buy those tape rollers in bulk because my cats, I can't sit still before they're both on me. They love me. They get mad that I shut the door when I use the bathroom. I have always been a shut the door person. And now I've got little paws reaching under, shaking the door. When I come out, they're like, hey, we don't close up the litter box, bro. And they get upset at me. Cats are not aloof. Cats just don't like you. And cats are good judges of character. You might be this is the clean version of this show. It's a whole joke before this one that we would circle back to. But come see my show at the punchline.
I want to.
We'll do it. I will. We'll get. There is this. They said on YouTube on one of my videos, which by the way, I'll give you each a card where you can go watch 2 of my specials for free. But someone said that I was a walking, talking liberal cliche.
Oh, wow, that's a huge compliment.
Yeah. And they don't even know about the cats. And it's true, I fulfill a lot of little stereotypes. I love jazz. I wear sweaters. My wife loans me out to her friends who make me do their dishes while they beat my bottom with organic lettuce.
Do you listen to
I like
NPR?
foreign films.
Do you listen to NPR?
Luckily, we have a punchline security person here. That's the real reason I brought Matthew.
Need you to keep the table talk down.
Did you hear that? That professional? One more time.
Oh, need you to keep the table talk down.
You know, it used to be thinking comedy. Now I'm off the set. You had no idea what's
Okay, wait, we're gonna go back to the sweaters. Go back to the sweaters.
Yes, I was sweaters. I listen to NPR. Okay. It used to be thinking if you offered to buy someone a glass of water, that was. Did Punchline ever do that when you worked there?
Mm-mm.
If
I don't
you
think
offered
so.
to buy people a glass of water, that was a sign for security to bounce them.
Oh.
No,
Now I say it and people just get it as the insult.
It might be an unwritten rule.
All right. So, okay. Just a couple more things to talk about, and I'm going to get out of here. We're going to make this a nice short set. Kings fans, where are you? Woo! I am a Kings fan, but I am a fair weather fan. I like the Kings when they're good, and I don't like them when they're not. And I get grief for that. People are like, how come you don't like them? How come you don't like them when they're good? How come you don't like them when they suck? And I'm like, because they suck. How come you like them all the time? That might be why they didn't get better. Right? They're like, guys, we can practice really hard, and I think we can improve. And they're like, Jersey sales are pretty good. Why would we bother? I'm uncomfortable. And I wouldn't do that to you with my jokes. I wouldn't have you laugh at a good joke and then be like, oh yeah, you laugh when they're funny. Where were you when they were dumb? That's not, why do they get to do that? Yeah, no, I'll like them when they're good. I won't like them when they're bad. And I'll just close by saying I am ADHD. I am ADHD AF. It stands for ASF. We're bad at spelling. So, and I was diagnosed in 3rd grade. And people come up to me and try to compare because they just got diagnosed in their 20s, 30s, 40s. And I bless you. I hope it helps you. We don't have the same thing. That is not, this is like 2 different diseases with the same name. When they're like, hey, I'm ADHD. I'm like, oh, welcome to the club. Let me show you around. I don't know. We didn't have the same experience. If you get diagnosed ADHD when you're in your 30s, you might just be annoying. And I'm not saying that I'm not annoying. I'm annoying to the point where when I was in 3rd grade, see, now I botched this one all up. You were annoying to the point where you in 3rd grade, they were like, I'll outgrow it. And then now they were like, I guess not. And when I was in 3rd grade, they were like, give this kid a pill now or keep him. So and that's it. I'm going to close on that. Thank you guys. I think we got some trivia coming and some other stuff.
We do.
Thank you all for being a part of this. This has been a long, strange year. Now I'm on what? Am I closing in on 36 hours? 40 hours?
I think so. 100 hours?
Brandon Bush.
I make a punchline frequently. I don't think I have a date book there currently. No, I do. I have a classroom teacher that graduates.
Yay!
When I saw him get one, and he was like,
oh, yeah.
Okay, so that was our Keith Lowell Jensen, who has been online with us from midnight last night, actually 11:59 last night, until now, and will be with us until midnight tonight. So he's awesome. We love him. We really appreciate him. And he's really funny. So next, coming up at 7:30, we have trivia with Jenny and Colby. And they are doing pop culture trivia. And then after that, we have Priya Holly doing a cosplay tutorial. So it's going to start at 7:30 with trivia. So until then, we're just going to be eating Baskin Robbins ice cream cake and eating delicious pasta. I ate almost a whole meat dish after subsisting on insects and hot sauce for most of the day. So it was delicious, and I ate almost all of it. Okay, so what's...
You're not Keith Lowell Jensen.
Who says? Prove it.
Okay. What's your birthday?
All right.
September 8th, 1972.
That's not Keith Lowell Jensen's birthday.
March 10th, 1972.
So close.
I remember said March, but I forgot the day.
5.
So close.
572.
I almost had you convinced that I was Keith Lowell Jensen.
By the time I got this back, it looked like this, but during my set, it was recording,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Not recording, but you know what I mean.
It probably did that when I logged back in here.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Or else I
during
hit
your
something
set.
with my thumb because I'm a weirdo.
I'm
I'm
a
a
weird-
creep.
Yeah, I
I'm
just
a
started that song in a different
weirdo.
spot. Yeah.
I saw at least one person commented on my thread saying, "Are you whistling?" And yeah, I can't stop whistling.
funny.
My whole lifetime of missed whistling is all coming out now. I'm making up for lost time.
So were you aware
unintentionally.
of the fact that you couldn't whistle? It was like
Yeah,
a deficit
I
in your
spent my
life.
life trying to whistle.
And how did you finally
I was
hit the
at
spot?
a few months ago. I was at Nugget Market, and I started whistling in like November, I think, November or December. I just started whistling, and I have not stopped since.
Well, I
So-
wouldn't stop either if I missed out on that whistling.
Hey, and don't stop leaving.
Mhm. Can you whistle that?
No, I don't even remember how it goes.
That is not "Don't Stop Believing" at all. But inside my head, it sounded like "Don't Stop Believing."
Right, it was all ready to come out.
Yeah, mine was willing, but the lips did not cooperate.
Silent Night's my
Silent
favorite.
Night.
And I don't need Christmas to enjoy Silent Night. I listen to Silent Night. When I'm stressed out, I watch Friends or I listen to Silent Night. Those are my
Your go-tos. My go-to feel-good show is Community.
Yeah.
I can put any episode of Community on, just like randomly pluck one, and I'm happy. But especially The Darkest Timeline. Do you remember that episode?
No, I'm not that familiar with that. I know it starred Donald Glover.
Yes.
I know that Chevy Chase was in it for a while, but he ended up not being there because he's still a jerk.
Yes,
and
he's
that
still
he
a
has been
jerk.
all his life.
But he was a funny jerk, and he was
He's a-
so great on that show. And I'm so sad that he's a jerk and he got fired because he was a jerk.
He was so good on in the Vacation.
Mhm.
My favorite thing is to watch Vacation with my wife. It's hilarious because she hates it so much.
Really?
Oh God, she sits there going, oh, through the whole movie, and
That's
nobody's
great.
watching us now. We're yammering for our own good, but that's okay.
My sister actually put in her wedding vows to my brother-in-law that she would watch Caddyshack every single year because it's his favorite movie.
Once a year.
Every year for as long as they're married, which has now been 20 years. And do you want to know how many times she has watched Caddyshack?
20.
I don't think even one. She broke her vows.
Oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, everyone here on TV, my sister broke her wedding vows in regards to Caddyshack and only Caddyshack.
So if I had
Get
a
on
movie,
it, Kelly.
Okay, so I want to hear your movies that you love enough that you would do that you would put in your vows that your partner has to watch them with you. And I'll go first. I've got two. Cool Hand Luke.
Oh,
The Blues
nobody
Brothers.
eats 50 eggs.
Cool Hand Luke ends so dark, and I really want to share it with my daughter because it's a great movie. But I just don't know if she's ready for that ending.
Yeah.
But Cool Hand Luke and the Blues Brothers. Blues Brothers, I watch it once a year at least.
Okay. I am obsessed with, the crazy guy. Not the crazy guy,
Jim
the
Carrey?
awkward guy. Wes Anderson.
Oh, Wes Anderson.
I'm obsessed with Wes Anderson movies. I love them. But my feel-good movie goes all the way back to, I think it's the very first one. If there's an earlier one, I don't know, called Bottle Rocket.
That I'm almost positive that's the first one.
Yeah.
And on a shoestring budget.
On a
with the
shoestring budget.
Wilsons.
And it is amazing. It is, I don't know, I can't even describe why I love it so much.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like I'm riding along on a really smooth wave that feels good and makes me happy and makes me laugh.
So the current one, what's it called with the bright colors?
Is it the Asteroids? I
Yes.
haven't seen that one yet.
I couldn't get through it.
Oh.
And I love him.
That's bad news.
I could not. A lot of people love it. So, but I just
Okay.
could.
Yeah, and my other one, let's see. I want to say maybe Shawshank Redemption. I have
Oh.
seen that a million times.
You realize things always come back to King today.
Yeah. There's, King, I feel like it's the
and
undercurrent
Quiche.
of America, actually.
Stephen King and Quiche. That's, if you could sum up this live stream,
Yeah.
it's been about Stephen King and Quiche.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. So we were in
And
the
my
middle.
name's Keith. Keith King and Quiche.
Right. It's a, well, let's
What
not
did we
say
remind
that.
you of?
Oh, when we were talking earlier from about books of horror. So Kevin Bacon is a demigod.
Right.
In a pantheon of
And the name of
demigods.
this book again?
Winter's Myths, and then there's Winter's Legacy, which I think is even better than Winter's Myths. And don't get me wrong, it is a batshit experience. It just prepare to just take a wild ride and don't have any expectations and don't try to figure things out and just go along for the ride. And then at the end, you're going to be like, there is a whole Rube Goldberg machine happening under the surface that you didn't see or know about. And at the end, all of a sudden you see the machinery and you're like, whoa, how did that happen?
Being built right in front of me.
Yeah. And really, you'll see that at the end of the second book. But anyway, that led me down a rabbit hole of independent horror authors. They actually have a Facebook group.
Okay.
It's like 70,000 plus strong. And it's called Books of Horror. And so they read all kinds of books, mainstream authors, indie authors, but they have something called the Indie Author Brawl.
Okay.
And so it's 32 authors. They narrow it down from 400 independent authors who are members of this page. And they do it in groups of 100 that get narrowed down to 32. And then they take those 4 or 5 groups and narrow them down to a final 32. And then we have until September to read all 32, and they're in a bracket to pick the winner. So anyway, it is so much fun.
And the winner gets a slice of cheesecake.
The winner gets
for $2 off.
Yeah, the winner gets to say that they won the Indie Horror Ball and not participate in the next year's bracket.
And a $2 off cheesecake.
$2 off. You really have a thing for cheesecake.
I'm vegan. I don't even eat it.
7:30.
All right. So what time is it now?
7:13.
Okay. So in 17 minutes.
Oh, 7:17. 13.
In 13 minutes, we're going to do trivia. And you can play along. I don't even know how it's going to work. If you can really participate, win. But you can guess and, kind of like the prize for the Writer's Brawl. You just know you won and feel good about yourself. And if you tell us that you won, we'll believe you.
Yeah.
We will totally pretend to believe you. We'll be like, oh, you are so smart. I went with a bunch of people much younger than myself to trivia in New York. And the questions were all aimed at their demographic. And I like to think that I was not that out of touch, but I was not getting any of the questions. And then they said, and I can't even remember his real name. I know it's Eugene something. They said a name, and I knew right away who it was. And they were all, whose real name is? And they said the name, and I shot my hand up, and they said, yes. And I said, Elvis Costello. And it was the winning point.
Oh my gosh.
So my table was, they loved me, and they cheered. And then afterwards, they were all, who the hell's Elvis Costello? And I was like,
crime.
no.
That's so sad. That's really sad.
It broke my heart.
We went to the last trivia we went to up in Magalia. It was several of the categories. One was California history. One was like Northern California history. And I'm dismal at, California history and California geography. That was it. And I'm dismal at both.
What party ended in cannibalism?
Donner.
See, you're good. That would have been my only question. Does any other California history matter?
No.
I think you can pretty much sum up the spirit and personality of California by the Donner Party. And tender, delicious meat.
Says the vegan.
No, we can eat. I can eat humans.
Human?
Oh,
Okay.
totally.
Okay.
What about ethical cannibalism? My daughter pointed out that if they can start creating fake meat in a lab, in a petri dish like they're doing, why not make human meat? Why not make meat of yourself and you can auto cannibalize yourself?
Just turn it on, and then all you gotta do.
We have a hotspot coming now, so maybe this will. Maybe our signal will get stronger.
Okay.
It's got internet in, and that's it.
Okay, so you just look for
that
Alcatel. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So.
Wait, what did you say the password? Oh, right there. Okay.
Okay, so you want me to go and?
Yeah.
Okay, so other networks, and what's it called?
Alcatel.
Okay, so let's look for Alcatel. Alcatel link zone. I'm hearing Ferris Bueller. H3. Let me put show password so I can tell if I'm typing it right or not. And boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
There we are. Okay.
Alcatel.
Connection is unstable.
Oh.
But that may just be, no, it's still staying unstable. So I may go back to my hotspot.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll use this one then, since I don't want to piggyback on your bandwidth. Did I say that right? Is that
Well,
how that works?
it went away. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see how it is. I will ask, how fast is my internet? How fast is my internet? It's actually not too bad.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's.
It says fine. I guess I'm so used to super fast that I don't recognize fine. But I am going to, I think, go back to my hotspot.
So my kid.
Hang on while I switch.
Her a real-time video of a photograph loading on dial-up. And she didn't
funny.
make it 25 seconds into that thing until she ran screaming from the room. And I was like, now you know what pain is.
Yes. Oh, man, my hotspot might be even worse.
Wow.
Isn't this riveting? Me talking? No. Yeah. It's not much better. Oh, well. We're almost done with this crazy experiment, which I think mostly is a test run for next year.
So you think we should do this again next year?
Oh yeah, but I don't
Okay.
think I should promise to go midnight to midnight. I think I should promise to do a shift and you do a shift. And
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, this year was a novelty, and I think it was super fun, and you're amazing for doing it. But yeah, there's no reason next year you should have to kill yourself like that.
People wanted to watch me break myself. That's the fun.
I cannot log into this because my caps lock button has gone nuts and is like sometimes opposite and sometimes correct, but you can't like see which way it is.
Oh, it is case sensitive.
And I'm not smart enough. It looks like it because these are uppercase and these are lowercase.
I did. That's how I entered it. Yeah, it was upper and lower.
So I don't know if I'm actually
Oh,
doing...
but I could type it and I could send it to you and you could copy and paste the password in.
You're a genius.
I'm pretty smart. Handsome too.
Well, you are the official eye candy.
That's
Really can't be said often enough, can it?
My wife is going to hear so much about this. Honey, guess what? I'm handsome.
Are you going to put it on your resume? I think you should put it on your resume.
Oh, totally. Then I'm going to quote the person who said it by name.
Uh-huh.
Because they are a person with some authority.
That's right.
You will respect my authority. Okay.
So,
Oh.
Kobe is wondering who's online and if anybody would like to join the video.
We don't know. So we're trying to get online. I think we're probably going to be like the people in the room.
Okay.
We don't know.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
And go to Messenger.
Okay. Messenger. Can I even get on Messenger? Because I am.
Oh, I'm so smart. I was so proud of myself. And then.
Oh, wait, I'm in there though.
Yeah, but it won't update. It'll be old messages.
No, it's there.
Oh, then you're online
Yeah.
in some way already. I wonder what you're connected to.
Okay. Let's connect. Nope, that's the wrong one. That is the wrong one. Can't connect. Okay, let's just.
Can I go over and say hi to Olivia?
Come say hi to Olivia. Olivia, hang on. Someone's coming to say hi to you.
She's my sister-in-law.
What's up,
She's the best aunt in the
sister-in-law?
world.
Best aunt in the world. Did you hear that?
I like her more than my dad.
Oh my goodness. You- I'm not such Boom, 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 boom.
That was chosen by the biggest donor.
It's really nice.
I mean, you know,
Okay, I'll be around. Okay. Yes. You're fine. We have another one. Okay. So do you think we should set the camera up like right on the edge of their table? And then
Let's go look and see what looks good. I think I've got enough battery to be on for a while. Yeah, I'm at almost 100%. And then do they want to use a
I'm wondering if we should pull this to the back and maybe put another table there, and so that it can be a little bit farther away.
let's see what it looks like.
So this is the stream. Hi.
it's live.
Oh.
Even now it's live. So we're very Oh wait, are we off stage or on stage? Yeah, you're live. Just say hello.
Hello.
All right.
How's that?
Yeah. You know what? I'm wondering. Let's try it here, just so that they can actually see the questions and stuff.
Okay.
And Colby and I can just that might be better.
There we go.
Couple of hams ready for order.
I'm gonna turn up my volume because I am speaking and then hearing it through my
Yeah.
phone like a few seconds later.
Girl, you gotta scooch in.
Scooch in just a little bit. There we go. Now we got it. Okay.
If it's live, it's Memorex.
You're live now.
We're live.
Okay.
This is so exciting.
And the number of how many people are viewing is not totally accurate. Because
Okay.
finding it depends where they're viewing.
Gotcha.
This only counts certain.
Yeah.
Should we start?
I guess so. Hi, everyone.
Hi. Why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Jenny. I am with the Kiwanis Club of Carmichael, which partners a lot with Sac Kindness campaign. And I'm also here because Molly and Sarah knew that I like a captive audience.
Yes. And hi, I'm Colby, that last slice of crusty white bread at the bottom of the bag that the village goose won't even eat. I'm also with the Kiwanis Club, but I'm not representing the Kiwanis Club. I'm representing myself. As myself.
Okay, so guys, what we're gonna do is have it's gonna be live streamed, but you guys are gonna be the ones who can answer the question. So if you know the answer to a question, raise your hand, and Jenny or Colby will call on you.
Oh, I
First
can't
person to raise their
can't
hand.
see them over there.
I'll call on
You'll
you.
call on them.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be the line for the first person whose hand goes in the air.
So we have 4 categories tonight
Mhm.
that we came up with.
Who came up with the titles though?
Colby came up with the titles.
Mm.
So our first category is I made the Prezi.
You did. She did the Prezi, folks.
So go for the gold,
Uh-huh.
which is Olympics trivia.
Ooh, I like Olympics.
And then we have lights, camera, questions, which is movie trivia.
You gotta say it better. Say it again. You gotta go. Lights, cameras, questions.
And then we have, this was contributed by my 13-year-old daughter, Priya, Nifty Swifty, which are Taylor Swift questions.
We got any Swifties in the house? Woo! Give us a shout out.
I am Swifty adjacent.
Yeah.
Because my daughter, my husband, and my dad are pretty extreme Swifties. I'm more of a I like her music. But
I kind of found out at the last minute that my boyfriend is a Swiftie, but he's like a low-key Swiftie, so I think I'm also a Swiftie adjacent.
Yeah,
to
Swiftie
the
adjacent.
nifty Swiftie T-Swizzle.
Yeah. T-Swizzle, y'all.
T-Swizzle.
And then the last category is from bikes to trains to video games. It's toys and games.
Toys and games. And if you can finish that phrase, then you're one of us.
Yes!
Off camera. I love it.
It couldn't be a Toys R Us kid.
Honk honk.
And I will warn you, most of the questions are kind of aimed at kind of Gen X toys a little bit more.
Yeah. Not for you more mature
because
audience members.
We got to do it. So
Yeah.
So we have 5 questions in each category.
There you go.
And question number 1 in each category is the easiest. And question number 5 in each category is the most challenging.
And some of them are quite challenging. You may need to put your noodles on.
Yep.
It's your brain.
Oh, let me move this. It's kind of blocking.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so we can open it up to either our live stream.
Why don't we
or
start with
to
the live
our-
stream? First question, the
Okay.
live stream. Because we appreciate you live streaming with us, y'all.
Yes. So is there anyone who is live stream?
Yeah.
Is there anyone who's live streaming who would like to pick a category and a question in the category?
You see, I don't have it. I don't tech.
There may be some technical issues there because some of the channel, like people comment if they're watching it through my Facebook page, it doesn't show up. Only if they're watching
Okay.
it.
All right.
You
So
can tell
let's try
people, though,
something else.
if they want to go over
How about a Facebook
to,
Live?
I don't know what that means.
If they want to go over to your
How about nobody did that?
Facebook page,
Yep.
Okay.
Uno momento, we are having technical difficulties.
Just a moment, folks.
if they
Do you want a
comment
separate
on
Facebook Live?
the Facebook page for kindness campaign,
If they go to our page, they can comment.
then we'll see it.
Okay.
Hang on. So
Here, let's.
So I do see it here.
I see a few people.
I hope everyone out there in Digital Land is having a nice time while they figure out what's going on over on this end. I think they're going to try and push
Technology
some.
is fun.
I heard that the interwebs is a series of tubes and channels,
we're in.
and so we're just gonna work our way up to the tubes and the channel, kind of like Super Mario Brothers. If you've heard of that video game before.
Okay, so I think that Leslie is live streaming and Jessica is live streaming.
Oh, hi Leslie, hi
And
Jesse.
I know Olivia was on here at one point. So do any of those people want to pick a category? You can type in.
Don't shout it out. I can't hear you on that end.
Or maybe we'll let the live studio audience pick one, and then Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
What's up, Jessica? What did she pick?
She didn't pick a category, so we're gonna open
Okay.
it up to
You hold
our
those thoughts,
live
Jessica.
studio audience. Oh,
No, wait. Is she typing furiously?
oh, Jessica says she can't even see. Okay, Jessica, the categories are Go for the Gold, the Olympics, Lights, Camera, Questions, which is movies, Nifty Swifty, which is Taylor Swift, and From Bikes to Trains to Video Games, which is Toys and Games.
God, that's not working, but there you go.
Okay, hang on. Let's look a
Oh,
little
yeah.
closer. Let's see here. Whoops. Okay.
Also,
I'm sorry. I'm gonna make people throw up if I do this. Uh-huh.
there, now you guys can see it. You can see Go for the, that's purple, Nifty Swifty. Go for the gold.
Okay, Jessica says movies. So we're going to
Movies?
go with movies number 1.
Movies number 1.
Okay.
Okay, everybody ready?
Okay, shh. Jessica?
Oh.
Finish the line where we're going. We don't need.
Maybe. Do I want to do
No, I'm waiting for Jessica.
No, you can shout it. You can.
Oh.
Roads!
Roads!
We don't need roads.
Just gonna-
Which is from what movie?
Back to the Future.
Woohoo!
That's fun.
Okay. How about our live studio audience? What category would you like? Nifty Swifties for number 1.
Yeah, let's bring the kids in.
Who is Taylor Swift's current boyfriend?
Football guy.
Football guy is correct.
I heard Travis Kelce back over there.
Kelsey Travis?
It is Travis Kelce. Woo. Not that any of us would know because we never see them anywhere.
Oh, what if we have online people pick the category and then the live people answer it? Because sometimes it's hard for the online people to go clickety clackety real fasty wasty.
True.
Do you guys want to smile first still? Hi. Okay, I got you.
Okay. Well, how about live studio audience? What category do you want?
Olympic, go for the gold.
Okay. In what country did the Olympics begin? Yes.
Wayne, I saw Wayne.
Greece.
Yeah.
Greece.
That's right.
Okay, want to do from bikes to trains?
So it's no. It's trying to center it on us.
And I'm sorry, what was this category?
No.
This is
more towards
toys and games.
That's good.
Primarily from Gen X, but not entirely. Okay, Colby, do you want to read this one for everybody?
I would love that. Thank you. Which number is it?
It's number 1.
Number 1. What is the name of the talking stuffed bear that was best-selling? I didn't finish! I'm so sorry, online people. We have some very boisterous guests in here, and they didn't listen to the rules, unlike you lovely people online did. Who said it's okay to shout?
Oh, Jessica also said Teddy Ruxpin.
All right, well, yeah, it's Teddy Ruxpin, so there's that.
No. Well, now
That's
I
very
want a
clever.
Teddy Ruxpin and
Next.
do things. Okay.
This is really cool. This Prezi.
Yes, Prezi looks great. It makes you so mad you want to pull your hair out. But other than that,
You know, I'm an old school PowerPoint kind of fella.
I like PowerPoint.
Slide,
but I do,
slide, slippity
I
slide.
do like the swoopiness of Prezi. Like I like a good swoopy.
You got 20 minutes.
Okay, what question do you want? Just live studio audience.
Wait, do you mean which number?
Yeah, pick a number.
We'll pick a category and a number.
I said lights, camera, question.
Oh, lights, camera, questions. We'll do number 2. Who is the first James Bond?
I don't know. I heard you say
I
it.
think all the way in the back.
No, it's a shouting. I was told it's a shouting out.
It was Sean Connery, and I have to admit, I did not know that. I thought that he came later. But apparently he was the first one.
Yes, he was. It was also the
It was the
last
first
one. He was the last one.
I am the last one.
Yeah,
Okay.
that terrible dragon movie. Yeah.
Okay, who wants the category?
Oh.
Swifties. What is Taylor Swift's lucky number? No. 13. Yes. Lucky number 13. And I think she said that there was going to be like some big deal when she came out with her 13th album. So she's got one in between.
Is that when she lets us
Didn't
know
the one
that
she just came out with was number 11, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I can count. Okay. How about Olympics for number 2? Colby, you want to read it for us?
Oh, I thought I was here just to be pretty.
Oh, okay.
No, I can do it. Thank you for throwing me a bone. All right. Number 2. What colors are the Olympic rings? And you can put them in any order.
Blue, yellow, red, green, black. Red, blue, and yellow.
Yes, that's right. Very good.
Yeah, you got it right.
But on our answer key, when I typed the answers up for Jenny, I made all the names different colors. So the blue is red, the black is green, the red is black, the yellow is blue, but the green's yellow. Because I want to confuse people.
Okay. From bikes to trains to video games. Number 2.
Oh my goodness.
This is actually a question Colby came up with, and it totally kind of stumped me. Which of these 80s animated characters originally started out on Hallmark cards?
What?
Rainbow
Yeah.
Bright,
Yeah.
Strawberry Shortcake,
Yeah.
or She-Ra?
Yeah.
No.
You know what it is?
No.
No, that's what I thought.
No.
Okay.
American Greetings.
What do you think? Rainbow Bright.
Yes, that's right.
I really wanted it to be She-Ra.
Yeah.
No,
I wanna say-
She-Ra was a spin-off of He-Man in that universe, whereas Strawberry Shortcake was part of the American Greetings family.
Wait, so she also came from
Yes,
greeting
that's
cards?
right. Strawberry Shortcake also came from greeting cards,
I had no
thanks
idea.
to American Greetings, whose prices are quite a bit more than Hallmark's. American Greetings.
And now you know.
Dun, 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 dun.
We were just talking about that in my class.
Right.
My college students were writing public service announcements.
Oh.
So we were going, the more you know.
But you have to make that sound.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
Okay. We'll come back to lights, camera, questions. Number 3. Whoop. Okay. Ke Huy Quan starred in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. And what other Spielberg movie? Keith is really enthusiastic about it. Okay.
Yes. Can anyone do the truffle shuffle for us out there in online land? Hmm?
Yes.
You don't hear what those people say, so you probably have to tell them the answer.
Oh, that's true.
It's Gooblies. The answer is Gooblies.
I am very excited that Ke Huy Quan has had a comeback.
Yeah.
If you are a Goonies fan, I highly recommend the movie Finding Ohana on Netflix, because that was kind of one of the first things he did when he had this comeback. And I will fully admit, so that whole movie is like a love letter to Goonies, and it's set in Hawaii. And when he appeared on screen, I will fully admit that I started to tear up. I was really excited to see Data.
Every time.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, I know. And I'm like one of the few people that really loved Short Round, and do not think that he's the Jar Jar Binks of the Indiana Jones universe.
Who said that?
There have been people.
No, you people out there in online land, don't say that about our darling little Data.
Short Round.
Short Round, Data, Short Round.
Data's from Goonies.
That's
Short
garbage.
Round is from Indiana.
It's the same person.
But it's anywho. Okay, let's go over to Nifty Swifties. Level 3. What is the name of Taylor Swift's most recent album? Interesting, a lot of people get it wrong. Okay, what is it?
Tortured Poets Department.
There we go.
Yes.
We got a true Swiftie on deck.
Yeah, they're Tortured Poets Society, Tortured Poets Club, all sorts of things. It is department. I mean, obviously.
Can we abbreviate it? Is that allowed?
What? TPD?
No, department.
Oh.
It's not,
If
because
you-
the full title is written out as department. So no, you can't.
Okay.
Your answer's wrong.
Now you know.
Abbreviate.
Okay, for Olympics, who's won the most gold medals?
Michael Phelps.
Michael Phelps. I was kind of torn between Michael Phelps and
Simone Boyles.
yes, her.
Yeah, but he has so many
Biles.
Well, yeah, and I think he's been doing it longer. So,
Are people making comments online and we're just missing them all?
Jessica is totally playing along.
Thank you, Jessica. We appreciate your participation.
Jessica is in our Disney club.
Oh, that's Jessica.
It is that Jessica.
Do we need to remind them why we're here? The folks out in internet
Oh,
land?
sure. We will remind you why we're here. Why are we here, Colby?
Well, we're here because we're trying to raise some funds on the Sacramento's Big Day of Giving for the Sacramento Kindness Campaign. And I wonder if maybe our sponsor could come and tell us a little bit about the Sacramento's Kindness Campaign.
Can I sit with the fancy
If she
people?
can pop her head
come be
right over the
fancy.
monitor,
Okay.
rest it on there like she's beheaded. Perfect. Tell us a little more about Sacramento Kindness Campaign, Sarah.
Sacramento Kindness Campaign. I have to say it cutesy, right?
Yeah. Yes. Cutesy the better.
Well, okay. So, Sacramento Kindness Campaign helps to fill gaps in services and resources that other organizations are not filling. Okay, and we've done a lot of different campaigns over the years. And Jenny, Jenny and I met originally in like 2017, 16.
Yeah, a while ago.
Yeah.
In your early 20s.
Yes.
100%.
Right. And Wayne and Kim, we've known each other for a while, and they have helped us through some of these campaigns when we were filling really specific needs. And so now what we do is it's a little different than what we used to do, but we help kiddos who've been identified as unhoused on campus and their families. And so it's less of the kind of work where we have a big party and the Kiwanians all come and volunteer, right? It's very specific, it's super individual, and we're still getting all of this support from our amazing volunteers. And this right here is amazing. But it's all about, it's really always been about one family at a time. Even when we were serving 700 families in a year, and now even more so. But we really want to help each family who's super vulnerable to meet their most basic needs, which can be laughter, and goofiness and
love
community. We were just talking today about how one family that got housed was struggling with loneliness. And so we really strive to help families get connected. But we also help provide nights of emergency shelter and food and basic needs. And we really couldn't do it without the support of folks like Colby and Jenny, and like the folks that are in our studio audience.
Studio audience, give it up. There we go. Now, Sarah, let me ask you something. How can people donate to the Sacramento Kindness Campaign?
Well, that's a very good question.
I have very good questions.
Thank you. Yes, Colby, you really do. We have a couple of individual campaigns on the Big Day of Giving page that still have matches available.
Ooh.
And so I am wondering, Molly, or I can try, if we can put one of the campaigns that still have matching funds left, so that people can donate to those, because I think
I have like $100 or maybe $100.
Okay, so our board member, if you go to the Big Day of Giving page and you search for Sacramento Kindness Campaign, Eloise Berryman is our board president of Awesomeness, and her campaign still has $100. And Molly's page, I think Molly's page has like $500. So if you can just scroll down all the way to the bottom of the page, you'll see the campaigns. And so, anyways, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
We don't want to leave on the table.
No, don't leave money or bread on the table if you're eating at the old spaghetti factory. That bread is delicious, and chow it down.
Oh, it makes really good French. It makes really good French toast.
It makes really good French toast. There we go. All right, back to our quiz. Thank you so much, Sarah. Again, that's the Sacramento Kindness Campaign, streaming live from the old spaghetti factory over here on Watt Avenue in good old Sacramento. Jenny?
Okay. We're going back to some Toys R Us favorites. What year did Barbie the toy debut?
Ooh, Miss Barbie herself.
This is a boomer question.
1957.
Yeah.
No.
Right? Oh,
No. But you're he's in the market. He's old enough, so he's in the market. There you go. Someone.
Barbara Robert.
Do we have anyone from online that might know?
No, Jessica guessed 1960.
Ooh, so close. You're very hot, Jessica.
Away. No, you're getting colder.
Okay.
Priya guessed 1962.
No.
We're getting too cold.
I think we're having to tell the audience.
1954.
No,
Nope.
too cold. No.
59.
No.
Before?
1958.
No.
58.
No.
59.
We have a winner! March 9th, 1959. Barbie made her premiere, and she's been charming the hearts of everyone for decades. Okay, next.
Okay. Lights, camera, questions. What is the full name of episode 6 in the Star Wars franchise?
We'll accept 2 answers only.
What? We will?
We will accept 2 answers only.
I thought we were only accepting one answer.
No. It could be this or it could be that.
A little bit of
This,
a little bit of that.
I don't know the song, but she's going to sing it anyway.
And this is where it's at.
Yes.
Quickie.
Okay, does anybody know the full name of episode 6?
Is that Revenge of the Sith?
No. Oh,
He's got it.
he's got it.
We'll
Can't
take it.
do It's Return of the Jedi.
We will
That
also.
seems so easy. You
Yeah.
said full name. I was like,
Yes.
so-
Well, the
Well, I
full
think it's
name.
Star Wars Return of the Jedi.
No.
Oh, Star
Still wrong.
Wars Episode 6 Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. So good
But
job.
I was happy with Return of the Jedi.
They didn't come out in order.
I
Yeah,
know.
they came out 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9.
A certain someone at Lucasfilm who will go unnamed was like, I could probably make some more cash. And he
Okay.
made a lot.
Okay, Nifty Swifty, level 4. In what state was Taylor Swift born?
This is a very key question.
What?
Pennsylvania.
Yes, it
Which
was
is also,
Pennsylvania.
yeah, the Keystone State.
Did you know that she grew up on a Christmas tree farm?
That's why she came out.
That sounds like a really good song. You should write one about
I
that.
know.
Who was gonna look at this audience and know that he was gonna kill it on the Switch?
Oh, I
did
told you.
not.
So that is my dad.
Oh,
And so my daughter Priya, my husband
Wait, why don't
Cliff,
you come
and
up
my
here?
dad are all big time
Mom, you should
Swifties.
give them a nifty Swifty bonus question.
No,
I know
we're
the
cool.
question.
Thanks.
Okay. When was the last year the USA hosted the Summer
Summer.
Olympics?
No, that was the winter.
I don't know, Wayne.
Do. Oh, Keith knows it. Maybe.
No,
No.
no.
The year.
The year. Yeah, it was a.
Was when we graduated.
1996.
There we go.
My daughter Priya just said that we are very old.
Well, you see, the thing is, Priya's very young and silly.
She's a 7th grader, and she just turned 13, and teenagers.
She wants to be on the show so bad. Oh my goodness, it's sad.
Okay. Oh.
1996.
Yeah.
1996.
1996.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
yes.
Sorry.
So it has happened since
Centennial Park.
Yes.
Yes. I think it was 84 because
It was
we,
84.
we
Yeah.
had a list of all the ones that were hosted.
Oh yes. Yes.
Wait, was he invented for the Olympics?
No, he already existed for something
Okay.
called America Sings
At Disneyland.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should get credit for that. 'Cause that's some trivia.
We're
That
talking
is
about
trivia.
Sam the Eagle, which is a delightful Muppet character. And his role in Muppets Christmas Carol, even though he referred to England as America at one point, still excellent.
It's
excellent
kind of
job.
like America. They want to be America.
I like England more.
No, that's Sam Eagle.
That Sam Eagle is the tall kind of.
Oh, is there a different one from
Sam
the
Eagle
Olympics?
From the Olympics, the one from Disneyland is a little kind of more Disney cartoon.
Oh, you know what?
Oh,
You
he
were
is in
absolutely
America
right.
Sings.
Yeah.
He's
You're
very
absolutely
eagle-y.
right.
Very.
Yeah, he
eagle-y.
actually looks like an eagle.
Yeah. Okay, what's
I
next?
know, I love
We're
America
running low on
Sings.
time.
Okay. I think it's from Bikes to Trains to Video Games.
Okay. I'll do it.
Okay.
What is the world's #1 favorite toy? I have it up in front.
Legos.
That's right.
Yeah,
Right here, baby. Legos! I happen to be an
Ego
enormous
my
Lego
Legos.
On
fan.
behalf of all Danish people, I would like to say you're welcome.
Yes, Dankeschön.
I could have said it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
back to we're going through our last round of questions. So these are all the level 5 questions. So
They're
they'll
very
be a little more
hard.
challenging.
We had to look them up, actually.
On what day do we wear pink?
Wednesdays.
Pink day.
Wednesdays.
Wednesdays.
So I don't think that one was actually that.
That was not that hard.
Oh, Mean Girls.
Mean Girls on Wednesdays.
we
We wear pink.
Can I do another one?
Yes.
Because I like talking.
Do you want to go for the gold?
I would love to go for the gold. This is a very tough one that no one's going to get. Who was the first woman to win Olympic gold for the U.S.?
Who could it be?
As
It's
I
not
thought,
Taylor
you
Swift.
could hear a pin drop in the studio.
Give us a clue.
I'll give you a hint. The year was 1900.
Dane Dickerson.
Nope.
Wonder Woman.
Nope.
Molly Brown.
Nope. She shares a first name with Miss Thatcher.
Margaret Sanger.
Uh-huh. And then it was so-and-so in Costello.
Abbott.
Ah, put them together. Margaret Abbott, that's right. She won for golf. Gold. She won her first gold. 1900 was also the same year that women were even allowed to compete in the Olympics, so that makes sense. Okay, you.
Okay. Nifty Swifties. How many Grammys has Taylor Swift won?
She should have.
That's correct. All of them.
Every single one that's ever existed.
More.
No,
More.
not even close.
Up,
13.
up,
Really close.
down.
A little too high. 14.
There we go.
But she has been nominated for 32.
32. So really, she's not that great, I guess, because she's only won
I know.
50% of what she's been nominated for.
I know. What a slacker.
I know. Give it up.
Okay. Colby, do you want to do our From Bikes to Trains to Video Games question?
Yes, I can do the number 5.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, over here.
Yeah. Okay, so this is you got to listen. I want you to really listen. Listen to the ether.
Jessica's
What
still
classic?
answering questions.
Jessica. Hopefully, maybe
Jessica,
she can get
you
this.
ready? See if you
What
know it.
classic Hasbro features a planchette?
Features a what?
A
planchette.
See, that was my question too. I'm like,
Wait,
I don't know what a
yes, over
planchette
there.
is.
That's right, the Ouija board.
So the planchette. Oh,
yeah. Go ahead.
Well, it's just
Do it.
It's that thingy.
YOUSUCK. Oh, that must be about Priya. I said I love you very much, Priya. Learn how to spell.
You know what's interesting is I always thought that Parker Brothers made Ouija boards, but then you told me it was Hasbro. But then I found out that Parker Brothers actually originally created the Ouija board and sold it to Hasbro.
The board game history is very crazy. Okay,
There
next.
is so much drama in board games. I think that's all of our questions.
Oh, we did?
Yes.
Okay, thanks everyone. We appreciate your time and your talent. And let's give it up for the big day of giving for the Sacramento Kindness Campaign.
And thank you, Jessica, for tuning in and answering questions.
And also
along
for
with our
everyone
live studio
else.
audience.
They were wonderful.
We tried.
And coming up next, my daughter is going to put makeup on me because she does cool theatrical and costume makeup. So we just have to close some stuff down.
Okay. Boop. You guys are awesome. That was the most fun.
We had fun. I'm glad I got some screen time.
They are definitely the most fun trivia hosts I've ever done trivia with. So
You can
kudos
keep using
to
this
you.
for the makeup. How's the battery?
I think you tell me. I don't know.
Well, let me put the reading glasses back on. Oh yeah, no, we got lots of battery. So okay, so why don't you explain what's coming up next?
Hi. So I'm Priya.
Hi, Priya.
I'm 13 years old and I'm a makeup artist, or I want to be.
No, you are. You want to be a professional.
So I am doing this makeup look on my mom today. This one is a little messed up, so it's gonna be better than this one.
And did you design this?
Yeah.
And what do you call this?
I don't know. Just a rainbow cross, I guess. I don't know.
Rainbow cross.
Okay.
And then I can
She's gonna do it on
keep
me.
streaming it through the same setup if that's cool with you
Sure.
guys.
I'm gonna try to explain how to do this, but I will probably have to focus at some points, so I probably will be quiet at some time.
That's fine. And folks, I'll remind you real quick as we're coming into our final hours, please go give those matching funds. They put up $500 matching, which will double whatever you give. But whatever's left of that, if there's 300 of that we didn't access, it just disappears. It's gone at midnight. It's like Cinderella. It turns back into a pumpkin. So go do it.
Okay, so this is what I'll be doing on her. And so, I just clicked something, sorry. That's okay. So you just take, so this is a type of makeup. It's more like face paint, but still makeup. So just take any makeup brush that you have and just get the color that you want. And since I'm doing a rainbow, I'm doing red. Okay, I'm not gonna be doing it on other people. Okay.
Can you tell people where you go to school?
Oh, I go to CMP Carmichael Montessori Project. Carmichael Montessori Project.
California Montessori Project.
California Montessori Project.
Carmichael.
You're supposed to correct me before I said it. Oh, that just got in your hair.
That's okay.
Sorry. Okay, so you just kind of like make a line across her face, like it's not that, but okay.
How long have you been doing this sort of kind of cosplay and theatrical makeup?
At least since 2022. That's all I know. I don't know. Has it been longer than that? Did I do
Probably
it during COVID?
not.
I don't think I did it
No.
during COVID because all I did was video games during COVID. Okay, So you're starting with like a red streak across the face for a rainbow. Then
I'm not wearing my glasses, so I cannot see what I look like. So it will be a surprise for me.
just in case of mistakes, make sure you have makeup wipes.
I like how you're pinching my nose.
Oh,
so Priya was interested in doing theatrical like cosplay makeup. So yeah, for Christmas, I think it was Christmas of 2021, I got her a bunch of like theatrical makeup, and then I had arranged with a young woman we knew who did a lot of theater makeup to give her lessons, and she's
really nice.
Yeah, she taught her to do prosthetics. So she actually did one makeup where she looked like half her skin with like dragon scales.
It was
And she had more.
yeah, it was really okay. So then you're gonna go in with like orange color. I don't know. So I have to mix this like some sort of color with this yellow to make an orange. So hopefully you guys already have orange, or you're just tuning in to watch. You don't have to do the makeup, but this is still gonna show you how. Okay, so you do the same thing with the red. You just make it across the face.
And do you need special brushes?
But this type of brush, it's more like a paintbrush, except it's meant for makeup. Better for the stuff. Just use a normal eyeshadow brush, but it's easier to use this. Like this is an eyeshadow brush that I'm going to use, and so is this. The only ones that are actually meant for like theater makeup are these ones. They look a lot like paintbrushes, but they're not. Okay. So then we're gonna go in yellow. We're gonna do another streak across her face next to the orange, of course, because it's rainbow. Wait, I need some more. And so you can get as much color on your brush as you think you need and apply it on your brush. And just so you know, if you mess up, it's completely fine. It's normal to mess up.
So is this kind of the type of makeup that like when people go and get face painting done? Lost our life. Oh, we're back.
Okay.
And we're back.
So this isn't technically face paint, but it's used in the same way. But like face paint, it's pretty
thicker. Yes, it's pretty thick.
Size. Oh, I don't know if it cut off what I was saying. So it's hard to do the cross because you have to make it the exact same size as the other side, and especially for me, that's really tough. So just go in with your color. Okay, wait, which way did I do it? Okay, so I made it this way. So just do the same with all others. Just do across the face, except in the Oh yeah, I did cut off. There, we're back on.
Molly, just so we keep losing. Like, oh yeah, and it's frozen.
Okay, let's see.
Technical difficulties. Jessica just said you're kind of spotty. She said that a while ago, though, so I don't know if
there.
that's...
I think we're back on because it's showing this.
Okay.
It's just very glitchy.
Okay. Yeah, we're on a hot spot.
Yeah.
So it's not the best.
It's back to being frozen again.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, there. Okay.
Sweet. Okay. I love it when things resolve themselves, especially when I don't know how to resolve them.
Oh, I think we're frozen. So,
Still frozen?
did we lose the
Let's see. I can
the
put you-
MiFi or whatever it was?
I think. Let me try putting you on my phone.
Okay.
Because
My dad has a hotspot too that we use at Coobs. It usually works pretty well.
Oh, it might be back on. It's frozen again.
Okay, let me get this on. Just put you guys. I will just stand here and hold it. I'll sit and hold it.
Okay, you want to sit? Okay, we're trying to figure out a hotspot. The Spaghetti Factory didn't want to share their Wi-Fi.
I just am gonna. It's freezing and glitchy.
Oh, it might be back on.
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. That's because the hotspot's my phone and I took it with me.
Okay.
So if we had gone with him to the bathroom, it would have totally worked out fine.
Okay.
Next time,
Back on.
we'll all go in together.
Yes. You know what, girls? We do it all the time. It's a lot of fun.
Really good
Yeah.
lighting in there, too.
Okay.
At least it wasn't a hot mic.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so we're in with the green because I don't know if you guys saw before because it's very glitchy. But so we're finishing up the other side of the cross. Okay.
Priya, where are you hoping to go to high school?
I'm hoping to go to El Camino.
And why is that?
Because you went there and they have a really nice theater.
They
and
do. It's
I
beautiful.
found out they have debate there. I really want to do debate because I want to become a lawyer. Okay, wait.
And she will be an excellent lawyer because she's
Good at fighting.
very bossy. And no, she's not bossy. She has good leadership qualities. Actually, the main reason that she'd make a good lawyer, she's very determined when she is arguing about something, and she argues about many things.
No.
I like the face, like, oh, she's so indignant.
I don't do that. You're wrong, you liar. Don't tell the live audience lies. Not good. Okay.
Friends don't lie.
She is very cringy, isn't she?
Okay, I lead a Girl Scout troop, and all the other girls think I'm cool. Just Priya says I'm cringy.
Like I said, they don't live with you. She's cringy. Okay. Now, I need to see. Okay, we're on blue. You can do light blue, dark blue. I'm going with the dark blue, though, because my other one has purple paint in it. Because these are very messy. You can tell.
They've been well used.
And
You've done some
also,
cool makeup looks.
the lid is even messier because I have to blend the paints to make orange. Okay. So now, going in with blue. Okay. This brush is not the same size, so I'm really nervous for this part because it won't be the same size on the other side. Okay. Oh, it's so much smaller. Just put.
So she has a couple of friends that when they come over, they will do different kind of these sorts of makeup looks. They do a lot of rainbows and clouds and stuff.
I should have brought my little makeup book to show them what types of makeup.
She did a really cool Spider-Man, the entire face once.
That was one of the first actual big things I've ever done. And it was pretty good for it being my first time, but it was very gappy. But
it was really good for it being your first time.
Yeah. I messed up because I did the black lines before I actually turned myself red, so they're just tiny little gaps. Which I'm probably gonna recreate it sometime soon. Hopefully.
You did that skeleton face recently. That was really cool.
That was good. It's a character from what's it called? American Horror something.
Oh, American Horror Story.
American Horror Story. It was Tate something. Forgot his last name. I really liked him for a while, even though I'd never seen the show. But yeah, because he had cool makeup. But
Yeah, it was a neat makeup look.
The face part was really cool, but the neck part I just gave up because it was like really like crazy. Okay.
Paparazzi's in town, girls. Yeah. You need to skip that hair.
Okay, so that's how it's looking so far.
Looks good.
Thank you. We need to do the other side now. This is where it gets a little iffy because like these last two brushes
So have you done
are way
all
smaller.
three colors here? Oh, okay.
Only the 3 colors on the dark colored
Gotcha.
side. I haven't done purple, and the purple will be the hardest one to do because this brush is way smaller than all of the other ones. So it'll be a little harder to make it the same size, but we're gonna do it. Don't give up, people. Look at me. Oh, don't get it on your shirt or your hair.
It's. I know I should have put my hair like up in the clip or something.
I'm really scared it's gonna get on my face. Okay, is there anything I need to fix? Oh.
Like I said, I am not wearing my glasses, so I'm just a fuzzy blur to myself. Do you want me to put my hair in a clip?
No. Okay. Gotta get the finger cracks. Okay. Oh, and the neck crack too. Okay, so we're gonna go in with this purple. It's not really that purple, it's more pink. It's like magenta. It's not the color I'm going for. That's the only purple I have. If I brought both my palettes, which I should have done, it would be better. But that palette, it has to have water because it's more like watercolors, but face paint. It's weird, but it's really cool. And it's metallic, it's like sparkly. Okay.
Oh, I know what one you're talking about. That is cool.
This is such a small brush.
You know, I remember now one of the reasons that you kind of got into using this kind of makeup is my Girl Scout troop was doing
Old person makeup.
Entertainment technology badge. And so the young woman who was teaching Priya how to do makeup, the first time we kind of worked with her, met her, she taught my Girl Scouts how to do old age makeup. And it was really fun to watch at that time, all these girls who were around like 10, because this was during COVID. So we were all doing it via Zoom.
We were doing it online.
So they were all like around 10 or something like that. But they were like turning themselves into old ladies. And Priya did a really good job, like blending in the wrinkles and stuff like that. And so that's kind of when she first started getting interested.
Wait, I can't tell. It's like blending into your skin. I don't like that. No, it's just because it like goes from really dark on to lighter, and then it looks like your skin. So it like looks like your skin's really red. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, we're gonna go with the flow, guys. I've been on live for so long. I feel like longer than all the rest. Okay. Sometimes makeup will like take me an hour. Not this type of makeup, but I've done makeup in the past where it took me an hour. Yesterday, I kind of painted myself orange.
She did.
Painted myself orange because I was waiting for her to help me with one of my school projects. She took too long. I got bored. I was brown makeup. Intrusive
And
thoughts
I came out,
kicked in.
her whole face was orange.
My face is orange, and I had yellow right here and yellow eyebrows because I turned myself into the Lorax. Watch the Lorax. I haven't watched it. That's okay, though. So, like all the rest, just do a streak across the face. That's purple. It's a little harder when it gets into like the crease of the eye. You know what I'm talking about. I hope that's the right word.
Yeah, that's the right word.
Okay. Just
the eyelid crease.
Yeah.
We were talking on the way over here that Priya's interested in like kind of teaching herself to do some of the typical things
Face
that kids will ask for from face painters, like cat and dog and spider and clouds and unicorns and stuff like that. And she would love to like do kids' birthday parties. It's just a way to make money.
Yeah, a little side hustle, and it'll be fun. And there's a few kids that I'm hoping would ask for me to come. I don't know if I should say their names. But should I say their names? Because they're the best.
Oh,
can I do a shout out?
Sure, you can do a shout out.
Okay. I don't think any of them are on, but maybe Delilah's mom, who knows. I want to shout out to Emmy, Ember, and Teddy, my favorite little children. They're the best. I love them.
Yeah, Priya's an only child, so of course she loves the little sisters of all of her friends.
My friends hate them.
I don't think they hate them. They probably don't think they're as adorable as you think they are.
The only
'cause you don't
person
live with them.
that isn't one of the little sisters is Ember. She's adorable. I met her during acting because I do theater. You can tell by my shirt, since this is a theater kid shirt. It says, I want a revelation. It's from Hamilton. But so I met her during theater. She's like this little tiny little girl. She's so sweet. She loves me. She's the best. And I love her. She's the best.
Is my makeup all done?
Yes.
Okay.
Like to.
I don't know what it looks like, so I'm going to put on my glasses.
I need to take a picture of you, but we're using your phone. I use Papa's. Oh, wait. His camera sucks.
So there I am. I've got yellow, orange, and red. And I've got green,
You're gonna get
blue,
paint on your
and
glasses.
well, but then I can't.
I need to take a
see.
picture of you. This is a horrible camera. Okay, you have to send that to me. Oh my goodness.
That's okay.
So
They
much
shall
paint.
survive. Well, thank you for watching Priya do some theater makeup.
I hope you guys will all take this lesson and go home, buy some makeup, and then do this.
And all she really does is just like experiments and plays and tries things out, and she's come up with
This
some
one-
really cool stuff.
It's really hard for me to do it on other people. I probably could have done this better if I did it on myself, because I'm really good at doing makeup on myself.
Is this washable so that you can
Yes.
use
Yeah.
it again?
It's
That's
really
pretty cool
it's
and also
really hard to
creepy.
go.
And okay, so she has one that
This
she
is
has.
the one.
Oh, is that the one? So normally this thing sits in her window, facing the yard, and the curtains are behind it. So you just see this like face staring out into the yard. It's really creepy.
It's just a fake head, just a head sitting by my window against the window. So like there's like a bush in front of it, but on there's one part that is not covered by bush. So I put the head right there, close the blinds behind it, and every
pretty
time
creepy.
someone walks in, I've scared multiple of my friends. They'll sit and they'll go, "What is that in your window?" I'm like, "Oh, that's my fake head."
But it's kind of cool. We got these on Amazon because
I have
it's kind
two of them. I
got
don't know where the other one is.
Almost like it's
Silicone.
foamy.
Oh,
So it's got kind of a texture of skin to a certain extent.
If any of you guys have
and
ever
then they can be wiped off and reused.
If anyone on this has ever taken like a CPR learning thing,
Yeah.
it's like the same like texture as that.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
like the same silicone sort of thing.
But it's a great way for kids to practice and learn how to do makeup if they don't have someone like to let them practice on that.
Yeah. It didn't come with anything, but you can buy something to attach it to.
Yeah, so that it'll hold still.
You're also able to get ones where it's like a full head. I don't know where to find that. I kind of want to get one of those because you have to like put a wig so it looks like a complete makeup look.
I do like wigs, so.
You do?
I do.
didn't know that.
I know.
That's why it's really good that I'm into like theater makeup, because when I do like big makeup looks, I can just be like, "Hey mom, can I borrow a wig?" And she's like, "Sure." I have like a
I have
million.
like 30 wigs.
Yeah.
So.
So I just go into her little like
Wig cupboard.
Wig cupboard. I just look through all of them. I'm like, "Oh, this one works." I take it. One time I did this really cool look where I was like geometric shapes and it was like rainbows, like splatter paint looking, and there was like little lines everywhere. And then I found this really cool rainbow wig. It looked really good. It was a really good makeup look.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for following along.
Thanks, guys. Okay.
And whoever donates the most will get to pick where she goes in public to show off her makeup.
Oh, nice.
So
I love
pick a place that will embarrass her the most.
Oh, nice. That's quite a challenge, by the way.
Yeah,
What is the place
it's
that would
like
embarrass you the most?
I don't really get embarrassed.
Yeah.
You should go to your college. Have her go to her college. Wait, no one would be there. That's true. Right now.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, so
You should go to Jenny's house.
we're gonna keep streaming until midnight.
Oh.
It's a long time.
But we can do this. We are really entertaining.
Yes. I'm gonna, especially me.
Yes.
Feel like being off camera now? You've had enough. You've had your moment in the spotlight. Your
Yeah.
15 minutes.
This morning I was on from like 7:15 until like 9:30 or 10. And yeah, I was definitely ready for a break. Yeah.
You should go walk around the restaurant.
Do you feel sorry for me, Keithy Weezy?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Mom.
Oh, I know. I called him quiche. Ooh, I have a quiche for you. All quiche operations had to stop today, and I had to drop it off.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it has to be, right?
I like how this is still going.
Let's
So you
ask
have
the
not been
chef.
home to see if your
We-
power ever came back.
Well, okay, they said that everything was expected to be back on at 2. So we're like, okay, great. We're not going to be one of the April we were.
You were. So
we haven't been back since then.
Okay.
Yeah. Right?
Mom,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
can I film an Instagram for my friends of you walking around the restaurant with your makeup?
Yeah.
I'll go grab my phone.
Okay.
I'm a theater kid. Do you know how many places I have gone, like dressed in costumes or wearing onesie pajamas or crazy wigs? Well, I'm not gonna get up right now. In fact, I want to find myself. Hey,
What?
Jackie from that store with corgis was like
Corgi
streaming with
people.
us.
All right, we are in our last 3.5 hours. I'm just putting a post up on Facebook encouraging people to take advantage of this last chance to go do a donation that will count double or triple because of the matching funds that are out there. We have several individuals who have their own individual campaigns. So just go to bigdavegiving.org, find Sacramento Kindness Campaign, and then scroll down to the individual campaigns. And the ones that are matching, give there, and your $10 will become $20. Your $100 will become $200. And we have been streaming for 20 hours and 25 minutes at this point, and we're almost done. 3.5 hours to go, and then we will get some sleep and hopefully have raised a lot of funds to help people in our community that need help with getting their basic needs met, with getting housed, with so many great services, getting a personal roadmap to help them towards finding permanent housing, getting signed up for different services, getting a solar cell phone charger. Yeah, this is your moment. We're in the last 3.5 hours. Let's do it.
Was everybody good? I don't know. But you know who was live streaming with Jackie next door to you? Corky Lombardi. Oh, really? Yes. Did she recognize you or did you recognize her? Oh, shit. All I want for Christmas is Legos. Mom, when you're done, we have to go film a video. You walking around the restaurant with your makeup. I'm forcing her to do that. I give her no choice. Mom, I know you did. Big fight.
Colby, before you go out, Colby and Jenny both, and Nubia, if you'd like a succulent.
But we want a larger lawn. So many of the new homes were on very small ones.
And if you don't want to keep it, I'll take it.
That's picking kind of one to take.
I don't connecting you live feed.
But, you know,
Yeah, and that is your point is really well taken. Oh, okay. I love that.
so you didn't say. Yeah, we got some.
Jackie's I don't know how to pronounce the last name. Look at my children. Is like
You go, okay, that's it.
Wow, so cute. You guys later. Yeah, if we open.
If it opens, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Thank you.
I know that there's a way.
Mom, are you ready to walk around the restaurant wearing your makeup?
Of course.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, myself. I can't. Are you going, Jenny? Not yet.
Yeah. But they were to build something, you know, 1,100 square feet in the starting end, maybe whatever, about 15. I mean, I understand why you make more money. Still, maybe they need a government subsidy. They need to build it for them.
Oh, I agree. And it does, you know, I know there's, you know, people concerned about, well, we do, that's gonna denigrate the neighborhood, you know, it's gonna be in the desert.
It doesn't, especially if you build a subdivision. You build
Just 3.5 hours left to get your donation in there and take advantage of donation matching that will double or even triple your
Be my aunt and twerk in the restaurant.
donation.
She'd do it. Be cool like my
But
aunt.
also, fire agent is now hiring.
Want to pack up your bag?
Sure.
Oh, Colby forgot to take his thing. Now I'm stuck with it again. Can you bring out Colby's little thingy?
They've always.
Priya, thank you.
I have shied away
Super
from it
cute.
a little bit.
Priya, do you want me to send you your
really
clip of the video?
feel like
Sure.
It's
probably gonna take me till next week.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
But now in July,
I do.
Mom, we're gonna find out where you go.
so I have to stand.
You know,
Can you send me the video?
in actuality, most people do like to work with one agent anyway. So, you know, you get a good relationship with them. They know what you want. And they only take you to homes that are in your
She's hoping Colby takes the punch car.
So did anybody say where you might be going?
I don't know that anybody did that. We should have one of my friends pick. I should go somewhere. A picture. Nana did of me and Colby. Oh, that's not Nana's phone. She did it. Well, I thought she did it on Papa's phone. Yeah, from head to toe. I don't think she did it on my phone.
Well, she took a picture of you with makeup on.
No, that's so. You
Oh,
look
there we are.
great. I love your
I know.
hair decor.
Nana, where should my mom go to show off her makeup?
You still have to work on your project.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pulling her all nighter. Yes.
I should have never mentioned that.
Yes, she can go home.
Yeah, but I don't have the stuff. How about she did I forget all this? Yeah.
I'd like to
Well, it's nice to meet you too, and thank you for everything that you do.
Kathy.
Well, thank you so much. They put such a fire back.
Oh, thank you, Kathy. So nice.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I will be watching Stranger Things now.
Oh my God.
Cake just looks so good. No. You can take the pink one. Alright. It's like using a nail file. I hate using nail files. They haven't really seen him since. Keith, it was nice meeting you.
Great to meet you. Really good job with the trivia. You guys were fantastic. That was really fun.
You were really funny. I loved your joke.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I love your makeup. It looks really good. So we'll see you guys. Thank you.
Bye, Wayne.
Bye, Sarah.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, so much.
So
Thank you
nice
for
to see you.
coming and eating with us and spending the evening. Appreciate you. Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
Oh, yes.
Look how sad he looks. So fresh.
Bye,
Take
take care.
Thank you guys so much for coming.
You have to drive up tonight?
No, in the morning.
Oh, good, yeah.
He made one with squash, spicy chard. Okay, we'll see you soon.
Okay.
Bye, Kathy. You have your.
You're Kathy?
I eat most
And
of
I said,
it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was really nice.
Really
to meet you.
fun.
Good. Thank you for coming.
And it has
Thank you
comments.
for your support.
Okay. Are you sold?
Those are best friends.
It sounds like you're sold.
Yes, those are
Okay,
mine.
I'll write now.
Okay. No, quite honestly, I think I'm going home. I told Colby, like, I enjoy this kind of stuff, but like the moment it is over, my social battery is like depleted.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Like I go to work and I'm like very outgoing and engaging in my classes. But the moment I say class ends for the day, I'm like, I don't want to do it.
Yes, I can tell you guys. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Or do you have any friend on the train?
You know what that is? You're like a functional.
Hey, Kate.
Yes.
Somebody would like to take a photo with you.
Okay.
It's us.
Okay.
So come on over here.
She never says anything normal. Oh, hello, viewer. We're going to go take a selfie. You can watch as we close in on our final, what is it, just over 3? No, it's still almost 3.5 hours. I'll never sleep again. All right, we're going to go take a picture.
Okay. Priya, would you please? Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Come on in, Molly.
This is a huge phone.
It's gigantic. Is it shipping? Is your
Well,
wrist
I'm
hurting
not part
yet?
of their. Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you can get in here for the next one, okay?
You're like our mascot.
3, 2, 1. I took a few.
Hey,
Okay.
Jenny,
It's very yellow.
Oh, yeah,
in here.
silly first. Yeah, it's silly.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I will put down this Halloween decoration.
It's perfect with the silly picture with Jenny and
Yeah.
look at her face.
Uh-huh, you ready?
You want to all do a little rocket kick?
Like a little about falling down.
3, 2, 1. Okay.
Thank
Whose phone is this? I don't know.
you. That's my gigantic phone. Yes, I do have wrist and shoulder.
Gigantic. Big love.
My friend was telling me the other day that because of our phones, people are developing divots in their pinkies, and if you feel it, like there's a huge dent, but it's only, but
it's whichever hand you hold your phone in.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
down on my.
Yeah, like I have a huge
Yeah, no,
my
I
finger.
have that little
Yes,
button.
I don't have it at
slam
all.
this in a car door though, so does that count? I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
I got
but
an extra to it.
it's a huge difference between.
Mine isn't as big because I haven't had a phone.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
my
I can still feel it.
mine, the pinky bends the wrong way now. I accidentally showed too much. I'm still practicing this one.
Farewell. Good night. Have a nice rest of your evening. Bye.
Good to meet you. Great job.
Okay. And the rest of it, the stands are in my car, so maybe you can come up with it. Yeah, yeah, I totally can. I'm gonna pay her. And then I have to figure out where to put this cake.
Which one is mine? This one? Do it.
Not as what? Okay. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Mhm. I need one more box.
La 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 la.
Spaghetti size.
Okay. And then I gotta turn this camera around. There we go. There's me. All right. Oh my God. I'm so tired. Has everybody heard enough of how tired I am, or were you all hoping for another? Would you like another 3 hours of hearing how tired I am?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fresh as a daisy, huh?
Oh, I just need to finish this real quick.
You know, what worries me is that I got that really nice compliment when I've been awake for well over 24 hours.
Do you think it's that with
Maybe
the
that's
sleep
the secret.
deprivation that turns you
Yeah.
into eye candy?
Yeah. I'll never sleep again.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay.
I'm just gonna go around picking up on. Oh, this is what the final hour is like. Oh man, why do I have to go make myself dizzy when I'm already tired? What was I thinking?
Nice to meet you as well.
Thank you so much for your hospitality.
Absolutely. How'd it go for you?
Lovely.
What we got there?
I just
25 years.
Kings, yeah.
Oh.
Old school pens, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm good. I'm glad everything worked out, and
We
yeah, I hope you guys did well.
Yeah.
We did. We had such a great time too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your team is lovely too.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, thank you, yeah, thank you, yeah. Well, I mean, hopefully you do go over this 24-hour period
Right?
and you sleep well, and
Oh yes.
So far, we've brought in $100 million.
that's incredible,
Yeah.
man.
Oh, and with
But
matching,
nowadays,
that's
I mean,
200
that's one
million.
kid, right? That's like one kid.
Yeah. We'll save one kid.
Thanks again, Eric. Very nice to meet you. Thank you.
Good to see you, man. Okay, so we are packing up at Spaghetti Factory, where we had a successful trivia show, a comedy set, a makeup demonstration, and we all ate a bunch of food, including, how was the ice cream cake?
Oh, it was delicious.
Yeah, good.
Delicious.
If somebody will make a vegan ice cream cake, I'll be so excited. I'm going to go home and write my senator. Oh! Oh! So, yeah, that's it. We're loading out. Here, I'm going to go take a quick show with Statue of Liberty here. Okay. Thanks. We'll see ya. All right. We're so, I think now, I think we have to go drop ice cream cake off, and then Sarah's going to take me home. But I'm not done. I will keep live streaming from home. And who am I going with right now? I have your stuff, so I'll go with you.
Yeah.
I would love to take a succulent home with me. There were succulents given out as prizes, which I think still, if you go to Big Dave Giving and find us, and then go to Eloise's her private drive. What do they call it?
Yeah, her fundraising page.
Fundraising page, and give. There's still some matching funds left there, right?
There's about $100 of matching funds left.
Oh, let's not. Oh, this is you can. This is a gift.
No, this is for you.
Thank you
There
so
go.
much.
Okay.
Oh, look at this, and I got a succulent.
Okay. Oh, I gotta follow you. I gotta get the rest of that stuff.
Okay. So this is us packing out. I think one thing that's a really good idea and I wouldn't have known without doing this experiment, it's a really good idea when you haven't slept for a long time to then go sample 10 different types of fairly hot sauce. I think that your stomach that's what it was made for. Yeah, like, hey, how about don't sleep and then put a super hot sauce in me. But this is the kind of thing I do for your entertainment. Are you not entertained? What is that from? What movie is that from? Gladiator. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a hug. See you soon. Okay. Thank you.
I'm gonna jump on the live stream with you guys.
Oh,
As soon as I
thank
get
you.
All right. We'll see you shortly. If there may be no one watching, but we'll be there. Whoa.
Make sure I have my phone.
Okay. Oh. Oh.
I recognize that groan very much. I definitely feel that.
My lower back is killing me.
Oh.
I think I lifted some stuff that was too heavy the other day.
Was it a bag full of crafts?
Yes. It was bins full of crafts.
Oh no.
I was trying to reorganize the garage a little bit.
Okay, I should check to make sure it's not in that bag.
All right.
Otherwise, it's probably in there because it's that picture of us.
Okay, maybe Priya still has it.
I don't.
Okay. All right, so I'm just waiting while Sarah runs in. It was interesting doing the comedy routine. I kept it nice and short because, you know, standing around the table at Old Spaghetti Factory with no everybody having the same amount of light on them, and I didn't even use a PA because I felt it wasn't enough people for it would feel silly to use a PA. But given that it was the absolute, you know, opposite of a good setup for doing stand-up, which I don't mean as a complaint, it's just, you know, we weren't in a place that was set up like a comedy club. I felt like the set went really well. They were a really nice audience who, you know, it always helps when they're kind of on your side to begin with. And it's always fun getting to perform for kids because a lot of times kids haven't even really seen stand-up before. And so to do some stand-up for them, and I cleaned it up. But I still left in the line about someone spanking my bottom with organic celery because, you know, kids deserve a silly laugh too. And it's organic celery, so it's healthy. And if out of context, I know it sounds really weird, but it's a very good joke, I promise. So yeah, that was fun. The trivia contest was a blast. That the two people that ran it are just delightful. They were really fun. And then Priya Jess Roberts just donated. Thank you so much, Jess. I just saw that. Yeah, having the girl do the makeup demo on her mom's face was super fun and wonderful. So yeah. All right. So did you find your phone?
I did.
Okay. So Sarah found her phone.
I did.
We just got another donation from Jess Roberts. Thank you, Jess.
Thank you.
And I'll get in touch with you later about like giving you a cactus or something. We've got all kinds of little thank yous that we can run your way. Maybe even a quiche. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. Let's work something out. Plus, I have to see you anyway, Jess, because I told you I would share my extra Star Wars cards. I have Star Wars trading cards from the 70s, and I want to divide them up and take out the extras and then find someone who wants. I mean, some of them I have 3 or 4, you know, duplicates.
Would you like to live stream your address for me? How would you type it in?
Yeah, how about? No. Do you have to go home first, or are we going straight to my house?
It's before 9, so I'm gonna see how long it's gonna take to get there.
Okay. All right.
Why? Thank you.
So my address is 666.
Yes.
Satan Way.
Oh, okay, good. I know exactly where that is.
Hell, California.
Oh.
I didn't really have to say California there. Everybody knows that's where hell is.
Oh my goodness.
Because
You're so silly.
it's where all those lefty liberals live.
Well, it's true. I really also like NPR.
And we love NPR. Oh my
I'm
God.
so sorry that I blew your.
No, you know what?
What?
Now we're even for the. She's
She's
putting edible flowers in a quiche, and without even thinking, while we're live streaming, I go, I thought that flower could be poisonous. Are you sure that's okay? And I wasn't even meaning to, but it was just the most guy mansplaining thing ever.
You know what? The thing is that I would always want somebody to say it if they thought that was a concern every
Thank
time.
you.
And I would always check. And I was very certain that it was safe because I knew it was. And when you said that, I wanted to double check. So it's really better to be safe than sorry.
But nonetheless, we're even now because you interrupted the setup to my joke.
So sorry.
It's like, oh, by the way, the joke you're telling right now, I have a question about it. Oh, what's it? You were about to do the punchline? We'll get the question in real quick. It'll be real quick. And then you just go back to your little punchline.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look, go back to the sweater.
Yeah, Jess Roberts, you do still have to get me my birthday gift. Jess Roberts got me a birthday gift. I haven't gotten it yet. It's May. My birthday is
so
March.
I am gonna grab Gracie first.
The thing. So, yeah, I'm. You know, obviously she likes me more than she likes Johnny.
Oh.
So I don't think that's true.
Okay.
I think I'm only kidding. It's not a competition. You know, me and Johnny Taylor have the same birthday.
Okay, I
Yeah,
saw.
so we do.
In fact, I want to say that I remember you posting about your almost twin birthday. Is it the same day?
Exact same day.
Okay.
Born in the same hospital, 5 years apart.
That's so cool. And you've posted about that more than 1 year.
Yeah, because every year we celebrate Keith Miss and Johnnica.
I love that.
And Johnny hates that, by the way.
He does? Oh.
Not the rest of it, just that I call it Keith Miss and Johnnica.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He's like, I don't give my birthday dumb name. And I'm like, I do.
I would like to say, by the way, earlier when you were in the car waiting for the ice cream cake to come out, I was listening. I was like in the stream, wherever waiting room, and you were cracking me up. You couldn't hear my laughter, but there was at least one human that was laughing at your jokes.
Was I making jokes? I don't even remember.
I think you were just being silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
So, after going to Shane Moss's show about psychedelic drugs, and then going to the Psychedelic Art Museum, I just kind of got my brain in that place, and then to go and do something like, just sort of stretching the sleep deprivation a little bit.
Yeah, which can cause hallucinations, by the way.
So I've experienced that once or twice. I actually talked about that on the stream earlier today. I was driving down X Street. I saw this very tall, black figure kind of step onto the road.
Oh, wow.
And I was about to swerve to not hit him when I realized, oh yeah, those people aren't that big. I love that my brain just did the logic of it's obviously hallucination. So if we ever are attacked by giant people, a lot of us are going to die because we're going to go, that ain't real.
That's not real.
But of course, isn't that what happened during the pandemic? A lot of us died because we went, that ain't real.
It's true.
So maybe I can sympathize now. Maybe they were just sleep deprived.
Maybe, I mean, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Excuse me.
So, live audience, Keith shared with us earlier that his ideal nap is 22 minutes long. Did you tell them that?
I didn't mention it, but if you, so I'm going to.
I encourage.
Those 22 seconds are the time it takes you to get your pillow and put your head down.
Okay.
I give myself a little room to settle into the nap.
A little wiggle room there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Keith has started acting sleepier and sleepier as the day progressed. I'm not sure why, by the way.
I can't imagine.
I did encourage him that, when he told me about his ideal nap length, I said that I thought he needed to take 22 minute naps. And he said, well, I only need 8. I need 8 hours. So we added it up, and 22 minute naps is 8.06 hours. So I kind of nailed it. I think,
you deserve a donation just for that. Someone else,
so
quick,
too.
go donate.
Yeah, somebody could donate $22.22, or 222,
or $1 million.
They could go for the $1 million.
Just give $1 million.
I did not get the donation that would inspire me to wear the Taylor Swift dress, but I might just have to wear it anyway. It was so much fun to be so sequined.
I keep seeing multiple different men, comedians who went with their daughters, other musicians who went with their daughters, talking about the agency that Taylor Swift encourages these girls to have, and the just empowering, and just they themselves, these men that were blown away by oh my God, it's this almost religious experience.
Yeah. So I have to agree with that, because I am probably kind of like Jenny Holly and Colby Silvernail, and where I'm probably like a Swiftie adjacent.
Right. I like Swiftie-in-law.
Yeah. But my daughter is
Swiftie by proxy.
Yeah, my daughter really loves Taylor Swift, and when we went to this concert with my sister, And we did make bracelets. So my daughter had a whole bunch of those bracelets on, and she felt really, really pretty in her outfit. And it was so cool because there were all of these very bedazzled young ladies who would approach each other and admire each other's attire and exchange bracelets. And it was just a love fest. And it was great.
I love going out with my daughter and the compliment exchange.
Yeah.
And she, all day, oh my God, I love your outfit. Wow, you have really great hair. Oh, you do really cool makeup. I like your style. Just very generous with compliments and getting compliments back as well.
That's really nice.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
That's a nice quality. And actually, I think that she has really touched on something, because while she says it a lot, there's many people who don't. And that compliment could be a very sweet part of that recipient's day that could really turn their entire day around. So I bet she doesn't know that.
So me and this guy who I don't like, but we were at Burning Man.
Does he like the Hotel California band, the Eagles?
Yeah,
Does he like the Eagles too?
This guy broke up because he likes the Eagles.
Yeah.
But we were at Burning Man, and we put this couch up on really tall scaffolding. So we just had this wonderful couch like way up high in the sky, and we'd go sit up there. And one day we just started heckling people.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny. But then I thought, God, it's easy to heckle people. I said, be more of a challenge. Let's see if we can compliment the hell out of people. Yeah. And be creative and funny with it, because that's harder, you know? And oh my God, we did it for like a couple of hours, and we got a gig out of it. We weren't trying to. We were just goofing off at Burning Man. But then we got hired to MC the power tool drag races.
That's amazing.
As a result, someone was like, I loved what you guys did to Burning Man. Would you come do the power tool drag races? And we're like, yeah, we will.
That's great.
But yeah, so we were just up there like giving people compliments. But then there was one guy towards the end of it. The sun was going down. It was getting dark.
Yeah.
And he walks up with his dog. And his dog is tired and old. And it just plops down because he stopped walking for a minute. The dog's like, oh, I'm resting.
Yeah.
And I wasn't trying to be mean, but I just go, dude, did your dog just die? And I would get out of this lane.
You would?
Why, does it have you exiting?
Yes.
Oh, maybe
Because
there was
I'm
an
gonna
accident.
I'm going to go pick up Gracie first.
I thought you were taking me.
I was.
Okay, never mind.
And I totally changed my mind, and I didn't totally mention it. But
So what are we doing now, going back?
We're just going to pick up Gracie.
Where
and
is
we're gonna
Gracie?
She's near here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then we're going to hop right back on the freeway. I could tell you're like your whole confidence. Like, I thought I was going straight.
No. I'm just, yeah, I don't have my wits about me, but I was just like, this isn't the way. So I was trying to help.
Thank
Anyway,
you for
so
being
the guy-
helpful.
the
You're
guy's
not
dog-
a bad passenger.
The guy's dog.
So
I'm a horrible
So
passenger.
far.
Trust me. You have
Yes.
to trust me on that one.
Okay.
The his dog plops down. I go, dude, your dog died?
Yeah.
And the guy looks down and he goes, damn it! And he just sits down next to the dog. And he's really bummed. And I was like, oh my God, this dog didn't really die, did it? And then some other people passed, and I heckle them. And then, we don't heckle them, we compliment them. But then the dog gets up, and we both just jump up. It's a miracle! And the guy is so happy, and he's like, my dog's alive!
That's adorable.
It was really ridiculous. I think there were jokes involved.
Okay.
My theory
That is
is
so
that
funny.
there were. So, and then also doing corny old jokes that I thought everyone knew.
Yeah.
But people would walk by and go, "What you guys just do? What are you doing up on the couch?" And I was like, "Oh, we're just checking to make sure everyone has a hen weigh, so that they're safe." What's a hen weigh? About 3 or 4 pounds. You know, just really dumb.
Yeah.
And
Oh my gosh.
one guy, I'll just make sure everybody has a hen weigh, and the guy's all, "I don't have a hen weigh," and I was like, "Well, you should get one." And he's like, "Where are they?" And I said, "Out at the trash fence." And he goes, "All right." He goes walking out, and the trash fence is really far out. So we mostly complimented people, and then occasionally
funny.
experienced people that were so high that even in our pledge of positivity, we couldn't help but mess with them a little and send them out to the trash fence.
Oh my goodness, that is so funny.
Our friend Hap was this grizzled old hippie from the 60s. He's no longer with us. But his favorite thing at Burning Man used to be to walk out to the trash fence. And he told us, he said, you guys don't come out to the trash fence with me. You just lay against the trash fence and listen to the city, listen to the sound of Burning Man. And I was like,
what does Burning Man sound like? I would imagine lots
it's
of
just so loud.
festivities and celebratory sounds.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the dominant sounds are big speakers playing techno. And I'm not saying unfortunately because I hate techno or whatever, but I just, to me, that's not as interesting as other things I saw at Burning Man. I wish that
all the sculptures
could be there and be enjoyed and not be overpowering.
Yeah, but the art I've seen come out of Burning Man is
incredible,
phenomenal.
You know the stack of suitcases at the airport?
Yeah.
That sculpture?
Yeah.
That guy did a sculpture at Burning Man called the Bone Tree.
Wow.
And he made this big, haunting, eerie tree.
Wow.
And at night it was lit really dramatically, and there was opera playing, and it was just stunning.
That's so cool. And then people with all of their fun, like Mad Max, cutie pie costumes.
Yeah. Oh, and then simple little things. I saw a guy who had a guitar strapped on the back of his bike.
Yeah.
And he had guitar picks placed carefully on different spokes.
Yep.
So as he's riding his bike, it's strumming the guitar. And then he had a slide on the neck that he could pull from the handlebars. So he's riding a bike playing blues. He's just and singing, and I was like, that's amazing.
Wow.
And then another guy who had this amazing life-size or bigger than life-size Black Panther costume, where his legs went in the back legs of the panther, and then the panther was sculpted out from him, and then he had rods that he controlled the front legs, and he had a helmet with rods that went to the head, and so this thing moved so realistically.
That's so
that it was
cool.
really eerie to see this big panther come walking towards you, you know?
Wow. Did you see my possum costume that Leslie helped me make?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I gotta send you pictures. Leslie did almost all of it. She let me help her. And
We're
so,
big fans,
fun.
all of us, of Leslie Stair. She's the most phenomenal, creative, artistic. She made Max a wolf head mask thing.
Yes, I bet it's fabulous.
It's pretty wonderful. Actually, she didn't make it for Max, but she sold it to Max, I think.
I love it. Okay, I'm gonna put your address in this so that I can let my daughter just play with my phone.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're gonna get back on the road here.
We are here picking up the daughter. We have less than 3 hours to go. We have 2 hours and 55 minutes. That's less than watching Lord of the Rings, and I watch Lord of the Rings all the time.
You do?
Every time I fly, that's my airplane movie.
Nice.
I love the Lord of the Rings movies, and then one day I decided I wanted to watch all 3 in one day.
You did?
Yeah, with just a little break in between each one to like go for a walk. And my wife decided to sponsor this by bringing me snacks as I watched them, so that was very nice of her.
So nice. She's such a nice person.
I like her. We're talking about how nice and cool my wife Brenna is. If you just joined us, because when I watched all 3 Lord of the Rings movies in a row, she brought me snacks.
Yeah. Now, so.
And it was the director's cuts, of course, so they were like 4 hours long each.
Yeah. So my daughter got to learn life in 2019, 2020, right before the pandemic, and she was so lovely.
We're talking about my wife and how lovely she is.
Yeah. She was so lovely to sort of gently redirect my kiddo when she was struggling with a couple of things. And
she's got a real talent for that.
She's just a nice person. I'm so glad that Gracie got to drink her up for a few months before the pandemic hit.
And where was that? Was that at Art Beast?
It was at Art Beast. Okay. Would you like to stay in the car, or would you want to come in for a second?
I think if it's okay, I think I'll sit here.
Of course. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, yeah, we are in our final 3 hours of this 24-hour streamathon. I hope that it has been a success. Oh, Leslie is here to hear us saying good things about Brenna, but I hope Leslie was here like just a minute earlier when we were talking how cool she is. So, Yes, I am Team Brenna as well. She's pretty great. Did you hear us, Leslie, talking about you and your awesomeness? Oh, we were just talking about cool art stuff that you did for and with Gracie and Max's Wolf Head, and that we're big fans. What a coincidence that you popped in right as we finished talking about you. I just told you what I said. Did your comment come in? Were you already typing it before I said it? Oh, there we go. That's the comment we're looking for. Okay. Let's see. We'll take that one down and we'll put that one up. There we go. Oh, no, not I know. Oh, there we go. Oh, all heart. All right. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good. We're still live streaming.
Still?
Yeah, it's a 24-hour streamathon, and we're on hour 21.
Are you like live right now?
Yep. Say
In
hello.
my car?
Yeah.
Should I be quiet?
No, say hi.
Hi. I like Undertale. I hope you do too. Hello. Because if you don't, you're insane.
You know, actually, Leslie Stair is, well, actually, now I'm not sure she still is, but Leslie Stair was just watching.
She was? Oh.
Yeah. She said there's a delay. Oh, Leslie said hi, Grace.
Hi, Leslie.
So, cool.
Yeah.
So, Grace, I need to ask you a favor.
What?
I need you to help me play Undertale because
Okay. Yep.
my nephew insisted I buy it. Actually got my dad to buy it for me.
Turn right onto H Street.
And I just could not, it just didn't make sense to me. I got really lost, so I need to try again. Can I ask you a question? How many times did you play it? How much time
like
did you put in
3?
before it clicked? Before?
I
Take the next
beaten it
right
3 times.
onto H.
How many times did you have to play it before you liked it? Did you instantly like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she had Sabrina explaining it.
Oh, so that helps.
No, not really. No. She just told me to play this game and to not tell anybody. Yeah. Well, actually, she didn't tell me that. I just decided not to tell anybody myself.
So, and I have watched Sabrina play games, and actually Sabrina amazes me.
Yeah.
Because she, what's the one with the crazy flower that attacks you? Cuphead.
His name's not Cuphead, it's Flowey.
Yeah, but
Flowey, so
Cuphead's the
that's-
name of the game.
Okay, so the one is it? 'Cause
There's
the
a
one with
game
the
called
flower?
there's a game called Cuphead.
There is. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I was watching Sabrina play it, and she is so patient. I watched her go up against a hard level, and just again and again and again and again and again until she got it. And I was like, I would have thrown the controller through the TV. before now.
Are you the one that the Wii controllers had a wrist strap for?
Yes. Yeah. Hi, Sabrina. Sabrina's actually here with Leslie.
Sabby. So when I wait a sec, I know it's random, but I told Sabby I got a skin in this game for her cat, and I just thought I might as well show it. So one sec, I'm gonna get to a mirror just so that you can see her cat. Oh yeah, we did. There we go. That is Bubba. Hey Sabby, wait a sec. Hey Sabby, what do you think? Doesn't Bubba look fabulous? I gave him a little shirt, a little Ezreal shirt. You like it? Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't play Cuphead. Cuphead was Leslie says hi, Bubba.
Aww.
Cuphead was too hard for me. I own it, and I played it once or twice, and was just like, oh my god, this game's beating the heck out of me.
Yeah.
But the art is so good. Regarding Bubba, they said he's wonderful.
Yeah. He really is. That cat.
I don't know Bubba. Bubba's an actual cat?
Yeah, the real Bubba will lay on the couch. Scout.
Oh, well, Scout. I know Scout.
Yeah. That big fat cat. Does he look like this one? Right?
Yep.
Yeah, but Scout is just so lovable, even when he's really grumpy. He's super lovable.
So.
Exactly. What do you think about Bubba?
Well, I don't know if it was Leslie or Sabby who said he's wonderful.
I know that was Leslie.
Okay, I think Sabby said he's Big Bubba.
Yeah, he is. Okay.
So true, too true.
So, Keith, I have a question.
All
Would
right.
you like me to take you home now?
No, let's just drive around. I got to be streaming until midnight anyway, so why not go on the cruise?
You know, when Gracie was really little, I used to have to drive her
May I ask
to
what about
sleep.
me?
What?
May I ask what about me? Who's going to see me dinner?
You know what?
Oh my goodness.
That is a really great question. I think
You
I need
can't
to
just
get.
drive around till midnight.
Did you not have dinner at the spaghetti factory?
No.
Well, she usually has dinner with Sabrina and Leslie, but then she really likes to have a second mama dinner when she gets home.
Oh.
And
Mom, I only had like 2 pieces of pizza.
Oh my gosh, you must
They're
be
very small.
starving.
They're really small.
Yes, I know the little. I was being silly for a second, but I know you really are hungry, and I will take you home, and I will. I will feed you.
Thank you.
You've been so patient with me as we worked so hard on this fundraiser. So yeah, we'll go home and we'll feed you, and we'll also dance around with Molly, who's going to be on the fundraiser with Keith and Eloise until midnight.
I might fall asleep.
Really, if you're drooling on your keyboard, do you want us to tell you?
No. I
Okay.
enjoy it.
Okay.
I
wonder if it would short it out.
when I was a kid,
Yeah.
thin pizza. Leslie said. When I was
Thin
a
pizza, yeah.
kid, oh, my battery's getting low.
Oh.
When I was a kid, what were we talking about? I forgot. Oh yeah, so I figured out how to make late night phone calls.
So is it closed or is it not closed? 'Cause it looks like it's got a gap.
Yeah.
We're gonna get close and see.
So I figured out how to have late night phone calls with my friend Kim. I had a double line, which was like a big deal on a phone back then.
Yes.
My brother John paid extra for it.
That's fancy.
And so what I would do is I would tell Kim, I'm gonna call, popcorn. So you call time at 11:30, and then I'm just gonna stay on there listening to what time it is until you beep in. Yeah, no, that's closed, dude.
That is closed. That's fine.
Um.
I'm gonna take
So
you called popcorn.
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
falling out of the universe.
Gracie, let us finish talking, okay?
yeah, but then I got in trouble with her because we were doing that and I fell asleep. We're having a late night conversation, and in the morning she's like, "Oh, do you remember saying goodbye to me last night?" And I was all, "No." She's like, "'Cause you didn't." Where's this? Can this plug in? Or it's the micro USB. You don't have that.
I don't have that.
Oh, bazummer. But I can just plug it into my laptop. My laptop has some battery left.
Very nice. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I just I'm obviously hoping that of course our power must be on. I did not check to see if the final 8 houses that had this planned power outage were turned back on. But hopefully we'll get back home, and if you called me and you said, "Is your refrigerator running?" I would say, "Yes, it's running."
Better go catch it.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I remember, like, we did so many of those stupid phone calls, and so later when I worked at Kentucky Fried Chicken, and at least once a week, some dumb kids called, were like, "Oh, do you guys have big breasts?" I would go, "We have big, beautiful breasts." They would go, "Oh!"
Chicken restaurant, Grace.
And then-
So they serve chicken breasts at the chicken restaurant, and people.
That was the point. And I would just love to make the dumb kids' day. I'm going to say the thing you want me to say. Have your laughs.
Yeah.
I'm glad to be of service, you morons.
Right? Yeah.
Because I was once the little moron.
Do you remember? Did you ever? I mean, of course you did. Call up somebody you had a little crush on, and then you like hang up at the last second because you lost courage, and then some jerk invented star 69.
I'm so much cooler than that. I never was that lame.
You weren't?
I was lame in other ways, but I will tell you
Yes?
that the phone was my secret weapon.
It was?
Because I could be charming and funny.
Oh.
I wasn't insecure.
Nice.
I could, if I could get someone on the phone with me, I could usually win them over.
Nice. That's amazing.
Yeah, and I would sit in the kitchen. My family tended to hang out in the family room, and so I would sit in the kitchen and duck down. And uh-oh. So we got a message from Molly that says, guess when the power's going to come back on?
Oh no. When?
When, Molly, when? Oh man. I can just tell it's gonna be bad. I mean, I'm worried you're gonna lose food in your refrigerator. I hate that. It's so expensive to have your refrigerator cut out for a long time.
Yeah, it's such a bummer.
You just see if Smut will give you some money.
What a bummer. Okay. Well, I've got candles and I have lanterns, and I can tell her where they are.
Let's see if she replies to that.
Yeah.
So you also sometimes when ours is out, I'll go get some dry ice.
Yeah.
Throw it in the fridge.
Yeah.
11:59 p.m.
Wow.
Oh my
so
God,
ironic.
that is hilarious.
Wow. Okay, Molly, if you can hear me, go into so there's a candle on the
Here,
shelf.
just a minute. Molly, go tune into the thread so that Sarah can talk to you. Molly, go to. Oh, it won't give me the mic because I'm using it for the live feed.
Okay.
I'm saying thread, I mean stream. See, I'm so tired. Let's see.
Why did they need the power off for so long? What's up with that?
Weird, right?
I mean,
And
seriously.
the timing is hilarious. You know, I mean, one, it's Big Dave giving. We're doing this big thing that we've worked on all this time.
Yeah.
And today's their planned outage. And then literally that it cut out when the news got there. Good Day Sacramento shows up, power's out.
So they turned off power for 24 houses, and it was planned. I'm just wondering why they couldn't at least plan to have it on for like dinner and bedtime, right? For a family.
Well, I think
there's nothing urgent.
I think their plan was to have it on at 2 at some point. Wrong.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
So
Spud really does.
The best laid plans
hard.
of mice and men.
Yeah.
I will tell you, we just had we lost our power. And it was our fault. I mean, it wasn't our fault, but it was our box. Something went wrong with it. And Smud was great.
Yeah.
And my electrician friend, Kevin, was great. And the city was such... The woman at the city who was helping me was awesome. I totally loved her. But, oh my God, so many just...
Speed bumps.
Needless, dumb speed bumps to get a permit just for a guy to drive out and look at it and go, "Yeah, it looks all right." Like, didn't even open it up, and he's like, "Oh, it's all right." I'm like, okay, good. That we had power out for like an extra 12 hours, so you could do that.
That's silly.
Oh, that was so sketchy. We thought it was going to cost us thousands. I mean, it totally could have, and everything just went right for us. Including even putting a new plug on our oven, so that we didn't have to buy a new oven.
That's good.
Yeah, we were all ready to have fate take a bunch of our money.
Oh. Well, I think that the kitty cats take all your money.
And then that. But, you know, that didn't turn out so bad
I'm
either.
so glad that you had a GoFundMe.
Yeah, that could have
Because your
been
friends really
a lot
want to support
worse.
you guys.
Yeah.
You three tender hearts.
I had one friend that gave pretty generously. When I thanked her, she's like, honestly, I wanted to call you and just say, I'll pay for the kitties. I was like, well, I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad it got spread out, but that was super generous.
Yeah.
People love the kitties.
What's up, babe? We're going to drop Keith off at home, and then we're going to go to our home, and I know I have a snack in this car for you. As soon as we get to Keith's house.
I did help myself to some more of that apple weather.
Wasn't it good?
It was very good.
Yeah, my mom makes that. Gracie, as soon as we drop Keith off, I'm going to do an exploratory search of the car because I know that there's snacks in here. We have a magic car that produces all kinds of stuff. Usually, you know, if there's like if your one sock gets wet, we've got another sock in here somewhere, and snacks. So there you go.
Okay, so I'm going to take these off because I'm starting to get a bit car sick.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Just because I'm wearing the reading
Uh-huh.
glasses and looking at the screen.
Yeah. Do you want a barf bag?
No, I'm not gonna throw up.
Okay.
I don't. I just get a little bit of a headache.
Wow, I'm either really oxygen deprived or I'm tired.
And why? It could be both.
Could be.
I'm actually breathing a lot of your oxygen.
You are. Will you stop that? Sheesh.
So, yeah, we have 2.5 hours left, just a little over 2.5 hours to raise the rest of the money to meet our goal, which was $5 million. So we are almost there.
We're super close.
We just need $4,900,000, $980 because we only raised $20 today. I loved all the matching.
Yeah.
That was very generous of people.
And all of the support. Oh my goodness. Your friends that you interviewed today were so great. And, Eloise and her potting. And are you able to see if there's somebody in the room, by the way?
Yeah, there's someone in there.
Oh, so is Eloise? She was going to try to get.
Oh, you mean in the participant?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no one there. It shows a number of how many people are in there.
Okay, got it.
All right.
Are you going to barf because I just slammed on the brakes?
No, that's what I'm not going to barf.
There's a story about that. There's definitely a story. So when I was 16, I had a friend who got car sick, and she barfed. We didn't have time to pull her. She barfed. She tried to barf out the window, and a little bit got inside the car, maybe more than a little, got inside the car, and there was a chunk that somehow got into the inside of the door by the window. So for the rest of the time that I owned that car,
it smelled like.
Well, I would wash the window, and the stripe would go in, and the minute I rolled it down and up, the stripe would come back.
So gross.
And it didn't smell. It was just a stripe, and I knew what that stripe represented. I knew what that was.
Or at one point, and this isn't something I should be proud of, and I think I'm only admitting it because I'm so tired. But at one point, me and my brother and my friend Bill all had nicknames based on ways that we had thrown up. Because Edward threw his hand over his mouth to try to stop it, and so it sprayed out everywhere. So we called him the sprinkler. And Billy we called the fire hydrant because he seemed like he could just turn it on and off. He's just like, and I was like, hey, Bill, just a minute. He's all, okay, go ahead, Bill. And then I got sick once and it sounded like a machine gun.
You did?
I was all machine gun.
Wow.
So we were machine gun, fire hydrant, and sprinkler.
Nice.
Yeah, because boys, because boys.
Boys.
This is we spent a lot of time hanging out in the garage listening to David Bowie and Alice Cooper.
Yes. So Gracie really likes this one artist right now. What's that one? Griffinella? Griffinella. No, not right now.
I will check out Griffinella.
Yeah, check out Griffinella. There's this one song that reminds me of like Sisters of Mercy.
Okay.
And I told you about the disastrous time when I played Leonard Cohen for Gracie. She's like, "Oh, this is nonsense." And so
well, which I hope you will revisit Mr. Cohen someday. Gracie.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure. Oops, I have to turn.
Yeah, you missed our turn.
I did.
You really blew it.
I was telling a story about Sisters of Mercy, so I was distracted. Now I'm going to turn. But anyways, I'm pretty sure that if I played the Sisters of Mercy for her, that she would also declare them to be nonsense. Yes. Where did you grow up again, Keith?
Well, until I was 14, I lived in Corona, California, and then we moved to Roseville.
Oh, okay.
What was I going to say? Let's see if this artist I like so much, but my brain is so almost dead.
Yeah.
Aldous Huxley, 'cause that's the writer.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's an artist that you should check out who is my absolute favorite right now.
Okay. But
And
tell me when you're more rested.
No, I'm going to tell you now.
Okay.
I did not give up.
Okay.
Her name is Aldous Harding.
Oh, okay.
And Aldous Harding, I'm saying this to anyone listening as well. Aldous Harding's latest album is called Designer, and it's so good.
Awesome.
Like the first 5 songs are all phenomenal. And the other day I said 4 songs, and now I'm adding the 5th because the first 5 songs are so. The whole album's good, but it's just 5 in a row, just boom, 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 boom. The best. I love her, and all very different. And
great.
And then you go see the videos, and she's artistic and weird and wonderful. And she's from New Zealand, so.
Ooh, I like people from New Zealand. New Zealand is such a cool space. They take care of each other. This is my impression, having never visited. They've got the Lord of the Rings there. They've got this incredible. Is she a prime minister?
Yeah, I don't know if she's president or prime minister.
She's amazing and just so lush and green. I'd really like to go and explore New Zealand.
I would really like to go see New Zealand as well.
Yes, and if I had hairy feet and got to stay in a roundhouse, that would be extra cool too.
Why do you want hairy feet?
Because she's a hobbit.
Yeah.
I don't like the hairy toes.
Well, we're gonna have to read The Hobbit. It's official.
So, and The Hobbit's a pretty easy read. The Lord of the Rings are big books, but The Hobbit's a nice little book. It's such a good introduction to that world.
Mm-hmm. They likes scary stuff too. So the scary stuff in there. She's like, oh my word.
So Max's problem with it was knowing, spoiler. Okay. Yeah. Knowing that they kill a dragon at the end.
Wait, what? You didn't hear that? You didn't hear that?
So she did not want to read it. No, it's good to know if that would reading it. Yeah. Now I was like, Max, does it make a difference that he was like attacking them, burning them up? She's like, nope. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Dragons got to eat, Dad. Like, okay.
Okay, that sounds like my kid.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is true for everything that we might be. I'm like, they're pantry moths. They're gonna get in my rice. They need to eat, Mom. They deserve to live. Let's put them outside. Yes. Too serious. But because you have such a sweet, tender heart.
Now, so Gracie. Oh, I'm so sorry. She is. There we go. I have my glasses off, so there we go. At the stage. Are you there, Molly?
Yes. You can really only see my teeth and my.
I can't see you. Are you sitting in the dark?
We need to tell her where the candles are.
Oh, of course, because there's no light.
Because there's no power.
And then,
there's not. And power outage. It'll come back on tonight, though. Hopefully.
At 11:59.
At 11:59.
But it wasn't planned to be this late. It was originally planned to be till 2.
This afternoon.
Apparently something went wrong.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So where are the candles?
Okay, so there is one candle on the shelf thing that goes around the TV there in the family room. And there's a lighter in the drawer that's right next to the oven on the right-hand side.
Did you say there's a Lego in the floor?
A lighter in the drawer.
In the drawer.
Front of the stove in the kitchen.
Not a Lego, a lighter in the drawer.
For some reason, I'm unable to hear in the dark.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah, it is. And annoying. Okay, how do I turn on my flashlight? Hey, Siri, flashlight on. Oh, I have no Siri because the power's out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you may have to turn your phone around and use it.
Okay, I got it. So there's a candle in the TV.
It's on the shelf thing that goes around the TV.
On the
I think it's on the left. Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
And also go turn on the bathroom light, remember?
Yeah, the bathroom light is on, but I didn't feel like that was a great place for me to call you from.
Oh.
Oh, I see the candle. Okay. I got the
Nobody
candle.
knows that you were sitting on the potty for any reason other than having a live stream.
No, yeah, that's the only reason.
Oh,
Why else would you sit? Why else would
a
you sit in
large
the bathroom?
a large part of my streaming today was from on the toilet. Were we not supposed to do that?
I think it's just fine.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm committed. I'm dedicated.
Yeah.
You really are.
Very nice to hang out.
And
Thank you for everything.
if anyone donated enough, I would. I don't know. 2 extra visits to the bathroom. I was thinking,
You would say thank you
I
most
would
sincerely.
flush. $20. I'll do a courtesy flush. Oh my
I'm
God.
tired.
We are tired. We're laughing at this potty humor. This
Uh-huh.
literal potty
Well,
humor.
Gracie has my phone, so I can't see you guys. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Oh, look, I was sitting on pizza.
You were sitting on the
All right, now I just look creepy.
Oh yeah, now this is like some Blair Witch Project action
It
here. I like
is.
it.
Yeah, what did they say in Blair Witch Project? It's not I see dead people. That's Sixth
Yeah,
Sense.
that was Sixth Sense. Blair Witch Project was such a masterpiece.
It
I
was.
really do. I
Scared
believe
me.
so. I
Scared the poop out of me.
put it down, but it scared me so bad.
I don't need to talk. I don't mean to talk about poop again, but it did scare the poop out of me. Did they do a Blair Witch 2?
What's going on?
Nothing. I want to be down.
What were you yelling about?
Nothing.
No.
You've been awake for 24 hours.
Okay. No way. Walk to. But I'm gonna go in here and I'm still streaming.
Oh, hi.
Still streaming. Still streaming. Hi there.
All right.
Was that Max?
That was Maxine.
Oh.
Oh, I'm amazed that she is awake. Thought I would be coming home to a house of people sleeping. Oh my
They
God.
missed you. So are you dying?
I am dying. I don't know how I'm going to stay
So-
like another 2.5 hours.
So the first thing on the list for next year is that nobody stays online for an entire 24 hours.
No, I don't agree. I think I just want to make it more.
No, I mean no one person stays online for the whole 24 hours.
I think someone should. I think that's the fun gimmick. I think.
No, I think we should stay live for 24 hours, but I just don't think one person should have to be like on for the entire.
I know. I understand you. I'm just disagreeing.
Okay,
I think I should suffer. I think that people like seeing me suffer.
Oh wow, I can't believe you would even sign up for that again. I surely thought you must
You eat the Brussels sprouts. You eat the bugs. I stay awake. We all have our thing. Oh, I lost you. I'm not hearing you. You're not hearing me either? I can't tell if you're messing with me or not. Yeah, I can't hear you. Why did that happen all of a sudden? Okay. How about now? Can you hear me? What happened to Sam? Oh, did I connect to a no? Maybe I connected to a Bluetooth thing. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what happened that suddenly we can't hear each other. Let me think, what could that be? I am, but we've lost sound for some reason, and I don't know why. Hmm. Okay. I kicked you out and let you back in to see if that would make a difference. No. Okay, so I am back in, and I don't know if I can be heard or not. It says there's at least one person watching. Can you let me know if you can hear me? Tell me you can hear me. Yeah, so we're having weird technical difficulties. Leslie, are you able to hear me? Okay, yo, God, that is so bizarre. And I just checked; it shows the microphones as working. Very weird. Okay, you we can hear. Sarah,
Hi.
can
Yeah.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so it's just Molly that can't
Okay.
hear or be heard.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, I have. No. Just a minute, please. My mouth is full of vomit. Can you, just a moment, please. Stop laughing. I'm sorry.
Did she want to hear more vomit stories? Is that what I heard?
She's got a vomit story all of her own. Okay, go ahead, sweetheart. Yeah. So did Molly find the candle? Does it look like?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's good.
her face was glowing. I said I compared it to the Blair Witch Project.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. It's okay. Oh, honey, you need to rinse this out. Here. Go back out. Rinse it in your mouth and spit it out.
Oh, there's vomiting happening?
Yeah.
Is it because I told that story?
No, it's because she got car sick.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's why you were worried about me having to have a longer day.
Well, you know. Oh, honey, nobody heard you. It's okay.
I
Okay.
hate
Well, I just wanted to make sure that Molly got some light, and I'm glad that she did. We're gonna keep heading that direction. Oh, I gotta go, Keith. I'll talk to you guys. I
Okay.
just want to make
Okay.
sure she had
Yeah.
light. Okay.
Totally. Bye bye. Okay,
Okay.
Molly.
Now I can hear you.
All right. That was very weird.
That was very weird. It must have been me.
Yeah.
I think.
So here we are. We are in our final 2 hours and 18 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Will we make it?
Are there any subjects that we have not covered this evening?
What foreign countries have you visited?
Very few. That's actually probably my biggest regret in life. That
Yeah.
I went to Puerto Vallarta for 3 days on a work trip.
Okay.
And I went to Tijuana one night when I was 17, and I enjoyed myself a little too much and wound up falling asleep on a bus bench while waiting for my friends. And when I woke up, someone had taken my shoes and my jacket, like right off of my sleeping body, with my ID in my pocket.
Oh.
So when I got to the border, this of course is 40, no, not quite that long ago, 30 something years ago. And I had no ID. And that would be really problematic to try to cross the border with no ID today. However, I had gotten carsick in the cab and vomited on myself. And so when I presented myself and said, I have no idea, you're not going to keep me here, are you? They're like, we don't want you. Move as fast as you can in that direction across the bridge. So that was my night in Tijuana when I was 17. And probably lucky that that's all that happened to me. And on my own on a bus bench, sound asleep, I got whatever I deserved. But
Not what you deserved.
No, that's right. And I did drive through Canada multiple times. We lived in Alaska 3 different occasions. So every
I've
time
never been to Alaska.
It is
And
magnificent and weird.
The only exploration I've done in Canada is Vancouver and Kamloops, British Columbia.
I've never been to Kamloops.
I would love to drive across Canada. I would love to see Quebec. I've always wanted to go to Montreal.
I've only been to British Columbia because we lived in Ketchikan, and so to take it was an island, so on an island. So the only way to get there was either to take a ferry or to fly, and we were always moving, so flying wasn't an option. We had all of our stuff with us, so we would take it on the ferry. But you had to get to the ferry, you had to drive to Prince Rupert, British Columbia. So we would take the drive up through British Columbia to Prince Rupert, and then take the ferry from there to Ketchikan. It's a beautiful, beautiful trip. And I highly recommend taking that drive. It's just gorgeous.
So I've done I like my list of countries I visited isn't huge, but I like that it's got a couple of odd ones on there.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to the 2 countries that I was most afraid of as a child. The former USSR. So I went I went to Ukraine just this past December.
Wow.
So yeah, they're in the middle of a war, and I went and visited them. And we volunteered. We were helping make camouflage nets and stuff for the resistance against the Russians. But we were in Lviv, so on the opposite side of the country from where most of the action is. And missiles do hit around Lviv now and then, but like near military targets, not in the middle of the town where we were.
Did you go with a group or did you just go on your own?
No, I went with my father-in-law, who is a psychiatrist, and he collaborates with psychiatrists there who also study schizophrenia. So a really, really neat guy and a great guy to travel with. And we went to church. We went to mass while we were there. And I am not a religious person at all. And it was one of the most beautiful things I have ever experienced. And I'm so glad that I couldn't understand a word of it because that I really enjoyed
Might
it.
have ruined it.
But there was a choir, and they were like up high where we couldn't see them, up on some balcony or whatever, that they were
Yeah.
totally hidden, and just these disembodied, gorgeous voices harmonizing, and it's stunning.
Amazing
So yeah,
acoustics, probably.
totally. So,
Yeah.
and then the other country that I was afraid of as a kid that I've now been to was I did get to go to China, and I went. I spent 2 weeks there. I went to Shanghai and Suzhou, and I had
Amazing.
my life. And then everything else and I've been to Italy. Me and my wife went to Italy for our honeymoon. But everything else I've been to is over on this continent. Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, Canada.
Yeah. That's still super cool. I've never been out of North America, and Mexico and Canada don't really count because, in the words of your hero Goldie Hawn, they're like attached.
They're like attached. Is
They're
that
like
from?
attached.
Is that from?
What is the name of that movie?
Where she's
It's the
like,
one where she's like in the State Department.
yeah,
Like accidentally.
Protocol.
What is it?
It's not Protocol.
No, not Protocol, but geez, what is that movie?
I'm gonna look it up.
Look it
I
up.
really want to know.
Yeah. That line has stuck with me for 25, 35 years because it's just so funny. They don't count because they're like attached.
I'm on 4% battery. I should get my laptop out.
Yeah, I'm on 18% battery. However, I do not have any electricity to do anything about that.
So there is a charger there.
Oh,
that
okay.
that I had been using earlier.
Okay. I think I might have enough juice in my computer to charge it until Sarah gets home and can find that for me, because I don't know how successful I'll be in the dark finding it. This candle doesn't penetrate terribly far. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my cord.
Okay. I'm sitting in the dark. Also, just out of solidarity.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. Where did I put my... Oh, I know I have a cord in here. Yeah, so one of my favorite things about in Alaska, I lived in a town called Ketchikan, which is in the panhandle that comes down the side of Canada, and it's southeast Alaska, and I worked in a cannery there when I was 25. So 25, is that right? 26, 25 or 26. And I worked there for a year, and I did every job in the entire cannery. I worked like a minimum day was 12 hours. A long day was 18 hours, all standing shifts in yellow rubber overalls and hairnets. And I finned and worked on the slime line and worked on the pin bone line, pulling bones out of the fish. I got inside of totes on the dock and scrubbed them. I did janitorial duty at the end of the night. I literally would do any job. I was there to make money and have an experience.
Slime line. You worked on something called a slime line. Wow.
Yeah, the slime line is where they stamp the head out of the fish,
Ooh.
and then you have to reach your hand down into the body cavity, grab the gut sack, give it a twist and pull, and throw it in a big tote full of guts that's standing right next to you. And I also, by the way, stood right next to that tote and did that while I was 7 months pregnant.
Wow.
So I consider that gives me badass credentials for at least that period of my life.
Okay,
Anyway,
one
of the funny things that I lost you. I'll tell you when you come back. I'm gonna plug in so that I don't die, so that my phone doesn't die.
I'm back.
You're back. So one of my favorite things in the cannery is when they told me their motto, which is Alaska, so this only works for women, however, because there's a ratio of like 14 men for every woman.
Right.
And the further north you go, like into the interior where it's more remote, the more extreme that ratio gets. Oh, there's my phone. So it's Alaska,
Oh,
where
wait,
the
I lost
odds
you.
are
I lost
good.
volume again.
Oh no. Am I back? Am I here?
Just a minute. I don't. I'm assuming you can hear me.
I can hear
But
you.
I
Yeah.
can't hear you.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm gonna jump out.
There we go.
Come back. Oh.
Hey, Leslie, you want to come in with us and say hello? Oh, when Molly jumps out, I think I have to. Heck no. Okay. Leslie does not. I'm shy. Okay. So, where'd you go, Molly? Oh no, we lost Molly. Oh, there she is.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Molly.
I'm back again. So we're
Would
just gonna limp over the finish line.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish the story if it kills me. So it's not really a story. The funny thing is that the motto is Alaska, where the odds are good, but the goods are odd.
Yes, I've heard that.
And it's true. It really is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a land full of rugged individualists and quirky characters straight out of a book.
Hey, they gave us the what was her name that ran with McCain?
Oh, Sarah Palin.
They gave us the soccer mom, Sarah Palin.
They did give us Sarah Palin.
Oh, and by the way, the Goldie Hawn movie was called Protocol.
Oh, okay, good.
Who was
that
right?
was a good one.
This guy was right.
I'm sad that I can't remember those sorts of things anymore. But it was a really fun movie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've seen it since I was a kid. I wonder how it holds up.
Yeah.
I loved her as a kid, though.
Yeah, so did I. I love Private Benjamin.
Yep.
And Overboard.
And I loved seeing her on Laugh-In.
Yeah. I didn't watch a lot of Laugh-In. Probably only a handful of episodes ever, but all the episodes I saw had her in them.
Yeah.
I watched like reruns of Hee Haw.
Oh yeah, I did not like Hee Haw.
I loved Hee Haw.
Oh, that's so funny.
As an adult, I've seen reruns of it, and I was like, "Wow, this is way cornier than I realized as a kid." Yeah, and also a little sexist, you might say.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Speaking of which, we loved Benny Hill.
Oh.
That was ours that I go back and look at and go, oh my God.
I think I've seen an episode or two. I just sort of have a picture in my head of like a stout man running around with like ladies' underwear on his head and being chased by scantily clad women or chasing scantily clad women.
While Yakety Sax was playing. Oh man.
Sounds about right.
And smacking the old man on the head. Me and my brothers used to smack each other like that and call it a Benny Hill.
Fun.
Yeah. But man, he did a song making fun of Bob Dylan, and it was so good.
Do you remember what it was?
I can go find it.
Okay. I think you should sing it for us. We watched it. Oh. Are you talking about Benny Hill, Leslie? Leslie's with us. You know that book group that I was telling you about, Books of Horror? Leslie is in that book group with me.
So look, we got time to kill anyway, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to read you these lyrics.
Okay.
Now the folk singer came from America to sing at the Albert Hall. He sang his songs of protests and fair shares for all. He sang how the poor were much too poor and the rich too rich by far. Then he drove back to his penthouse in his brand new Rolls-Royce car. What a world. What a place. Ain't you glad you're a member of the human race? Now, Sally Simon's time at the burger factory was all too brief. She fell into the grinder and got chopped up with the beef. The Winston maker's man came round the factory and kicked up such a racket. To apply to all the trades, they added her to the packet. What a world. What a place. Ain't you glad you're a member of the human race? Now, 6'6" Miss Whiplash married Charlie Pitts. He was 4'2" and no one knew who put him up to it. He came home one night assaulted and fell down into a heap. You must be whacked, he said. I'd rather go to sleep. What a world. What a place. Ain't you glad you're a member of the human race? Now, a Jessup boy got stranded on a mountain in the fog. To avoid starvation, he had to eat his dog. He looked at the pile of bones and murmured as he rose, "It's a pity Rover isn't here. He'd have loved to chew those bones." What a world. What a place. Aren't you glad you're a member of the human race? And there's different lyrics. Okay, now the button was pressed, the world was destroyed, leaving just one solitary man. And at the top of the Empire State Building, his lonely existence began. But his loneliness was much too much, so he jumped, and he fell like a bird with just one wing. And as he passed the 7th floor, he heard the telephone ring. And there's a line about prisoners putting out their pudding if they want treacle.
Eloise says she's backstage on the stream.
Oh, there's Eloise. I see her.
I don't see her.
Hi, Eloise.
Oh, there I am.
Hi, Eloise.
I was reading
I'm right in the
Ben
middle
Hill
now.
Right in the middle. We call that Lucky Pierre.
It's going to be that kind of show, is it? We're going to be busting out the double and triple entendres.
Wait, Lucky Pierre is just like the one who's happy to be snuggled in the middle, right?
Molly, are you in the dark?
Okay.
Yeah,
the power's still out.
The power's coming back on at 11:59.
Oh,
So we'll have power for the last. She'll have power for the last minute of this.
Yeah. So I'm here by candlelight. But Keith, I have some lyrics that I would like to share with you since you shared that delightful song. But wait, you were not finished.
No, that was. Yeah, it's just missing some lyrics that are in this version of the song that you hear, but they're missing, so there's nothing I can do.
That is tragic. But I did enjoy that song. So I want to share with you the lyrics to the most deeply profound country song that I've ever heard by the great Scotty McCreery, and the song is called "I'm Feeling It," and it goes a little something like this: pop tops poppin', flip flops floppin', drop tops dropping down, Ray-Bans rayin', waves are waving, ladies are laying out, feeling it. iPods rockin', sunblock blockin', igloo stocking up. Yep. Cutoffs are cutting, worry about nothing but putting something in my cup, feeling it. And I can't find nothing wrong with nothing that's going on. It's making me want to sing a song that goes like this. Whoa, whoa, ain't nothing like feeling that summertime feeling. Kick back, relax, just chilling. I'm feeling it. Ain't nothing like digging that summertime, digging in the sand, getting tanned with your hand in my hand. I'm feeling it. Riptide ripping, skimboard skimming, sip, sipping something on ice, fill it up. Hot gets hotter, head to the water, jump into paradise. Blah, 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 blah. Sunset settin', gettin' goods gettin', good as it can get. Lip gloss glossin', no more talking, baby giving me a kiss, feeling it. Blah, 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 blah. And then we're back to the pop tops poppin', iPods rockin', flip flops floppin'. Oh, I'm feeling it. Did you guys love that as much as I did?
Scotty McCreery. Now I want to hear it.
Yeah, it only sounds marginally better than I just performed it. But I feel like he wanted to be Jimmy Buffett and like this generation's version of Jimmy Buffett and didn't quite get there. So, Eloise, do you have any meaningful song lyrics to share with us?
Oh gosh, you're putting me on the spot. I'll have to think about it for a minute here.
Okay.
No. Let's see.
Do you have anything else you want to share with us?
Oh gosh. Well, I got in my pajamas and I'm wearing my little Grogu t-shirt. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna wear it on Saturday, which is, May the 4th be with you day.
I will be wearing my Grogu underpants because I am a grown person.
Yeah, actually my shorts, my little pajama shorts are cute. I don't know if you can see him there.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's right there. I don't know. I can't tell when I'm mirrored.
Yeah, no, we saw
But
him.
I actually have quite a few little things here, a little bobble
Well, he is the
head.
cutest thing on planet. Well, not on planet Earth.
Let's see. I do have a little planter with him.
Aww.
Nice.
Adorable.
Yeah, they seem to have a lot of things, and so they've just kind of accumulated over the years. So this is a little keychain from Legoland, I think.
Oh, nice.
And
Where is Legoland? Like,
Legoland's in San Diego.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Legoland is a lot of fun. A lot more low key than something like Disneyland. I mean, nothing beats Disneyland, but
yeah,
Legoland's a pretty chill kind of day. So, and then this guy right here. So he's a little dusty. I probably need to dust him a little bit.
I have not been to Disneyland since they added Star Wars.
Oh,
it's a crime. Yeah.
It's honestly, it's a treat. The new ride, it makes you feel like you're in the movie. There's some interactive elements when you go in there, and it's amazing. I don't want to spoil it for you.
I want to go so bad. I think me and Sabrina are going to go, and Leslie's going to pay for it.
Oh yeah, sounds like it.
Because then her and Eric will have a weekend alone together. So it's win-win. They'll get a little time alone, and me and Sabrina and Max will go to see Star Wars Disneyland.
Yeah, so she's saying that, they've never been to Disneyland. They love Legoland, but they haven't been to Disneyland.
Huh.
So I
never been to Legoland.
I found the missing lyrics. If we want to continue with our poetry reading,
I do.
Can you handle a little more?
Yes.
Now it was Christmas Day in the jailhouse. The old man sat in his cell. Put out your pudding for treacle, he heard the warden yell. If you want treacle on your pudding, put it out without delay. The old man put out his pudding and the warden took it away. What a world, what a place. And then we heard the folk singer
Okay,
line.
so just point of clarification. Point of clarification is treacle, that's like syrup or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Put out your pudding if
Carry
you
on.
want treacle. And he put it out and she took it away.
Oh, rude.
Okay, maybe you guys can help me understand this line. I think something's going over my head. Now, Annie's a shorthand typist working for the BBC. Her brother Jackie's in prison doing 3 years for forgery. Her sister Josie's in Holloway. In Dartmoor is her Uncle Jim. And her dad runs a pirate radio ship, but she never talks about him.
No. I am going to be no help with that.
No. Ah, well.
Inscrutable.
But that song just came on randomly. I don't even know what we were listening to. And me and Max both just were like, oh my God, this is great. We just played it over and over again. And I couldn't believe it was Benny Hill because the song is kind of gorgeous. And I mostly associated Benny Hill with like just the worst, like lowbrow slapstick.
Did you know that Leonard Nimoy did a Middle Earth song?
Yes. Oh, bad.
Pretty darn funny.
And the video for it is phenomenal.
Phenomenal. Just fantastic. I was like, did I wake up in an alternative universe? I don't know what's happening, and I love it.
Yeah, you know, that's something we didn't do this year that we talked about, was doing some sort of singing challenge or karaoke challenge. So I think that's something we need to put on the books for next year, because
I
think quite a few of us have some skills in singing.
I think we need to start with those things. We need to start like a month ahead of time isn't enough time, because we only have like one. I think we started 2 months, but we only had two board meetings. So and those things have to be done at the board meetings.
If we had even one more month, it would have made a huge difference.
We would have nailed it. I think we still kind of nailed it for what we accomplished.
I think we learned a lot. I think
it was a fun adventure.
not only. I think we not only learned a lot to use for next year's Big Day of Giving, but I think we learned a lot that we can use in the meanwhile.
Wow. Yeah.
You know, like Sarah wants to do the cooking and the crafts.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'll be great.
And I've learned a ton about all the social media platforms and how they work together, and the difference between a reel and a story. And and Keith, you've given lots of really good advice that I didn't always have time to follow while doing this process, but I will going forward. So I think we've learned a lot that we can use now and revisit later. Gracie's here. Say hello.
Yeah. How
you feeling, Gracie? Sorry, Eloise.
Oh no, that's okay. We have 24 hours worth of video to chop up and make posts out of, and reels and shorts, and so we'll have to go through that and find all the bloopers and all the gems and
bloopers.
Yeah.
If you go to the end of the Greg Proops interview, he said some really nice things.
Yeah,
about
that's really
good people
amazing.
doing good stuff.
That's cool. Yeah, we'll definitely use that. I probably will not be able to use much of the F-bombs, but what a character, man.
Oh yeah, I loved how he was like, "Is it okay if I curse?" And we were both kind of like, "Ah." Obviously, and he's like, "Okay, well, let me say that for 20 more times."
Yeah, that was really funny. But man, is he funny.
It's like my friend Joe. I mean, I don't really care if Max hears curse words, but my friend Joe can't not curse. Like, and I watch him try when he's around kids, and I'm just like, okay, it's
That's
fine.
pretty funny.
Was my spanking my bottom with organic celery too risque? That was. I was editing my set to take out anything that would, not be appropriate. And I was like, my bottom being smacked by organic celery is going to be fine.
Yeah, it's buried deep in the video feed at some point. Who's going to go mining?
I mean, if you go back and watch like kids' cartoons from the 90s, they're just littered with all sorts of potty humor and innuendo, and like it's there. It just goes right over the kids' heads. Just
yeah.
I mean, I watched 16 Candles when I was 12, 13. It was one of my favorite movies. I watched it 1,000 times, And then I tried to watch it with my kid when she was like 14, and I was like, oh, there's really nothing about anything they do in this movie that I want my kid to like think about doing.
Right.
Yeah. And she was super judgy about it, so it wasn't very fun to even try to watch it and be like, don't do that, don't do that. She was just like, what are those kids doing? They're way too young for that. That's illegal. And I was like, okay, let's watch something else. She's my Law and Order kid.
How old is she now?
She's now 23. She's going to be 24 in September, which blows my mind. And she's very black and white and justice oriented and law and order oriented. Not law and order oriented so much as rules oriented.
Yeah.
Unless the rules are stupid.
Did any of you see this thing that Leslie's mentioning, the Nicolas Cage series about curse words?
Oh yeah, it talks about the history of curse words and where they came from. It's been a while since I watched it, but yeah, that was really good. It was entertaining.
I was enjoying it, but it was one of those where it's like I kind of felt like, did this need to be a series? I think a half an hour of Nicolas Cage talking about cursing would have been plenty. Would have been done.
Are you a Nicolas Cage fan?
Oh, I love him. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Massive
I really
Nicolas
liked
Cage.
him in that movie he did with Pedro Pascal.
So silly.
Oh gosh, what was that called? Like,
The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
oh yeah, it was just so wild and just
The
man,
scene where
what a fun movie.
they took a little something and were in town and they thought the two guys on the bench were spying on them. I laughed so hard at that scene I cried. I rewound it like 4 times. Oh, and the wall right after that was also hysterical.
Oh my gosh, yeah, now I need to go watch it again.
Trying to get through the wall, and then he just walks through the gate after all the
Right.
Yeah, so funny.
And I knew that was coming, but it was still funny.
Did you see? It was the weirdest thing. So we saw Pedro Pascal and Ethan Hawke were in like a cowboy love story together by Almodovar.
Yeah.
And I thought, how is this not bigger? How is this not being
Huge,
talked
yeah.
about?
Interesting.
So we went to Tower to see it. It was 30 minutes long.
Yeah, it's a
Oh
short
wow.
It was a short, and when's the last time a short played in a theater? So it was like date night. And me and my wife went to watch the new Almodovar movie. We loved Almodovar forever. And just when the movie's getting cooking, the credits roll. I was
Oh
like,
my
what
gosh.
just happened?
It was only 30 minutes. Wow.
And then I realized, I was like, that's why the tickets were so cheap.
Sarah's breaking out the twinkle lights.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Sure am.
You guys
How's
have some
Gracie?
backup generators there?
How's Gracie feeling?
Gracie, how are you feeling? Did you guys hear the groan from the couch?
Oh, poor
I
girl.
think that's-
She got real car sick.
An extra 11.
Yeah. That translates into not great, I think. Sarah, do you perchance know where the battery to charge is?
I do. Let me get her some food. Are
You
you gonna
got it.
die immediately?
I have 9%.
Let me get her.
Oh wow.
I know.
So we'll see how long 9% lasts.
How
now
long are you
what?
staying on with us, Eloise?
What's that?
How long are you staying on with us?
I'm gonna try to stay with you guys till maybe 10:45 or 11.
Okay. I don't know if I'm
so-
going to make it till then.
Oh, Leslie, are you talking about the massive weight of unbearable talent that you watched 3 times?
Oh man, I need a reminder of the shoe swapping scene. I don't remember.
The shoe swapping scene. I don't remember that either.
I think Leslie saw a director's cut.
Eloise, what's your favorite movie?
Oh gosh, there's such a broad range of things. You put me on the spot, and I never know. There's so many. I think like
It's not a question, sir.
if I could pick maybe like a classic movie, I've always really loved Wizard of Oz.
Oh, such a masterpiece.
And I love it when I see like Wizard of Oz like woven into like different like books and things that I read. So I know Molly is a Stephen King fan, and there's a whole book in the Dark Tower series that is just an homage to Wizard of Oz.
I'm only one book into that series, so I have not.
Okay. Yeah. When you get to Wizard and Glass, it's just like, oh my gosh, this is totally a take on
Yay.
Wizard of Oz. And you know, obviously there's the Broadway musical Wicked.
I've seen
I think
it.
I watched that like 5 times in the theaters. And now they're making a movie out of it.
Are you excited about the movie?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's been a long time coming. Like, you know, that musical's been out for I think over 20 years now.
I'm interested to see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, musicals to movies are a lot more popular now. You know, when they did Hamilton, I was really excited because actually I had tickets to go see Hamilton back in 2020. And then like 2 weeks before my show, everything shut down. I didn't get to see it in person. So yeah. I've only seen it on Disney Plus, which, you know, still great, but definitely need to see that in person.
My daughter and her bestie will just randomly break into Hamilton songs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would we could do a whole segment like a Hamilton sing-along for our next 24-hour live stream. I know all the lyrics.
Let's start our next 24 hours tonight at midnight. Let's just keep going.
I think you're starting to lose some brain cells here.
Let me push the brain back in.
Yeah, your brain is starting to flop out of your head.
Yeah. I'll hold it in.
Okay, thanks.
This is going to be good. We can do it.
Let's see. Yeah, so I saw Hamilton 3 times, and the first time I actually didn't see a lot of the. This is not the same plug I have. I'll figure that out in a sec. I didn't actually see a lot of like the main cast because I was so blown away by the staging that I paid so much attention to just like all the little details in the, you know, the extra, the smaller cast and the staging that I missed like a lot of the show. So I had to go back and see it again. And then again.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Keith, have you seen Hamilton either like on the stage or?
I saw the Disney Plus one. So good.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And just let's see. Leslie says she can't wait to see Wicked. Never saw the play, just read the book. Oh, you have to watch it, Leslie. You'll be blown away. Wicked is like up there with one of my top musicals for sure.
Yeah, I have
really
not
fun.
seen it or read the book. I can't wait.
Oh yeah. So
I love the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, so it's told from the perspective of, you know, the Wicked Witch.
Right.
And how she's just misunderstood. It's just shoes. Like, what's the big deal, you guys?
Yeah. I read the sequel to it too, which was Son of a Witch. And I like that too. Yeah, he has a whole series where he kind of does what's his name? Gregory something.
Oh, I have the book here. Gregory Maguire.
That's it. Yeah, so he has a bunch of twists on a bunch of fairy tales.
Right.
I haven't read the rest of them, just Son of a Witch.
The villain is actually not really the villain, or something's different. Yeah. Like there's always two sides to every story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then Leslie said she also loves the Dark Tower.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Dark Tower is one of my favorites.
Have you read The Eyes of the Dragon?
No.
That's
is that King? Okay,
it's kind of it's kind of well, it's not really like the Dark Tower, but it's Dark Tower-esque. It's different. It's one of my favorites. It's like a fantasy adventure sort of story, and it's I love it. It's different from the other stuff, more like in the dark. I almost said the Dark Crystal. I think I'm getting tired too. The Dark Tower vein, but not exactly like that. But if you like the Dark Tower a lot, I think you would like the Eyes of the Dragon.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to check it out. The last Stephen King book I read was Mr. Mercedes a couple weeks
I
ago.
have not read that.
Yeah, that's his take on like a detective series, and so it's a retired detective. There's a case that hasn't been solved. Like there's the one case that got away, right? And the culprit, he calls him the perk, not the perp, the perk. Anyways, it's part of the story. But there's basically a back and forth between the guy who murdered all these people and the detective, and kind of this cat and mouse game throughout, which is really, really fun. And I think it's a 3-part series, and there's some other spin-offs to it. So pretty fun. Not typical type King. There's not as much gore or horror or fantasy in it, but there's definitely some icky like parts where you're like, that's
So we're getting
That sounds good.
even though we're only having I don't think it accurately shows us all who are viewing at any given time, because it seems like it's just Leslie hanging out. But then I look, and 38 minutes ago we got an anonymous donation of $105.20.
Oh.
And a minute before that, Deanna Reinhardt Lee gave us $78.90.
Okay. Nice.
And then Leslie Stair gave us $15.78. Thank you, Leslie.
And I got an anonymous donation of $100 plus the covering of the fees. It's anonymous, but I have a feeling I know who did it because someone asked me for my link right before that mysteriously showed up in my and they marked themselves as anonymous, so I'm not going to out them. But thanks, I know who you are, and thank you very much for that.
Jess Roberts gave us $105. Thank you, Jess. And you know what? Rachel Kine gave us $210.40. That's rad. Like, thank you so much. I'm glad that you guys are able to do that, and we'll certainly put it to good use. But also, if you're watching this and you can do 10, do 10.
Yeah,
it gets matched, and enough people do 10, it adds up, and from each as they're able. So thank you, Matthew Lodell, for your donation. Betty Lewis gave us a donation. Karen Moore gave us $52.60. So yeah, they're still rolling in, and we've got an hour and 35 minutes left. So who knows what we can do in the next hour and 35 minutes.
Yeah.
And we've raised $4,166 through 41 different donors.
Yeah, that's great.
Where did
Molly
go?
I don't know. Maybe her phone battery died. Maybe she needs to charge up.
Did she tell you that her hot sauce finger ended up in her eye?
I heard about that. Oh my gosh. And we warned her. We said, Molly, you better wash your hands after eating this hot sauce. So
I've been there.
Oh man. Yeah, that was fun. I feel like we could have done separate from bugs and hot sauce, but I like that we did combine it. That kind of gave it an extra twist.
Yeah, I think we were making up time because with having to switch houses.
That's true. That is true.
So it was just weird that we threw them together, but it actually worked out kind of well. And,
right.
Molly said it actually really helped to not have to taste the bugs.
Taste them. Right. Yeah, I saw those bugs and I know those would not come anywhere near me. Leslie's glad she missed the bugs. Yeah. They did not look appetizing at all.
But Leslie, let Sabby and Eric know that we can edit the bug segment for them, and so they can watch it later.
We will probably edit all of the good parts out of this 24 hours and post it for people.
Oh my goodness.
All right. You just have an hour and a half left, Heath.
I can't make it. I can't do it. I'm tapping
Wait,
out.
maybe you should eat some hot sauce, like down the whole bottle. Just take it as a
I
shot.
think that would do it. But I didn't bring it with me. I left
Oh,
it.
no.
I have some scorpion. I have some Tabasco actually makes a scorpion hot sauce.
Ooh.
It's really good.
It's good.
I like
Interesting.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was telling you guys about the Conan O'Brien on Hot Ones.
Yeah.
Doing his interview, and I mean, you guys got to watch it. It's so funny because he was so enthusiastic about it and just kept a straight face for so long. Like, I don't feel this. I don't taste this. This is like, is this all you guys got?
Yeah.
And you could just tell it was hot, and he was keeping it together.
Well,
really funny.
The thing that like made me realize I could build up a tolerance to hot sauce was finding out that Indian kids were going home to India and not being able to eat their mom's cooking.
Oh, wow.
Because they came here to go to school, and it really is something you build up a tolerance for, desensitize yourself to. And so,
right.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I had Lao food in Grass Valley, and I only did Lao 1, but I'm going to work my way up to Lao 5.
I mean, I feel like there's different kinds of spiciness too, because there's like the spicy that burns your tongue, but then there's a spicy that like makes your face sweat. And that's the kind of spicy that I like.
Yeah.
Like your cheeks are getting warm, but it tastes so good you can't stop.
And then I also love wasabi or horseradish, where it's so focused on the sinuses.
Yeah.
And it fades so quickly. It's super intense, but then it doesn't.
And then it's gone.
Like
it doesn't
pepper,
linger. Yeah.
Pepper hot lingers. Your mouth will be on fire for a while. But the wasabi, if you hang on, it'll be okay in a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, Molly, we were talking about your pepper finger in your eye.
Oh, yeah, that was probably my worst move of the day. It was just,
you were driving?
a rookie mistake. I was driving. I was actually sitting at a stoplight, and I looked in my rearview mirror, and I saw that I had some eyeliner, stuck right in the corner of my eye there. So I just stuck my finger literally right in my eyeball, and I pulled it back, and I actually was going for the other eye to do the same. And it started burning just before I touched my other eye.
No.
Just in time to save one eye, which was good because I had to wind up driving the rest of the way with one eye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to have some like little wet wipes at the table next time.
Yeah.
So we can.
And it was like actual fire because it was burning so badly. And I had my eye closed, and I was like, "Oh, it's feeling better. I think I'm going to be able to open it and move on." The second I opened it and the air hit it, just like a real fire, it was like came back to life and just started burning again. So I was like, "Oh, yeah, not my finest moment."
I bet if we had
Leslie likes bugs, but not for eating.
I bet if we had the raw Brussels sprouts this year, we would have raised $2 million.
Yeah, what was better, Molly? The bug eating or the Brussels sprouts from last year?
The bug eating was actually easier because Brussels sprouts, especially the size of Brussels sprouts, I figured it really wasn't going to be good if I just got tiny Brussels sprouts. So I went for like essentially mini cabbages, and they are dense, like super dense.
There's so many layers. Yeah.
So many layers, and the leaves are kind of like a little bit rubbery and not that easy to chew when they're raw anyway. And so like every Brussels sprout took like a good solid like minute and a half, 2 minutes to chew all the way and swallow. So that's why it took 12 minutes because
So dead bugs is better than raw Brussels sprouts. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, I'm gonna go with a yes on that one.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
I think in this case, easier is better. At least it's faster.
The live bugs are really where it's at.
Oh no, I can't do live bugs. That's a line I know that I cannot.
Yeah, live bugs. They're no. Mm-mm.
No, and also it feels mean. I mean, they deserve a better end than my teeth.
Oh, we need to get Keith a blankie over there. It looks like he's
poor Keith.
Just resting my eyes.
Are you ready for a bedtime story?
I am.
Why are people so ashamed, myself included, of course, so ashamed to just admit that they're falling asleep? They're like, every time I do that, I always say the same thing, even though I know what a cliche is. I'm just resting my eyes. I cannot stop myself from saying it.
Leslie says Keith is asleep.
I have this thing, and this is just one of those like weird, tired thoughts that I would probably only share because I'm sleep deprived. But I've noticed in the last 10 years of my life that when I'm falling asleep, and I'm not conscious of having experienced this when I was younger, when I'm falling asleep, I'll think weird, surreal thoughts and then realize, oh, your brain's shutting down. You're falling asleep. And, when I was a kid, I don't, or even a younger adult, I don't remember that happening. I just remember I was awake and then I was asleep. And now I'm thinking, and all of a sudden I'm like, a monkey made of oranges would be weird. Then I'm like, what? Oh, you must be falling asleep.
Yeah, Keith has actually been asleep for the last 3 hours. This is just his,
Yeah.
This is a deep fake.
My whole comedy set, I was asleep. I was just out.
Right. We kind of like we're just propping you up and just pulling some strings.
Weekend at Keithy's.
Yes.
Actually, my name is Quiche now.
Quiche, yeah.
Yeah.
Quiche, the official eye candy.
Yes.
Like we should make some stickers. I think those should go on stickers. That would
We
be
should.
good.
Deserve stickers.
Mm-hmm. Put it on a t-shirt.
I think we should spend all the money that we raised buying silly things to thank people for the money.
Oh.
Seems like being good
I need
stewards
to
of
put my title up now too. You guys all have your Quiche Lowell Jensen. Yeah, that's good. Molly mix. Hello, darkness, mild. It is very dark where you're at, Molly.
It's less dark now, so I don't know that it.
Yeah, I can't see you at all, Molly. It's just a black screen.
Yeah, it's just a black screen now.
No.
Or we could see you a little bit glowing, but no.
Yeah, no, it's pretty dark.
Oh, okay, hold on. I think it might be.
Oh yeah, plant prints. Oh yeah, here. I didn't show you guys this. My plant lady, my mug.
Nice.
Mug. I just put pencils in it though.
Wait, hold on. I'm coming. Wait, I'm trying to find my way. I'm trying to find my way back to the feed so I can see. Did I lose it?
Yep. Do you have too many tabs open, Molly?
I have too many tabs open. Okay, there. I found my way back.
Ah, there you are.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Leslie said Molly is lost. We found you.
I'm perpetually lost. It's a grand adventure.
Man, I tell you what, I will never do a maze. I don't understand the fun of going into a maze. I get lost all the time.
Oh, like a corn maze or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just won't do it. Even like the Hall of Mirrors and all side. No. And it's my least favorite thing in video games. I hate in video games when I get lost. When they intentionally make one part of the game like maze-like or whatever. I'm just like, nah.
Oh yeah, I can't really navigate through those kind of things either. I get lost in video games. Like I can do like the 2D stuff. Like just make it one thing that goes across.
Yeah. See, like I love Skyrim and Breath of the Wild with the big, huge, complicated maps.
Okay, yeah.
But both of them, there are times when I'm just like, okay, I'm lost. I don't know
Lost.
where
Well,
the heck-
those are huge maps on there,
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah, I don't really play those kind of video games. I play like cozy video games like Animal Crossing. So that's my video game that I like to play.
Yeah.
Molly, do you play video games?
I have played video games. When I was younger, my brother had the Nintendo 64, and we liked to play Commando, and where you had to do like the secret code, which was like up down, A B, blah 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 blah, and then you had unlimited lives.
Contra.
I really enjoyed playing Commando with unlimited lives, and of course
Was
Mario
that
Brothers.
Commando or Contra?
Contra, that's it, not Commando. Contra.
Yeah.
No, it was Contra. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So
and then I also,
Les,
when I was in college, we used to.
did we lose you?
Oh, we might have lost Molly. Okay, so Leslie, she likes Animal Crossing too.
Well, Leslie and Sabby, they get intense in Animal Crossing, and they were designing things in there.
Yes.
Which I didn't even realize how much of that you could do.
Oh, I can spend hours designing things on Animal
Yeah.
Crossing. Yeah. So, where's Molly? Okay, I've got to step away for just a minute. I will be right back in a minute.
I really am having trouble keeping my eyes open now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I am. I went on Facebook to post a thank you, and I've lost the page again.
Oh my goodness.
I'm the worst. Okay, I found it. Okay, here I am. I'm back.
I think it is true that you are a silly person.
Me? Yes, I am a silly person. It's a known item, as my mother would say. You're just like on the razor's edge of sleep there. You need a nap. Take yourself a little nap.
I may.
Leslie said, poor Keith, and she's right.
I want to come visit your island in Animal Crossing, Leslie. That was fun. We visited each other's islands during the pandemic, but we have not since.
That almost makes me want to get an Animal Crossing account so I can go to everyone's islands. The other video game that I did play was in college. We played Mario Kart on the Nintendo 64, and we played a lot of that game.
Mario Kart on the N64?
Yeah.
So I think that the N64 is the worst Nintendo.
It probably is. I wouldn't know. I didn't play anything else on it other than Mario Kart.
So all these games that I dreamed of playing, that I wanted to play for so long, but I was waiting for them to be ported to play on the Switch, including all the like 3D, N64 Legend of Zelda games. Oh, when I finally played them, were so bad. And I was just, I was crushed. I was like, oh, these games suck. And I love the earlier one.
Have to go through it.
It's not that I mind the low tech. I like the ones. What's that?
The PC ones where you have to like go through and figure out like stuff that you have to like solve one thing before you have to like, I think it was called Myst, where you had to you had to do things in a certain order, so you could drop a bridge to go to a different island to get something or other. So it was like a
Yeah.
lot of exploration and making sure you paid attention and touched everything and tried everything to figure out the stuff you needed.
Right.
And there was also one called The Seventh Guest that was kind of like a creepy one that was the same way, but it was in a house, and I really liked that one too. I like puzzles. I like where you have to like go through and solve puzzles to get clues for things. But other than that, I'm not a big gamer.
So wait, I'm sorry. You did or you didn't do Breath of the Wild?
Gracie's playing it right now, and that perked her up more than I think anything could.
That has it has some pretty good puzzles in it.
Oh, what's it called?
Breath of the Wild, it's the Legend of Zelda game.
Oh, okay.
So it has all these little shrines, and a lot of the shrines are basically puzzles. But I played another game. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's based on all these like Greek gods and goddesses.
I don't know. That doesn't sound familiar.
But it had a bunch of really good puzzles in it as well. Almost like little mini games.
Guys, Rachel P. and
Eloise.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
Nice. Keith is literally like his head keeps falling back and his eyes close, and then he jerks back again to ask a question.
You gotta turn your lights on.
But the
and,
questions
like-
are actually almost relevant. So that's pretty impressive that you can pay attention while you're sleeping. Oh, Leslie said Mario Kart is really the only game Eric and I play with Sabrina these days. It's really fun. The Rainbow Road. I love the Rainbow Road.
I love Mario Kart. You know what's another fun one that came out? It's called Mario Party. It's like almost like a board game that you play, and you play
Right.
with multiple people.
It's all the mini
And then-
games.
Yeah, and then there's mini games. You have to get up and like move around and do all sorts of different movements. It's a fun game. We
Yeah.
played it for hours.
And Leslie was saying about Mario Kart, it's easy. That's why. And it's like, it's easy to buy in, but then there's still a lot to it.
Yeah.
You can improve. And then I love just the system that kind of almost puts a handicap on you to allow you to like have different skill sets, but still have fun playing.
And
together.
still have good. Yeah, you can still do well.
I think my daughter cheats though. You guys tell me if this is fair.
Okay.
What she does is she goes and practices.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah,
That's cheating,
not
right?
fair, is it?
Yeah.
How dare she?
How dare
How could she get better by practicing?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow.
I'm glad you guys agree, because some people think that I'm the one with the issue.
We're just trying to give you a little boost here, Keith, so you stay up. You know.
Yeah.
That's all.
I'm gonna follow
Sabrina practices
Keith's
too.
lead.
These kids are sneaky.
I'm going to follow Keith's lead and disclose something embarrassing because of the lateness of the hour and the tiredness of my brain, which is my kid loved these things called Webkins. Have you guys heard of the Webkins?
Oh, sounds familiar.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, they're little animals that come with like a little tag attached that brings their avatars to life in this game, in this world, this
Right.
Online world. And then there are a bunch of like mini games that you can play that, sponsored by the different animals and such like. And what I'm going to admit is that I liked to go online and play my daughter's Webkins mini games, and I did it often. I did it often.
Hey, kid games are fun. Like, I don't blame
4%.
you.
We are in the same boat.
Oh my goodness. This
What boat are you
power
in?
horrible.
Oh, are you guys about to lose power over there?
Well, I am.
Yeah, Sarah and Gracie are both losing power. And I'm at
No.
4%. So it's staying charged, but it's not getting any further charged.
Yeah, that's where I was earlier today.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I think streaming must take a lot of juice.
I think the
Oh,
streaming
yeah.
does take a lot of juice.
So here's a question. Can we do can we share screens, like share some photos from today? I think Sarah just sent a bunch of photos. I was going to email them to myself. And if we can share, maybe we can look at some of the photos from today.
Yeah, I do not know. I'm looking under more. So we have Mike, Cam, chat, and more. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I don't see a mechanism for doing that.
Is because there's this present, maybe present.
Yep.
Where do you see present?
At the bottom of the screen.
At the very bottom, yeah. It looks like a little TV
There's
with
Mariah.
a plus sign in it.
Where's Mariah?
Mariah's on the chat. She says, "Hi, I hear there was $100 worth of Mazithra donation to Molly."
I knew it was you. Thank you, Mariah.
Leslie said you lost Keith. I lost what?
Was it you lost, Keith, or you lost Keith?
Oh, you lost Keith. She wasn't talking to me. She was telling you guys that you lost me. No, I'm here.
Still here.
You know, can you tell when my eyes are closed? I have very tiny eyes.
So Mariah very slyly texted me and said, what's your link, your fundraising link? And so I gave it to her, and then miraculously, just minutes later, $100 plus the fees was donated into my account. I was like,
nice.
That is just not a coincidence. I know who did that, and
I thought you weren't going to snitch.
Well, she said, she gave a hint, so I felt like I could run all the way with it.
Oh, okay.
If she gave a hint, I can take it all the way, the rest of the way home.
All right.
And I'm glad, because I want to say thank you to Mariah, because that was awesome. Thank you, Mariah. That got me almost all the way to my goal. So thank you.
So how did you do, Eloise?
Me? Oh.
I'm trying to. Oh, I'm on my fundraiser. I'm about $75 away from reaching my goal of $500, and with matching, I really only need about, half of that, right? Because I'm matching every dollar. So let's do some math. $37.50. Yeah, that's.
You I think again with cheating, having a birthday, right?
Yeah, it was my birthday. Yeah. Oh, Mariah says drop the link.
That's kind of cheating. How do we do that? How do we link to individual pages?
Let me just I'll pull my link up and I'll drop it in the chat.
Oh, I see it now. Okay, Molly's, Eloise's.
Oh, Mariah wants some succulents. Oh yeah, we can get you some succulents.
Okay,
Mariah.
Here comes the link, Mariah.
I'm working on it. Let's see.
I got it.
You got it? Oh, you're faster than me. Yep.
I don't know if they can hear us.
Is that it? Yeah, that's it.
There's the link.
Can you guys?
Yep.
No, I don't think they can hear us right now.
We can hear you, Molly.
Oh, well, did you hear my announcement?
It's very important.
No.
I changed into my jammies.
Oh, yay.
And I'm really happy about it.
Are they comfy?
It's really good. I highly recommend it. Molly, Keith, I think you should try it.
I will be trying it in 1 hour and 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Or I'll just be falling into bed fully clothed. We'll see how it works out.
What happened?
Yeah, I had 2 naps today in my suit.
Are you still in your suit, Keith? You didn't get in your jammies yet, did you?
No, I'm still in my suit. I just live in my suit now. I bought this suit in China. Is someone else talking?
Sounds like Sarah, maybe.
We're having Wi-Fi lagging.
Oh, okay.
We've got a Wi-Fi lag happening.
So I was saying I bought this suit in China, and it was so funny because they just made so many comments to me like, "Oh, well, we'll have to charge you extra for the material." I said, "Okay," but they have to add because you're so big. And I was like, "Okay, you're very, very big." I was like, "Stop!" You know? And just constant comments about how giant I am. And then we went on a tour
tell
of
you
a
just a
chocolate
sec,
factory in China. And they had this thing where you could have as many chocolate milks as you could drink, but you couldn't take any of them with you. It was like just their
That
weird
is
little
my kind
gimmick
of
at the end. And if you drank the most, you got your picture on the wall, right? So they said, well, the guy that drank the most before, was he a big guy? And he goes, oh, enormous. And then he points at me and goes, like him. I'm just like, oh,
Yeah.
man. So,
Fun times. Did you
So
guys
now
see the article about the they tried to recreate the Wonka's factory in a warehouse in Scotland?
Yeah.
And that was like simultaneously the funniest and the most tragic story I've ever read. I just feel so bad for all those little kids, but what were they thinking?
They handled it right, though, because after it blew up, the guy that put it on said, there's like 4 or 5 points where we should have like admitted to ourselves, like vendors canceled on us. And he said we just kept trying to push forward and we should have admitted and stopped. But the other thing I really liked was the girl in the little Oompa Loompa concert costume with the sour looking face. She was like the poster child of it. Someone shared other pictures of her and was like, as bad as it was, if you look at a series of pictures of her, this girl worked her ass off to still try to make magic for the kids.
Yeah, I
Like,
read that.
cool.
That was the happy part of the article, is how many of the workers really tried to put lipstick on the pig. They really tried.
Right. So, Mariah was
Grace,
asking
somebody
if
tried to
Molly's
do a-
having another power outage. Yes, the same
Mariah.
power outage. The power still hasn't come on. They're saying 11:39.
11:59. They're gonna wait till the very last minute.
The last minute,
The last minute of our fundraiser.
Yep.
If it really does blink on at 11:59, like if they're that punctual, I will die. That'll be so fun.
So far, they have not demonstrated a level of punctuality that gives me confidence.
So, and can we all again just appreciate the hilariousness of Good Day Sacramento showing up and the power blinking off?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you turn on the light?
Turn on the light.
Yeah. Can you turn the light on? No. The answer is no.
I can flip the switch. Whether it turns the light on is another matter. Yeah, so it's 10:55. We have 1 hour and 5 minutes left, and everybody has a little bit of money left on the table that we would like to, scrape off the table and put in the coffers.
So, Mariah is saying to call SMUD, and she thinks they will compensate you, and she can help broker the conversation. Because I was wondering the same thing.
Yay, Mariah.
When it was a planned outage, wasn't an act of God or anything. It was planned. They did it, and then they couldn't get it back on for you. I mean, you're gonna start losing food. I think it would be great if they gave you a few bucks.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I'll let you know how it goes, and I might take you up on that offer, Mariah. That's awesome.
And also, another tidbit of information that she shared with me is if we do look and they have a planned outage for next year, we can request that they delay it until later in the day or until another time. Yeah, so that is very good information to have.
But do they email you or anything? How do you know when they have a planned outage?
Sometimes they put notices on the door. Sometimes they send you something in the mail. I don't know. If it's like my house, my mom picks up the mail and then puts it in the dark hole in her bedroom. And then like 3 months later, she's like, "Oh, I have this letter for you." I'm like, "Oh, somebody told me they sent me that like months ago and I gave it up for lost." So yeah, I have a feeling they end up in a lot of people's junk piles.
No, not yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to eat some Fritos.
I think you should.
I'm not eating Fritos because I'm hungry. I'm eating Fritos because I just need to be doing
to
something.
keep
or
you
I'm gonna
awake.
be eating. Yes.
I am going to dive back into that Mizithra and finish it off at 12:01 because Mariah introduced me to it and I will never not get that again.
Oh, that was your first time trying the Mizithra cheese?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, it's so good.
Fantastic.
I get it every time.
And I love angel hair pasta. So the flavor and the texture of the angel hair, it's like a perfect mouthful of food. Oh, we can just sit quietly and listen to Keith crunch.
I'm trying to figure out how we can share some of these photos from the day.
I know how you can do it. You can just like hold them up to the screen one by one.
Okay, I'm just gonna do that then. Let's do it.
Try to get them like centered right in the middle. I'm not good at that, but you might be.
Okay, yeah, let's see. Okay, so this is this photo turned out really great. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be really. I really want to show this to you guys on a.
Oh yeah,
I love that one.
Turned out really good. We're definitely gonna post that on our social media page
for sure.
I need to send it to my agent first, and then I have 6 managers that have to all sign off on it.
Okay. And then
they're
here's
all named
Sarah and
variations of
Miriam.
Oh, that's
Receiving their
fantastic.
award.
That's great.
Sarah, how was the ceremony?
It was sweet. It's it's really interesting because there were like, I want to say that there were like 50 or 60 organizations that were being recognized.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had this slideshow, and at the very beginning they said, and we want to recognize our partners, and here's
Uh-oh.
Eloise. Did you hear that, Eloise?
You're cutting out a little bit.
Eloise, did you hear that? I just gave the lottery numbers. Did you hear?
Oh, darn! I missed it.
I've got deep fried pickle
my.
flavored dip. Oh, I bet
That's
it's
really
couldn't
good.
No, it's got milk in it.
Oh no! Shoot.
So we were up there on the screen with like a handful of.
So there was this one slide that said, we really love our organizational partners, and it had Kiwanis of Carmichael. It had like Carmichael Parks District, and it had like some of the larger ones, and we were also up there on this one that just had the. Not quite. It's 11.
Ah, there we are.
Cute. Yes.
Yeah,
I love
I don't think my manager's going to sign off on that.
I'm clutching onto Keith because I have terrible balance, and I almost fell over onto Jenny.
Oh
I was really trying to be respectful of your personal space, Keith, and then I almost fell onto Jenny. So sorry for the grab.
No, I'll be using this picture in court.
Fair enough.
You want me to
once
leave
you
this
found
up
out
for
I
a
was
bit?
the eye candy. There was just no controlling it.
Yeah, that's I can never control myself around candy of any sort.
I hear you. Me neither.
So I don't know if you guys noticed, but like my lights in my room just went out, and it's not because I have a power outage, it's because I have a timer that turns my lights off when it's bedtime.
I love
So
that.
There we go. When in Rome.
I'm gonna not yet, Keith. But I'm gonna be signing off. Do you want me to leave this picture up here? You guys can probably pull it down when you're ready to take it down.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna sign off, and I will.
Hey, Eloise,
talk
at
to you guys soon.
At the risk of being a broken record, thanks again for saving the day.
Oh
Really.
yeah, absolutely. I was happy to have you guys over here, and thank you, Keith, for hosting for 24 hours.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
And thank
All
you,
right,
Mama, for feeding us her delicious bread.
Oh, I will let her know. All right. Good night, guys. Good
Bye.
luck. I'll try to keep watching from Facebook till midnight,
Okay.
but I got other things I got to take care of.
Yeah, for sure.
Night.
We've got 48 minutes left. 48 minutes.
I'm beyond caring about diplomacy anymore. I'm going to eat granola.
Do it. Do it. Eat the crunchiest, chewiest, saliva generatingest foods that you would like to eat.
Okay, Molly, let's do that.
Okay. I am going to bugger off for just a second to the refrigerator to get some water, and I'll be right back.
The refrigerator powers
Oh,
off
she
the-
wanted Eloise to check her fundraiser before leaving. I'll go check it for her.
Okay, thanks. Do you still have the cans? I don't care for this cold. You don't have to get it, Sarah.
Oh, all right. Well, you get it for yourself if you wish, my
Let's
dear.
see. Eloise's Big Day of Giving fundraiser. $500 goal, and she raised $583. So,
Who did?
Eloise.
Okay, I'm back. I saw the note.
Yay! Congratulations, Eloise. Nice work.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. So yeah, I owe Mariah some plants now.
Yay! Somebody is swooping in and trying to get us over the finish line.
No, amazing. All right, so now I'm gonna sign off. Thank you so much, Mariah. I will save some of these plants for you. Actually, I have an unlimited source of plants, so anytime. So, all right, thank you guys.
Yeah, good night. Keith, you left your baby succulent in the car.
I know. I realize that. I'll have to get that from you at the next meeting.
Okay.
Not that I'm going to be at the next meeting, but I'll just swing by and get my plant.
You think I missed that? I heard what you said there, Mr. Keith. At the next meeting.
Well, we essentially are going to be having monthly Big Day of Giving 2025 meetings starting next month. So, I now realize it takes like a year to plan.
Night, night, Mariah. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Mariah.
Thank you, Mariah.
Yeah, you've really been a lifesaver, Mariah.
Oh my God.
You are the wind beneath our wings.
So in our grand finale next year, we do it at the Punchline in the Callback Lounge. And we pack it out. We charge.
Yes.
And I'll line up several comedians.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. I really enjoyed Colby and Jenny tonight too. Your little set, Keith, was extremely enjoyable. I'm sorry that I interjected on your sweater joke.
She was a heckler. You know what? She was getting you back for the bergamot or whatever it was.
I already said that in the car. That's so funny.
That's fine. Doesn't even hurt. Okay. Yeah, I was like, oh, Sarah's getting him back for that, for the mansplaining. She's heckling.
She was Sarah-splaining.
Sarah-splaining. Yeah, the set was hilarious.
It was so funny, and the trivia set was so fun. All of it was amazing.
I have to say the walnut joke was one of the better constructed jokes I've heard in a while. I'll give you that for that.
So, hey Keith, if Eloise and I sorry. If Eloise and I take your stand-up class, maybe we could be like a super mini set during next year's Punchline Big Day of Giving thing.
Aww.
In case you thought I was kidding, here's Muddy.
In a nutshell.
That's really her.
Wow. What's her name?
Moody? Muddy?
Moody.
Somewhere between Muddy and Moody.
So yeah, it's probably like
One of those German oohs, you know, Moody.
Moody.
Yeah.
I had a German friend try to teach me how to say the name of the band, Einstürzen der Neubauten.
Uh-huh.
And I just couldn't do it. I literally could not make the sounds that he made. I thought I was making them. And he's like, not and I was like, you just made the same sound twice. Like my ears wouldn't even hear a difference. He's like, no, and and I'm like,
There's a nuance there that we don't get.
So I have to agree. So it's not it's and it's a combination between O and U.
No,
I didn't get it.
It's a practical joke y'all are playing on me.
Uh-huh. Yeah. In fact, a very Danish thing to say is, gosh, am I forgetting part of it? It's it's red pudding with cream, and it's like all in the back of your throat. It sounds like you have a terrible cold. And yeah, it's got the sound again.
It sounds like a delicious dessert,
right?
Yeah,
red pudding with cream, so
right?
yum.
Yum.
You know what I would
So
love
Keith, the
to
walnut joke. What?
I was just gonna say, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. The Danish Abelskaver, the
Abelskivers. I have Abelskiver pans, Keith. We could make that happen.
Ooh, that could
my
be
God.
a cooking segment.
We got to find a vegan recipe for it.
We do.
My grandpa used to make it
Means
when I was a
there's no
kid,
dairy.
and then my mom learned how to make it.
That could be one of the cooking segments.
Uh-huh.
SKC cooking segments.
Mm-hmm.
So Keith, I wanted to tell you that the walnut joke reminded me of one of my favorite jokes by Norm Macdonald. In that it took a really long time for him to set it up. It was like about a moth going to a podiatrist, and he told it on the Conan O'Brien show. Yes. And it took him forever to get to that ending, and I was with him like every step of the way, and then he got that ending, and he brought it home in the most like beautiful, just delicious way.
I love it.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things ever. I was like, this is like that moth joke.
Uh-huh.
He also gave maybe the best live ad lib ever captured when he was messing with the woman from Beverly Hills 90210 or from Melrose Place who did a movie with Carrot Top.
I am unfamiliar with this movie.
He says, oh, I know what that movie's probably called, Box Office Poison. And Conan's like, be nice. And he's like, what's the movie called? And she says, Chairman of the Board. And Conan goes, oh, do something with that, you freak. And Norm goes, is board spelled B-O-R-E-D? I'm like that. I mean, he got it just so funny.
Yeah, he's one of those droll, like understated seeming guys who everything they say is funny.
So in our last 49 minutes here, let me name drop, let me brag.
Please do.
I did get to open for him.
Wow.
I just wanted to go see him. I went to the Punchline, see if I could get in for free. And as I walk in, they had a comedian ready to feature for him, this friend of mine named Larry Bubbles Brown. And Larry's mad that there's no opener. It's just going to be Larry and then Norm. But Larry doesn't like going up cold. He likes someone to go up before him. And so Larry's arguing with the manager saying, come on, it's a proper comedy show. You're supposed to have an MC. And the manager's like, well, we don't. You just go up. And he's like, I don't want to just go up. And so this is what I walk in on. So Larry goes, Keith's here. Make Keith open. And so the manager turns to me and he goes, do you want to open tonight? It doesn't pay. And I went, yeah. So I go up and I do my 5-minute set. I introduce Larry. And then as Larry's doing his set, I come off stage and Norm is standing there. And he goes, that was a good set. And I said, oh, thanks, man. I said, it's really an honor to get to work with you. And he goes, well, I don't know about that, but it was a good set.
That was a respectable impression of Norm.
Norm McDonald there, that guy with the sounds all the time. I don't know.
And you waited this long to bust out your impressions? Do you have others?
Oh, yeah, they're all really bad.
That's the only good one. You don't do a De Niro? Doesn't everybody do a De Niro?
Just squint. He's got a good squint. Gilbert Gottfried. I do a decent Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, let's have some Gilbert Gottfried.
No, it's too loud. You can't do Gilbert Gottfried in your house at 11:13 p.m.
Well, fair enough. Okay.
I
don't do any impressions.
I loved when Gilbert Gottfried was the station manager on MTV in the 80s.
Oh, I don't remember that. No.
They had a series of commercials where it was the joke was that he was the station manager. And he was just like, MTV 24 hours a day. People say to me, Gilbert, why 24 hours a day? And this whole tirade about
I do remember. Now that you
the
say
guy
that,
from Australia who comes all the way to America just to see MTV. But he's only here for 1 hour between midnight and 1 in the morning. And if MTV's not on 24 hours a day, he's going to miss it.
He's gone now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've gotten to the age where I can't remember if people are still with us or not.
Yeah, he's a dead person.
He's a dead person.
Yeah.
Well, it happens to us all.
And when Norm died, everybody shared this quote of his where he said that we always say that people lost their battle with cancer, but that if you die, the cancer dies with you. So really, that's not a loss. That's a draw. A great outlook. Oh, and I loved his thing about alcoholism being a disease. He's like, my uncle's got a disease here, he's got the cancer, I'm like, oh, I got a disease too. Oh yeah, what's yours? Sometimes I have sex with unattractive people. Sometimes I drink too much. I'm not doing it justice. Oh my God, it was funny. It's, horrible in making light of alcoholism, but it's very funny. I think I didn't hear the last couple things that were said.
Oh,
you guys are
Grace, that she was hearing your joke.
You guys are breaking up a lot.
We lost
your
you
phones
again?
all
You're losing
dead?
us? Hello.
Yeah.
No, let me.
Oh, that's it. It's just me. I'm all alone, going out the way I came in. Can I stay awake for 45 more minutes? Oh, man. The shame of it is that I couldn't get any sleep before it started. Like, I got into bed at 6 o'clock last night and thought, I'll try to sleep for like 5 or 6 hours and then wake up and start, the live stream. And I just tossed and turned. I couldn't sleep. So here I am, however many hours it's been. I'm going to have some lemonade and count down these last 45 minutes. Because damn it, I say I'm doing 24 hours, I'm doing 24 hours. Okay, sorry, I am looking at Facebook to see if there's comments there, because StreamYard, if you comment on the video on Sacramento Kindness Campaign's website, it shows up here and we see it. But if you comment on my page, it doesn't. So every once in a while I go over there and look, see if there's any action, see what's going on. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm loading the dishwasher. So I'll be productive in the final minutes here. Put the lemonade back in the fridge. And oh, it looks like Molly's coming back. It was fun.
I'm back.
It was fun getting to perform for some kids today. I don't get to perform with kids very often, even though I, do need to adjust the set a little bit. I hope they enjoyed themselves.
I think they did. Did you enjoy his comedy?
They seem to.
Yeah.
Gracie said yes, it was nice.
Grace would have been funnier, though. We should have had her do a set.
Yeah, Grace is pretty funny.
She is pretty funny. We should let her do a stand-up set next year on the live. We can give her like a 10-minute segment and let her do stand-up.
So, of the many things on my list, and I'll put together a more organized actual list with all the thoughts for next year. One thing I want to do is I want to, and we did a good job of this year, but I want to just expand on it. Is really put together a list of thank you gifts and prizes.
Yeah.
Including, we could go to a local bookstore and say, would you give us $5 gift cards? And we'll give those out. We could go to Tower and say, hey, would you give us dinner for two that we could give away to someone that spends $100 or
Yeah. I could ask some of the authors on the Books of Horror page if they would be willing to donate a book.
and I'd give copies of my books.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even just a couple bundles, like a copy of each twice.
I didn't think about this until you were talking to Aaron, but I could have asked Gage Greenwood, the writer of the Crazy Kevin Bacon book. I could have asked him to come be a guest on the show. I bet he would have done it.
That's a fun idea.
So I'll keep that in my pocket for next year.
That's the main thing I want to do. Is I want to be more organized about and again, like all of this is just stuff we can expand on. None of it's meant as criticism, because I thought we did a hell of a job for such a short period of time.
I totally get it. We are now
But
in the assessment and what we can do better stage.
Yeah, with having an extra month or two to organize, if we could get the schedule really tight and make sure Greg Groups and I are on the same time zone, it would be fun to not have those long stretches where we're not sure what we're doing, to like have guests and fun stuff all the way through.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll take
Yeah.
a lot of the burden off of just having to leak noise.
So yeah, and then also I'm sure that it's in the budget. I think we should hire me a personal barista with a coffee cart and just have them follow me around all day.
Everywhere you go with coffee.
Yeah, just whenever I need an espresso, they just hand it to me. I'll just...
Sarah, Keith is already trying to talk himself into doing the 24-hour jaunt again next year. I'm pretty sure you said earlier we should all take shifts and then shifted back to the, oh, people like to see me suffer. I should do the whole 24 hours.
No. The reason we should all take shifts is I just don't like the long stretches where I'm the only one here.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not entertaining enough. It's boring. I think we should have stuff scheduled for all of that. But and the other thing is that I was up for so much more than 24 hours because I couldn't get to sleep before I started. And if I could next time, I don't think if we did it again, I don't think I would be. You never know what you're going to get nervous about because there was nothing in this that was very high stakes. And I kept telling myself that. But man, my little chattery brain was just, it was waking me up every night at like 2 or 3 in the morning to think about this. And I was just like, brain, shut up, go to bed. And so then, trying to sleep from like 6 to 11 before starting the stream, that was not happening. But maybe next year it will. Maybe next year I'll be able to
Maybe
catch
next year
some-
will. Maybe you'll be super zen and chill and you can sleep right up to like 2 minutes before the show starts.
Yeah. But I would love to do a proper live show.
No, I think starting like literally, I'm not even joking about starting now, just like putting the skeleton plans together and starting to flesh things out. Obviously we can't invite people to like participate this early in the game, but definitely I say 3 months before we start trying to fill those slots.
I have an idea too. When we were when I was working for this architecture firm doing marketing, we used to talk about like chasing the sun. And so in this case, I think that we should be strategic and think of what internationals do we know that might be fun to have a segment like in the middle of the night, so that we are not having to be alone for 6 hours between 12 and 6. We've got a few international folks that would be fun to talk to about whatever.
I know several authors. Again, they're all independent horror authors, but I know several that are in Scotland and England, and I bet a few of them I can think of would be totally willing and happy to.
Well, Molly, aren't you a little old to still believe in England?
Well, and I know a guy who used to work for Cadbury in England, and he is a real chocolate expert and taught me all about chocolate from Switzerland and chocolate. And he could definitely talk our ear off in the middle of the night.
Okay. Well, I think we have some options.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, I think, and this one, it might feel a little intimidating to do it very publicly, but I think we should set an ambitious goal and then be public about that goal, which we did. The individual campaigns had goals, which is great. But, and then have all day where we're marking how close we're getting to the goal, because that really motivates people.
Yeah, I did do that last year with the thermometer and everything, and that was really great. I did not have time to do that this time, to be on camera and do that. So
how much did the individual goals add up to?
I do not know.
I'm just curious to know if the individual goals added up to 10,000. Because I think that that's something to consider. Is let's be ambitious.
I need to go pee.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry I didn't make a fundraising page. I'll definitely do it next year.
Well, we have 2 that got 0. Christina and Derolin.
Yeah. Well, Christina wasn't doing much online. She was like canvassing and doing stuff in person. So she did a really good job getting out there, and so there's that. And I don't know who the other person is. She just started this fundraiser, and I don't think any of us know who she is. It's kind of cool she thought of
So,
us.
does it make all of them just automatically $1,000 goal? That's what it looks like.
No, you can set your own goal. Yeah.
So 500. So that's, and theirs was 1,500. So
And the other thing I talked to Molly about is the idea of having all of the matches be for the entire group, because we were able to utilize Rich's entire match, and there's still some matches that didn't get utilized because they were just for the one person. But if we did it for the entire group, it's a lot more certain that we would actually achieve the match.
So if I did my math right, you had $3,000 goal between 4 individual pages.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not counting the 2 pages that got 0. And they were $1,000 each.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we definitely surpassed the individual goals, which is great.
Well, no, they tried to raise 3,000 and they succeeded in raising 1,500, 700. So I think they got up to around 2,500, 2,600, somewhere in there.
Yeah, and Jaya will, hers will, she'll just donate the rest of the balance of her $1,000 if it doesn't get matched. So that will go into the pot too.
Oh, and then Mariah had one. But wasn't Mariah the one contributing to other people's?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so she had one with $100 goal, but it didn't get anything.
We should.
But she gave twice that to me and Eloise.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So people have 1/2 an hour left to give us dough.
7 o'clock? Okay. Good. Yeah. Here. Here, right here. Take care of it. Yeah, I want to take care of you.
Let's see. Every time I go look at my Facebook page, it makes it go all glitchy.
I hope you guys' power is about to come back on.
Me too.
No.
Not yet.
All right. So here we are in the final half hour. I got 30 minutes and then I will have streamed for 24 hours. Minus 2 naps. Oh, there's Molly.
Mhm.
Back, you dragon lady.
The dragon lady. That's actually my mom's. My mom was on a radio show that was like in the wee hours of the morning in Alaska, and she played really awesome. She played like old Bonnie Raitt albums and super cool like bluesy, folk rocky kinds of albums, and
Jeez.
she was the dragon lady because it was the wee hours.
Your parents sound like such characters.
They really are. My mother is too clever. She comes up with the best stuff. Like when I was in 8th grade, my school was having a costume competition, and I had no idea what to be, and so she came up with the best costume of all time that I have worn more years than not every year since, which is Mess America.
Nice.
Yes. So Mess America wears pantyhose that are like 3 sizes too big and bag around her ankles, and has mismatched shoes and Tammy Faye Baker like makeup and asbestos streaming down the cheeks, and ratted up hair and a terrible tiara and a sash that says Mess America. Best costume ever. I've won like so many contests doing it. She's just clever. She's smart and clever.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
We won a fair share of costume contests as kids too.
Awesome.
My
Really
mom made us a really good Ghostbusters costume. What was interesting is the movie Ghostbusters came out. It was such a hit, and you would have thought that next Halloween the stores would be full of Ghostbusters costumes, but it like took a couple years, and so we were like the only Ghostbusters, and so we like.
So cool.
And she made the big backpacks and everything. It was really fun.
Do you know what she made the backpacks out of?
There was some vacuum cleaner hose in there and probably some broken appliances. I don't remember. I'll have to ask her.
Fun.
And then she made a lion costume for when my brother John was in the Wizard of Oz play at school, and each of us kids wore it. We just kept passing it down, and it just every Halloween kept winning more prizes, whichever kid was wearing it.
That's awesome.
But the best was she made me a Devo costume, and I was Devo. I was a member of Devo for Halloween in 5th grade.
So you had like the little funky structural hats and.
Well, we couldn't get the hat, so I had a yellow jumpsuit with DEVO written down the jumpsuit. Remember, they wore the yellow jumpsuits. And I thought, if I can't get the hat, I'll at least make my hair, my long 70s hair, look plastic.
Oh.
And I thought the best way to do that would be to put Vaseline in it and then sculpt it.
That was good.
Vaseline is very difficult to get out of your hair. I remember lying on the kitchen counter with my head in the sink, and my dad, tell me when it's too hot. It's just running really hot water and dish soap, trying to get all this Vaseline out of my long 70s hair.
So awful.
So, that was a pretty great costume.
Yep. The things we'll do for attention.
And my God, did I love Devo. Did I say did?
Huh? What's that?
Did I say past tense? My God, do I love Devo. Hey, we got 2 viewers. It's the end of the thing. You've got 24 minutes to donate. Do it for Devo. Do it for love of Devo. We've got some of our matching funds are still left. So you could give $20 and we'll get $40. You get $40, we'll get $80. Yeah, this is my last chance to try to push and get us as much funding as we can get. All right. Sorry, you were saying, Molly?
It was not more important than that, because that was actually the entire reason for doing all of this. So yeah, we have, what is that, 23 more minutes.
You know what, though, too?
Yeah,
We did some serious team building today.
we did. We did
And-
some
And I'm so
bonding.
I'm so grateful and appreciative of all the money that we've raised, and I hope we can raise it a little more in the last few minutes. But I put a really hefty real value on the team building we did today. So
I agree. It was a fun adventure, and I had a good day. So
yeah, amazing.
I'm starting to flag a little tiny bit in this last hour, but I had a good day. It was fun. It was mostly
I came so close and I didn't make it.
Wouldn't that be awful?
I was close. When you guys were teasing me and I was saying, no, I'm awake. No, I was pretty close to out.
Oh, we know. You were fooling nobody. Nobody has ever been fooled with the, I'm still listening. I'm just closing my eyes. I'm hearing
just
everything
resting
you're
my
saying.
eyes.
I hear everything you're saying. I'm just not responding. But of course, I'm also not responding when a response is requested and required and desired. I can't tell you how many movies that I have made it like 9/10 of the way to the end and then fallen asleep right in and not be. It's not any commentary on the quality of the movie at all. It's just I have like narcolepsy at a certain point.
They've also made movie theater seats too comfortable. Because I go out to see a movie at the theater and I fall asleep like that. Like
Oh, yeah.
I sit down, and it's wonderful. It's a really good nap.
It is. If you
So
give
unless-
me a button that I can put my feet up with, it's over.
Yeah. We went and saw the last one that we went to was Kung Fu Panda. What are we on, the third or fourth?
Yeah, at least.
I passed right out. And my daughter kept going, Dad, you're sleeping.
We went to go see Spirited Away for the 457th time, and
Worth it.
Yeah. Oh, I love that movie. We saw it at the
So
Crest,
good.
like in the actual like film reel that they still put on the machine that makes a little clicky sound, and you have to change the reel midway through the movie.
All
But it was
right.
really fun. And we've seen it. We accidentally went to one that was in Japanese with Japanese. There was no English whatsoever. It was not dubbed or in English.
Oh, wow.
subtitles. So luckily we had seen it already 356 times. So
You just had to be there for the visuals. You didn't need to.
we knew what was happening with the text.
Right.
So.
My favorite show that I ever saw at the Crest Theater was Raffi, when Gracie was like 3 years old and I had front row seats. And
Nice.
I love Raffi. So we were up in the front row. Gracie and I were dancing our butts off.
Aww.
And when Raffi exited the stage, I shouted at the top of my lungs, I love you, Raffi! And he shouted back, I love you too!
Sue Teranishi just gave $52.60 to Miriam's
Thank you, Sue.
Sac Kindness campaign fundraiser.
You're awesome, Sue.
So thank you, Sue, for one of those last minute donations.
Yeah.
So now we are in our final 19 minutes. Can you believe it?
Final 19 minutes.
What a long. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to go to sleep now. I think I may have forgotten how. I may have broken that. Did the power just go on?
No.
That's just the bathroom
Why
light.
does it look like the power? No, it's just the fairy lights.
Yeah.
I just slunk down lower in my chair and revealed more of them behind me.
Okay.
Yeah, you might have missed your sleep window.
Yep. I'll never sleep again.
Never.
But I slept a lot before.
And think
In my
about
life.
how many books and movies you'll have time to
Right?
watch. Yeah. Think of how much writing you'll be able to do.
Oh man.
Also, you started to tell me earlier about you wanted to write a horror book. So why did you want to write a horror book?
Because an idea came to me, and so I want to write it.
Okay.
Yeah, it deals with gentrification and race and racism, and it draws from a lot of real life experiences.
Okay.
Yeah, here I'll tell you the thing that triggered it.
Okay.
The central memory that I started with and then ran from. This is a real thing that happened. I was asleep in bed alone, and I'm almost never alone in my bed. You know, as a comedian, I'm often alone in hotel rooms and stuff, but usually in my bed, my wife's there.
Okay.
And her and my daughter were off camping with my wife's parents, and I had a gig, so I couldn't go with them. So I'm in bed alone, and I wake up at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I'm freezing, which is not unusual. I'm always cold. But the comforter's gone. And so I thought, oh, I must have kicked the comforter off the bed. So I scoot down to the end of the bed to pick the comforter up because I'm really cold, and it's not there. It's like, where the hell did the comforter go? And I know I had it over me because, like I said, I'm always cold. I can't go to sleep without the blanket over me. In the summer, I have a blanket on me. So I look on both sides of the bed. No comforter. So I get up and I walk out of the bedroom and all the way down the hallway and through the kitchen and into the living room. And there's the comforter rolled up in a ball in the middle of the living room.
Holy crap.
And I immediately, being the skeptic that I am, start telling myself, you were sleepwalking. You had to. And I'm not a big sleepwalker, but when I do sleepwalk, it's usually because something changed. Something's different, like my wife not being there.
Right.
It made sense.
Sure.
But I didn't really manage to convince all of my brain that that's what happened. And so there was no more sleep to be had that night. I got into bed and just stared at the ceiling for the next 4 hours. And so I started with that and then expanded on it. And
I think that is an excellent start. And
Yeah.
that's definitely intriguing. Yeah, you should consider joining the Books of Horror Facebook page. They talk a lot about like their writing process, and a lot of the authors on there are super just like, it's a warm community of people who are willing to share information and talk to each other, and the authors are really, really interactive. So it's a great community.
Very cool. Hey, you guys were in our last 15 minutes.
Last 15 minutes.
I will take it under consideration.
Yes. Did you ever think that we would get here?
No, I was pretty sure that the world would end before.
Yeah. It seemed like 12 hours ago. This seemed like an eon, and it was never going to happen. 24 hours ago, it seemed like impossible.
24 hours ago. I want to be sedated.
Love that song.
To do, nowhere to go. So I think someone should give us a last minute donation because I'm singing the Ramones. In fact, you can make the donation. You can send it with instructions that you're paying me to stop singing. I won't be offended.
I definitely think next year we should have more challenges of pay us to stop doing these super annoying things.
You know what else,
on the
though?
stream?
I mean, the bug and chili sauce challenge was so fun.
That was
I
really
think
fun.
we could have a couple of those. We didn't have any Getty challenges this year.
No, we didn't get to them. I think we the power outage just wrecked a lot of our plans.
Yeah.
Well, how could we do them?
Yeah, that threw us off a bit.
Yeah, but we lost an hour and we're behind schedule, and so
We had so much downtime at certain portions of the day. I think that everybody. I think that planning, having the schedule nailed in, is such a good idea, and it's not a problem that there wasn't this or that. It's just that was fun last year.
It was fun.
Fun, yeah. Today was amazing.
Okay, so Mariah wants to know where she would donate. And so I am copy pasting it. And I think you shouldn't have to navigate away from the page if you open it in a separate window.
He and Molly's fundraisers both have room for matching.
Mariah donated to mine, so maybe Jeremy's.
I'm just surprised seeing Mariah asking me now at 11:47. Oh, she's on a phone. Is there a reason why you don't want to navigate away from the page? Just because you want to be here to the bitter end?
She wants to hear you sing more Ramones.
Judy is a punk rocker. No, Sheena is a punk rocker.
Ah.
Sheena is a punk rocker. Sheena is a punk rocker. Sheena is. Yep, bitter end, baby.
So you guys, Jane Vega wants to know if she can Venmo a donation.
Yes. If she, I just have to enter it in the next 12 minutes.
Yeah, tell her to hurry.
So here, let me.
Well, Mariah, if you want to take 2 or 3 minutes to real quick go make your last donation, we'll try not to do anything interesting for 2 or 3 minutes, which I think I can promise that I won't.
There, I just texted you.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go for a second over to the page to manually enter this. So I will try not to shut it myself out while I'm doing that.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my God. 11 minutes.
11
minutes. We're almost there.
Much harder to do without the laptop. I wonder instead. And what is her name? Oh, you sent it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's see. Can I get into?
Mariah is asking whose matching is left.
Jeremy has matching left.
Okay.
And so does
I have matching left.
Okay, so Molly and Jeremy. And Jeremy, I don't know where it shows how much matching he had.
I can check. Hang on. It is.
It had $1,000 match and $100 match for Jeremy.
Oh, okay. So that was Rich Desmond. That was for everybody, which got matched.
Oh, okay.
And hang on, where are we? Oh,
and then Molly.
Okay. So it looks like 100 actually did get matched. Okay. So it's just Molly's.
So Molly has $488 left in Jaya's matching donation on her page.
Yep, coming.
Molly is the one the place to do it, right?
Yeah.
Good night, you guys.
Anonymous gave $27.35. Is that the Venmo? Oh no, it's just me. I'm the only one left. Unless Molly's gonna pop back in. This is it. This is the end. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're on.
On.
On. Okay, Molly, did you feel that?
I did.
You and I just became best friends.
That's
Because I said 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, and you said on.
on. Yeah, that's one of the things we used to say when we were getting ready to take the kid to school. Whenever it was like, we're leaving in 6 minutes, and then we just bust into 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're on.
I remember it was so funny when I worked at Petco. I was working in the warehouse in the morning. Oh, Mariah's noticing no one donated to hers. You know what? If you look at the way it's laid out on the page, though,
Yeah.
yours didn't show. You see all of them, and then you have to hit the more button, and yours is the only one that was covered up without hitting the more button. So I looked at this all day, and I didn't notice until like 20 minutes ago that you had one. So I'm sorry. I think that's and we have 2 that got 0 that I don't know if they were gonna do them and then didn't get a chance to work on them or whatever, but they could have. If they weren't there, it would have made room for yours.
Yeah.
So
We'll have to look for next year to see if we can change the order of those.
all right, so we're at 4,483. Mariah gave to Jeremy's. All right. Go SKC, indeed. So thank you, Mariah. I really, really appreciate you.
Mariah's amazing. Just amazing.
All right, where are we at? Okay, we're in our last now 6 minutes. Now it's 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Dougie Fresh gone. Gone. So what I was saying is I remember I was working at Petco in the morning. The local oldies station was becoming a hip hop. Thank you, Mariah. Was becoming a hip hop station, and they were trying to keep all the old DJs, which was nice of them to try to keep them working.
Yes.
But they had, golden oldies type voices. They were like, "All right, coming up next, we got a bomb diggity song from Snoop." It's like, the juxtaposition was really weird. And then this woman called with a request, and she's all, "Hi, I want to request like an old school song, but I'm not sure who it is." And he's all, "Okay, well, what can you tell us about it?" And she's all, "It says 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're on." And he goes, "I believe that would be Dougie Fresh." This guy had me cracking up all morning because it was like, he obviously wasn't going to be the DJ on this network for long. It just didn't fit, but while he was there, it was so hilarious.
Yeah, that's funny.
So
okay, let me see. Sorry, I have to concentrate for 1 second to figure out how to get.
I'm gonna zip my lip.
Started team. You don't have to zip your lip. You can talk. I just am not going to talk back for just a minute.
Nope. Lip zip.
Too late. You ruined everything.
Zip.
You ruined everything. Oh, okay. I think I figured it out. This is really hard to do on my phone instead of on the computer because manual donations.
Well, you guys will have power in 3 minutes.
That's 3 minutes too late. It ends at 11:59. Let's see. So
what's that? What is your obsession with 59? No, we're ending at midnight, dude.
We're ending at.
I might even end at midnight 01. You are breaking up a wee bit.
Okay.
Breaking up is hard to do.
Hard
Now
to
I
do.
know that it's true.
I know that's true.
Don't say that this is the end. Instead of breaking up, now we were making up again. Don't take your love away from me. You got me singing. I'm definitely tired.
Okay, I cannot find the button for how to do this on my phone.
Push the button. Push the button. Push
Push
the button.
the button.
All right, folks. 2 minutes. If anyone wanted to do something, for God's sake, now is the time.
Now is the time. Oops, okay. Two minutes.
Oh my God, I don't think I can make it. I'm out.
We made it this far.
No. Sorry, guys. I gave it my best try. I gotta go. I just can't. These last 2 minutes are too much. Everybody knows the last 2 minutes are the longest.
Yeah, they are. They last an eternity. Courses.
So I'm single. I'm dating.
There's really not enough good men left in the world, you know. We have to stay close to them.
That's right. Here's my card.
She gave me her card too, but that was just cover.
Just cover.
Why shouldn't you give Elsa a balloon? I don't know, Mariah. Why shouldn't you give Elsa a balloon? Because she'll let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I figured it out. I guessed the joke. Look at this. It's midnight. And I'm all alone. Molly dropped out. Didn't make it to midnight. Made it to 11:59:59. And then I limped over the finish line myself. All right, everybody. We did it. I'm so very desperate to go to bed. So I'm going to do so right now. This has been quite an experience. And I really, really appreciate the support that everyone gave. And I'm glad that Sacramento Kindness Campaign will be able to do good things with it. Over and out.